I Can Be Your Friend, a YA twisted psycho thriller, Bliss High Horror, Book 1. Written by Jessica Blade. Narrated by Arielle Morisseau. Prologue. Halloween. Senior year. It's the perfect morning. Halloween. Snowflakes are floating slowly to the ground, bleeding into the orange-red and burnt-brown dead leaves. The news says there should be several inches of snow by the end of the day. I love the cold and the way it comforts me in its embrace, especially now. Today is the finale. Nothing more will stand between Mandy and me. Finally, we will become friends. By the time I get to school, they're speaking of the swine. I shake my head, completely baffled. What does she have to do with anything? The halls of Bliss High feel more narrow than usual. The laughter closes in on me, trying to confuse me, forcing the airways of my throat shut, forcing me to stop. I lean heavily against the wall. Breathe in, out. Air flushes through my lungs. Their laughter fades, alongside the turmoil. The chill of autumn reassures me. I smile as I watch it all unfold inside my mind. The execution of it is sure to be memorable, and the denouement will become a most beautiful concerto. Chapter 1. August. Senior year, 2 months ago. I almost made a mistake today. The wrong makeup, or an improper application of it, can produce flawed results. Fortunately, I caught my slip-up before it was too late. I've always had that problem, not looking the part, but I am learning. Mama's always reminding me, that's all you can do, Natalie. I'll never come close to looking as beautiful as Mandy, of course, or becoming even half the incredible human being she is. But the least I can do is my best, for her. On the back of my bedroom door is one of those long rectangular mirrors with clips over the top and bottom to keep it in place. My mama put it there when I got to middle school. She said I should always check it before I leave the room, make sure I present myself to society the best that I can. It took me a long time to look into the mirror. When I finally did, I hated what I saw. She was right. I had to make myself presentable. Nobody wanted someone with elephant legs or blubber for arms. I definitely wouldn't be able to help Mandy if I didn't look the part. Mandy Wright. From the first time I saw her, I knew she was perfect in every way. I don't mean just her looks, I mean everything about her. She's smart and nice, and "You're going to be late!" Mama shouts from the kitchen. We live in a 4,000 square foot home, so we usually end up yelling across the house at each other. Even though she doesn't have to, because we have enough money to live until the day we die, Mama works as a nurse. Apparently, she loves helping others. I snort at the thought. "I know," I shout to shut her up. A quick glance at my reflection tells me a little more touch-up work, and then I'll be presentable for the task. Blowing an annoying loose frizzy hair out of my face, I groan. My hair is full of curls and waves that tangle up in each other and hang around my head in this massive cloud. I have to spend an hour every morning to smooth it out, so I only wash it once a week. Mandy's hair is silky, not dry like the bales of hay mine is. Only one of many reasons she is so incredible. Her beauty is natural. She's real. Everything about her is. One more mirror check. I sling my black backpack over my shoulder as I thrust out my hip and angle my shoulders. No slip-ups there. A sour taste fills my mouth as I look at my face. My face has an awful square shape. My light green eyes are set too close together, making my oversized nose look even bigger. The eyeliner helps smooth out the space, and the red lipstick draws more attention away from my imperfections. Everything I do counts, more than ever. Mandy needs me. I can't let her down. No, I won't let her down. "Natalie!" Mama calls. I stomp to the kitchen where she waits for me with a bowl of cereal. "Here." She shoves it towards me and brushes past me, obviously tired of my usual procrastination. "Have you made any friends? she says as she bends over the black leather couch in the next room, digging into her purse and pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Soon, I tell her, as I push the flaky cereal around with my spoon. I don't have any friends. But I do follow Mandy and her clique on Connections, this social media site. I'm part of the drama club page. As far as they know, I belong to Blackmore High in the next country over. I don't use my real name. They know me by Drama Girl, and my profile pic shows this picture of an orange cat. I look at the soggy pieces of cereal drowning in the milk, and my stomach heaves. With Mama going back to her bedroom, I dump the nasty, uneaten breakfast into the trash can and shove the dishes into the dishwasher. Bye, Mama! I race out the door. I barely hear her say, goodbye, behind me. Another second in there and I'll be too frazzled to think. I've got to be clear-headed. I can't let her or anyone else get in the way. Today's important. Tryouts for Candy's Wish, our school Christmas play. The bus ride to school is less than 5 minutes, giving me enough time to reflect on the third week of school. Senior year is good so far, except for one thing: the phonies. I see them. The way they act so sweet and charming when she's around, pretending to be her loyal best friends and betraying her with every breath they take. Poor Mandy. She thinks she can trust them, that they care about her, but she doesn't know the things I know, who they really are. Everyone thinks Mandy's life is perfect. It isn't quite yet, but it will be soon. I promise to make it perfect for you, Mandy. I won't let a single one of them get away with their lies. Chapter 2. The bus pulls into the circular driveway of Bliss High. The school got its official naming when the Department of Education rated it the top high school in America, based on an overall assessment of test scores, academic offerings, and student and parent reviews across thousands of school districts. A community vote and the approval of Principal Thomas led to Middletown High's renaming to Bliss High. I step off the bottom stair of the bus and inhale the lovely damp cement smell. A row of lilies encircle a huge sign which reads Bliss High, staked in the center of the plush grass. Carefully adjusting my bag, I walk toward the front of the old brick building, taking my steps in stride, my head held high. One thing you learn right away about Bliss High is how small town it feels, despite it being located in a suburb. Anything that happens to you, especially if you're popular, becomes immediate news and spreads fast across the whole school. Which is why I do my best to stay out of the spotlight. Other students look at me like they don't know me. That's okay. They don't. And it doesn't matter anyway, because I know this year will be different. Not only do I get to be a part of the nation's best school, I have a chance to befriend Mandy Wright. I've waited longer than most people would. Fortunately, I am the patient type. There she is, shining brighter than anyone else here. No one can see how special she is, how undeserving they are. Nobody but me. She's at her usual spot on the front lawn, talking to one of the phonies. Tabitha! I can't believe you! Oh my gosh! Mandy yells as Tabitha squirts her with a squirt gun. They're running back and forth across the grass. Tabitha lunges towards her and sprays the gun, soaking the back of her shirt, howling with laughter. Tabitha's kinky black hair is pulled into a tight bun at the back of her head, and she has on these huge glasses that only magnify her bug eyes. She doesn't have a prescription, she just wears them to look smart and cool. I overheard her say this during class one time. Phony. Vomit rises in my throat as I look at her. Her laugh sounds fake, a god-awful hee-haw like some horse. She lifts her shoulders and flutters her eyelashes as she poses, like she's a model or something. Mandy laughs along with her. It's getting harder to wait for the time when I can tell her who they really are. Whenever they touch her, their arms drape around her like disease-riddled tentacles. Every one of her phony friends are spiders in the night, tangling her up in their gossamer, ready to destroy her. It takes everything within me to hold back. Not yet, Natalie. Not yet. I keep my eyes fixed on the front door of the school building, gripping the strap of my backpack so tightly my fingers burn. The nausea remains lodged in my throat like a simmering fire. I bite back my rage. Thankfully, I'm extremely patient, and hurry to the bathroom just past the front door. I drop the backpack and it makes a loud thud, like a giant boulder hitting the ground. I carry all my books in it. I don't trust lockers. Anyone can break into them. I rush into the first stall and lean over the open seat, throwing up everything inside of me. When the acid sensation is scalding my throat raw, I flush the toilet and slowly stand. Eliminating them, the horrible feelings, the leftover dinner my mom made me eat last night, relieves me. I wipe my mouth and turn on one of the sinks, splashing cold water on my face and scrubbing my hands with lots of soap for 2 whole minutes until my already pale hands turn chalk white. With my backpack slung over my right shoulder, I make my way to first period, Honors English. It's one of my favorite classes, not because I love to write, but because Mandy is in it and she sits in the next seat over. It's the closest I can get to her, for now. Because Mr. Shiny, as we call him because of his big shiny brown head, his real name is Mr. Shinity, won't be here for at least 5 minutes. I get to settle in and enjoy rare, valuable time with Mandy. Remember how I was going to tell you how beautiful Mandy is? Well, she's wearing her sun-bleached blonde hair down today. The glossy strands hang straight, curling slightly at the end, resting effortlessly across her shoulders. Her porcelain face is perfectly sculpted, with soft edges and elegant curves, making even the gods jealous. A bright pink blush colors her cheeks, and her lips are a blood red. Her lashes are clouded with dusky mascara, yet somehow she looks as beautiful as she does when her face looks natural. Few people have seen Mandy Wright without makeup. I had this special opportunity once when she was crying in one of the bathroom stalls. It was the first day of senior year. She was using toilet paper to wipe off her makeup when she came out, and I got to see her true beauty. Her crystal blue eyes shined brighter than ever, and her milky skin had this gleam about it, a heavenly shine. She was too busy trying to make herself look presentable, so she looked surprised when she turned to find me there. She even smiled a little when she exited. I know she never told any of her friends why she'd been crying, because she spent the rest of that day acting like her normal self. That just proved how much she needed me. The bathroom incident was like an unspoken secret between Mandy and me. And I know with every molecule and atom in my body, if we were friends, she would have told me, because she would have told someone she could actually trust. It's exhausting having to pretend. That's something Mandy and I have in common. If only I could be there for her now, comfort her, let her know she's not alone, that she doesn't have to pretend anymore. The day will come, I know. It's the only thing that keeps me sane. I can already hear the final notes of the song, the sharp bursts of the melody, the dooming flat keys pronouncing the beautiful ending. It won't be much longer now. Hey, girl! You might want to towel dry your hair today. Tabitha smirks as she plops into the desk behind Mandy. Mandy playfully swats her arm and shakes her head. Something like acid blisters inside my chest as I stare at Tabitha. How dare she insult Mandy's perfect hair? She makes me sick. I grab the corner of my desk. My hand turns red from the pressure. The desk rattles slightly, not loud enough for anyone but me to hear. Taking in a long, deep, shaky breath, I close my eyes. Mama says, "Natalie, it's about self-control. Don't let others get the best of you." I won't let her get the best of me. I won't. Miss Smith, Mr. Shiny says, ripping me out of my affirmations. He's one of those teachers who thinks calling you by your last name will instill in you a greater respect for his authority. Huh? I look at him, my voice barely audible. Light laughter spreads around the room. It swells to a swarm of bees. They buzz closer and closer, spinning around my head. Tabitha's mouth is curled into a sneer, pinning me to my seat. My body trembles. My eyes threaten to shed tears. My throat squeezes as if strong bands are closing it shut. The buzzing grows louder. The need to clamp my hands over my ears, to block out the intensifying humming overwhelms me. No, I can't let them in again. I squeeze the edge of my desk tighter. What are your thoughts about Pike's choice for a villain? Mr. Shiny's question comes out strained, slightly impatient. The humming instantly stops, as though it never existed. He stands there, looking like a grasshopper with his bony arms sticking out like toothpicks. My heart thumps. My throat is still clenched. My hands are tense and damp with sweat. The room is quiet, waiting. I can't be in the spotlight. Self-control is vital. I clear my throat before I answer his question, my voice deep and smooth and calm. It isn't the typical anti-hero we're used to. Because he's not recognizable, no one ever suspects him. Very astute, Miss Smith. He looks at me with renewed admiration, before moving on to another unsuspecting student. My breath tastes like it's fueled by gasoline, and it gets stuck inside my throat. It scorches so badly. My heart jump ropes like a butterfly on fire. I pull at my long-sleeve t-shirt. It's sticking to my skin. Sweat pools in the dip of my neck. Why is it so hot in here? Mr. Shiny? I ask, a little too loudly. He throws a stern look at me. It's Mr. Shinity, Miss Smith, you know that. I expect you to respect me and this school. The air clogs in my throat, only this time it's not the swarm of bees but the stifling heat in the room clinging to me that threatens to undo me. Will you please turn off the heat? It's too hot in here. He frowns and turns to the thermostat that's fastened on the wall near his desk. Why do you have it on now, anyway? It's not even the end of summer yet, I complain, my hands growing sweatier, slipping off the sides of the desk. It's stifling. I'm going to melt, a student snorts. A round of laughter fills the room. I grind my teeth, keeping my gaze on the teacher. Shiny's head spins back toward me like a cricket's. I suggest you roll up your sleeves until you can wear a shorter-sleeved shirt. Never mind, I mumble, my whole body on fire, and jump out of my seat as I grab my bag and rush to the door. Miss Smith, where do you think you're going? I hear Mr. Shiny's command behind me, but it doesn't matter. I have to get out of here now, before the noise of their laughter deafens me. I rush down the corridors, the echo of my shoes slapping against the bare white walls. I stumble as I turn a corner, but pull myself upright, flying past the rows of dark blue lockers. The clogging in my throat starts to dissipate as I round the final corner and reach the entrance. The secretary calls out to me, but I keep pushing forward, my hand pressing against the long, heavy bar that swings the door wide open. Crisp outdoor air instantly cools my skin and swooshes into my lungs. I stop in my tracks and close my eyes and nearly choke on the fresh air as it pumps the gas-infused air out of me. I gratefully suck in lungfuls of the soothing atmosphere. Focus, Natalie. Focus. Remember the breathing techniques he taught you. Slowly take in the air and let it out slowly. Yes, that's it. 3 more times. I close my eyes and take in one final breath. Gone is the acrid air, the wild flames threatening to explode through my heart. I can breathe again. And it's heavenly. I turn toward the building. Should I go back to class or wait until next period? If I go home now, won't it be worse tomorrow? The school will call my mom. She might ground me, and I could lose my shot at being a part of the play. I chew on my nail bed, pondering what to do. Mama usually doesn't get home until 7:30 from her nursing shift, but since she's off today, she might be home. Bliss High only has our landline number. Why Mama never got rid of the thing and got a cell phone in this day and age is beyond me. If she's home, she'll hear the message. But if I go home now, I'll miss the auditions. My chance of getting to work alongside Mandy. I shake my head. It's too great a risk. I look at my hand. The thumb bed is bleeding. I cross the lawn, pull open the door, and hurry back to class. My finger aches a little, but that's nothing compared to being a senior at Bliss High. I've been a nobody for far too long. A nothing. This is my year, and I will become somebody before I graduate. Chapter 3. By the time lunch rolls around, I can't think of anything but drama class, which isn't until last period. Waiting has never been so hard. My chest is tight from all the times I keep holding my breath. If I don't get a part, I'll die. The meat on my tray looks like it's decomposing, and the red apple is bruised. Red. Last summer. Natalie, honey, you have to listen to me. It's all hazy. The heat feels suffocating. I clutch my throat. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I shut my eyes against the crimson-orange haze. A desperate breath rolls through me. I slowly open my eyes, daring to look, daring to see. My lunch tray stares back at me. Not the heat or the red glare. I exhale with relief. The crummy tater tots are the only thing that look halfway edible. I chew on part of one while I survey the cafeteria. Brandon Rockford, the king of the wrestling team, and his wrestling buddies Jacob and Kyle are horseplaying on one of the longer tables. Even though the season won't start until September, they're already pumped. "We're gonna kick their butts, just you watch!" Brandon points a finger at them, and they all whoop as they snap their tater tots at each other. It's amazing how the entire school looks on as if they're watching a long-awaited blockbuster film. Brandon is Bliss High's most popular guy, and Mandy's boyfriend. He's cute and tall with dreamy dark blue eyes and thick black wavy hair that falls just short of his shoulders. He looks like a rock star. Who am I kidding? So do Kyle and Jacob, which is probably why they're popular. There's something I have learned about being a senior at Bliss High. When you look the part, no one questions you. At the next table over, next to Mandy, is annoying Tabitha, Justine, who's quieter than a dead mouse, heartless Hannah, and everything's about me, Emily. None of them deserve her, but they're all too stupid to realize that. I bite hard into a second tater tot, despising how mushy it tastes. Can't the cooks make anything right? It is their job, after all. I spit out the spongy thing and dump the rest of the food in the trash bin by the exit. "No, stop!" Tabitha squeals with delight as Jacob chases her around the table, enjoying the chase. He finally catches her and scoops her in his arms. He has these huge muscles, and they flex when he picks her up. I snort. Apparently they're dating now. I roll my eyes and make my way into the hall, down the long empty corridor to my locker, the air suddenly too thick and stifling. It will all be over soon, Natalie. All of it. I slide down to the floor, leaning my back against the locker, and pull out my physiology book to study a little bit more for today's test. I've got most of the information memorized, so I flip over to Chapter 4 on biochemistry. The most fascinating part of it is how it discusses the body's way of metabolizing. The chemical process is beautiful, and the 5 steps of the metabolic process is wonderfully complex. It's easy to forget I'm reading a book of science when it feels like reading for pleasure. The bell rings too soon. I slam the book shut and drop it in my backpack, hurrying to the other side of the building and sliding into Miss Rose's classroom before the second bell chimes. Hannah and Emily are in their seats, giggling behind me. If they don't shut up, I won't be able to concentrate, but the last thing I want to do now is draw attention to myself. "Okay, class, put everything away except a pencil." Miss Rose adjusts her wire-framed glasses, which are always sliding off her nose. She purses her rose-colored lips, a tribute to her name, as she hands a stack of tests to the first student in each row. By the time I get the 2-sheet exam, the 2 imbeciles have stopped their fit of giggles, but now they're whispering to each other. When you look just right, you can get away with anything. Anger boils inside me. They can't ruin today for me. I stretch my mind back to what I learned some time ago. A way to stay focused on a particular thing and block out all distractions. I had to practice it a lot at first, but eventually it came naturally to me. I managed to tune them out until all I can see is the paper in front of me. I stare at the first set of prompts, all multiple choice, which I despise because they usually read like trick questions. I circle the answers I think are right, but when I get to the 4th question, Hannah is smothering a giggle, which breaks me out of my zone. I turn around. Everything about Hannah is dark, from her dark chocolate skin to her black hair to her bottom-of-the-well eyes, all the way to her dark, dry, throaty chuckle. Does she practice the husky sound, or is it actually real? Even more ridiculous is the smattering of freckles across her cheeks, bridged by her nose, which emphasizes sort of innocence she in no way possesses. It's laughable. I set down my pencil and slowly crane my neck as I swivel to fully face her. Her eyes are on her paper, and she's filling in her sheet, but the corners of her mouth fight back amusement. I work the muscles in my throat and spit out, "Can't you just shut up so the rest of us can take the test in peace?" Her hand slides off her mouth, and her big dumb eyes widen as she looked at me, her lips forming an O shape. Satisfied by her reaction, I turn back around and pick up my pencil, finishing the multiple choice section. The next part includes short answers. Number 1. Which cell in the human body only uses glycolysis for ATP production? That's too easy. Erythrocyte. I scribble the answer, feeling pretty good about my progress so far. Number 2. Explain how metabolism works. Another easy one. In fact, my favorite part of this class so far is learning how the body simultaneously builds up and breaks down our tissues and energy stores for fuel. It reminds me of how the brain functions, constantly up and down, never stopping long in one place. I get to the next question, and Emily guffaws under her breath. If I say something, I'll make a spectacle of myself. She's sitting a couple of seats back in the adjoining row, and I risk Miss Rose seeing me. So, I do the next best thing and muster a musical crescendo in my ears. A symphony of notes, some brassy, others a dull clanging sound, thrash around my head, but the noise blocks her out and gives me the mental rush I need to finish the exam. Since I finish early, Miss Rose lets me go, flashing me a kind smile, which I return before I kick into a sprint the second I enter the hall. Outside in the warm summer air, I dash across the pavement to the auditorium where drama class is held. Miss Jones won't be here for a while, which gives me enough time to mentally prepare for auditions. If I get a part, any part, my whole life will change for the better. Because being in Mandy's life more than I am now means I am exactly where I should be. And soon, very soon, all will be right in the world. Candy's wish centers around a young girl, Candy, whose parents stop talking to each other when her little baby sister dies. All Candy wants is for peace in their home again. Secretly, I replace Candy's name with my own and create my own Christmas wish. They say you make a wish when you blow out your birthday candles or toss coins into a fountain. Now it's my turn. My own way. I set down my bag and slide down. I close my eyes and tuck my head into my knees, hugging myself as I slowly rock back and forth, whispering fiercely with every ounce of conviction in me. I wish to be Mandy Wright's best friend, forever. The yearning lingers in my soul as my eyes flutter, the cool floor cradling me. I look around. My heart beats happily as I inhale the scent of new paint and polished floors, feeling restored. Not only is this the year my entire life will change, but Mandy's will change too. There are so many lies surrounding Mandy, and she doesn't even know it. But when we become friends, she will finally know, and she will be eternally grateful to me for saving her. Suddenly, the distant echo of excitable voices puts me on alert. Something wet slides out of the corner of my mouth. I'm slumped on the ground, my knees scrambled together. I gasp, "Oh my gosh! How did I get down here? I fell asleep." I jerk my head toward the hall. Nobody there. They're too far to have heard me speaking to myself. I jump to my feet and run my hands down my pants to smooth out the wrinkles as I pull my backpack over my shoulder. I touch my head. My hair must look a disaster. But I don't have a mirror, and the bathroom is on the other side of the building. I don't have time to get there. Wait! The door to the theater has a little window toward the top. I peer into it and study my reflection. My hair is matted down, not fluffy or disastrous, still straight and smooth. I release a heavy sigh of relief. Oh my gosh, he's so cute! I can't believe he asked me out, like we've been a couple for a whole week now. Tabitha's squeaky voice grinds each nerve cell in my body as she gets closer. The back door of our classroom opens and shuts. Lights flicker on inside. Miss Jones sets a clipboard on a table near the stage and takes out a ring of keys. I force myself to stare at the closed door, willing Miss Jones to open it. Now. The sudden whoosh of the heavy door soothes me. Miss Jones' face lights up as she welcomes me in. I smile back, hurrying inside without looking behind me. I sit in a lone chair near the back, where I can gather my thoughts. Above the stage, someone has painted in bright white and pink candy cane-shaped letters over a dark green background the words, "Candy's Wish." A spark enters my body. I can envision my name in the cast of characters list right next to Mandy's. She will get the starring role, I will be an extra. I'll be one closer to rescuing her, one step closer to being her real friend. "Emily, you're up." Miss Jones' voice fades into the background as a black cloud settles over me. I mumble, self-important Emily, self-seeking, self-centered, self-absorbed. "Are you okay?" A gangly-looking boy who's sitting a few chairs away frowns at me. I shoot him a dirty look. He quickly looks away. I mutter under my breath as I clutch the sides of the chair. All is well. All is well. All is well. The twig scoots around in his seat, unsettled by me. More quietly, I resume the mantra. My nerves settle. My anxious thoughts, that black cloud, dissolve. Emily is all confidence on the stage. She'll get the part, whatever it is. She's petite and cute, with a button nose and big boobs, and she doesn't have to do anything to get what she wants. The darkness descends upon me. Sometimes it's suffocating. Sometimes it feels like it will drown me. "It's the Christmas spirit we must seek," Emily is saying. Kyle, gorgeous but empty-headed, with a well-known temper, watches her with rapt attention. He's only here to support her, since wrestling season starts next month. Kyle's tall and lean and pale, with reddish freckles all over his nose, and despite his temper, he's nice. Emily doesn't deserve him. Emily doesn't deserve to breathe. Hannah is sitting up front next to Mandy. I look away. Dark and wiggly like the serpent in the Eden's garden, the blackness curls inside of me like a mini reptile, squeezing the walls of my stomach. Close your eyes, Natalie. Breathe in deeply. They don't control you. Don't let them. Yes, that's it. Another long breath. Feel it pass through your nasal passage and into your skull. Now it spreads into all of your limbs. Yes. More breaths. Good. Long and deep. It's so warm. Feel it rush through your limbs, slip inside your veins, and now it darts into the pit of your stomach. Breathe in. Out. The snake tries to get away. Don't let it. It's uncoiling. Breathe in. Take control. You've got it. Now squeeze. Open your eyes. Release its head. Breathe out, nice and long. Again. 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 The black rolls away. The snake slithers off. Emily steps down from the stage and joins Mandy. I look at my watch, a white plastic band, one of those cheap Walmart brands. We've already been here for 20 minutes. How many auditions have I missed? What if I missed Mandy's? My heart whacks my chest hard. My hands grow sweaty. After all this time, I can't have missed hers. I can only see the backs of their heads, but Emily leans toward her, whispering something. Brandon's here now, too, for support, sitting on Mandy's other side. He must have just arrived. Mandy Wright? Miss Jones sounds like the blessed lull of a stream as my vital sides tranquilize. As she rises from her seat, her beautiful honey hair swishes down her back. She makes her way to the stage, her shoulders high and pulled back, her chin slightly up in total confidence. Perfection. When she reaches the landing and faces us, her deep crimson lips curve into a smile, and it lights up her rosy cheeks, the smile of a goddess. "Santa, all I want is one thing." Mandy's tone is filled with sadness as a tear slides past her cheek. No one in the room moves because all of us are captivated by her. "Oh, Santa, please tell me you're real. You must be. It can't all have been a lie." She pauses and sniffles and works herself up to shed another tear. "My parents left me. Don't you leave me too." Her plea fades as she looks out at the audience. Miss Jones' sunny face stares at Mandy in wonder, and her mouth breaks into a dazzling smile. "Oh, Mandy, that was amazing! Absolutely gripping!" Do the rest of them hear the voice of an angel? I doubt it. Most of them are too shallow to comprehend someone as faultless as Mandy. Everyone bursts with energy, clapping and yelling as she steps off the stage, but no one is happier for her than I am. She's got the lead, I know it. When the cheers die down, I almost don't hear Miss Jones call me to the front. I clear my throat, suck in a deep breath, smooth down my hair, remember my posture, and slowly make my way to the stage. Most people care only about themselves, but Mandy is more important to me than myself. I am not selfish like the others, and that fact alone will make all the difference. This is the moment I have been waiting for, the first step toward setting Mandy free and becoming her best friend. Forever. Chapter 4. It takes a lot of willpower, but I managed to distract myself from Mandy and her sure win of the lead in order to concentrate on my own audition. Obtaining my role is just as necessary, though not as meaningful, as Mandy getting hers. When you're selfless like me, you care more about the other person than yourself, and you will do anything to make sure they are happy. You see, it's not enough to share lunch or other classes with Mandy, because they're always around. But in a play, roles are assigned and parts have to be played, which means no one can get in the way of what's meant to be. Miss Jones hands me a sheet of dialogue. I clear my throat once more. It's become so dry. And I turn up the volume once I feel the depth and passion of my pitch return. It's a tiny role for one of the town girls, but it means I get to share a lot of scenes with Mandy. I read my lines with utmost fervor, fueled by the hope that I will get the part, that I will get to work alongside Mandy every day for the next several months, that we will get to be a part of a world no one can manipulate. I finish my lines. Miss Jones looks pleased. With a thankful smile, I hand her the sheet as I descend the steps, hurrying back to my seat. I did it. I don't know how, it just all came out of me. I felt the eagerness and happiness of the girl as though those emotions belonged to me. Twig is clapping as he flashes me a smile. My smile grows wider as I look at him. Thank you, I tell him, hoping he can forget my rudeness from earlier. That wasn't really me. Outside, the end of summer is close. Soon fall will come and go, and winter will arrive, my favorite time of year, when the snow decorates the ground and the bitter chill fills your bones. The bus driver flicks out a cigarette as I approach the glossy yellow vehicle, with sharp, proud black letters reading Bliss High on the side. He thinks I don't notice, but I can smell the sickly stench on him long after he hides his filthy habit. I don't know what's worse, that my mom, who is supposed to be a representative of health, smokes like a chimney, that underage Hannah does, or that our own bus driver keeps the habit. They're all disgusting human beings who should be ashamed of themselves. Well, at least their nasty habits come with a price, a gradual decline of their well-being. I sit way in the back, where I don't have to be subject to the reeking bus driver. I live in the city of Springton, an affluent suburb of gated communities and rolling lawns. My wealthy daddy left Mama his massive inheritance out of guilt, I suppose, for running off with another woman. Who knows? He didn't stick around to explain himself. But Mama wasted no time moving us out of my childhood home and into a huge house as far away from his memory as possible. Mama sure didn't help matters either. If she'd trusted him, maybe he wouldn't have left us. She's the nosy type, even with me, which is why I have to be careful about what I say and do. Mama thinks she's looking out for me, the way she's always checking up on me. Asking how my day at school went is her favorite question these days, but I learned from Daddy that the less she knows, the better. A few minutes later, the bus rolls to a stop sign on a slight hill at the intersection of the main road and the side street, where my house sits among a row of cookie-cutter homes, all with emerald green manicured yards. It's like the Stepford Wives here, the neighborhood so deceptively perfect. If you play the part just right, no one will ever know the truth. Mama isn't home yet, which gives me time to myself. I scream as loudly as possible as I skip around the house. I'm in! I'm in! It doesn't matter what role Jones assigned me, because I will play any role to be Mandy's friend. My life is about to change for the better, just like I've been dreaming. No more lies. We will be free. I skid to a halt and enter the bathroom. In front of the little mirror that hangs a bit crooked over the faucet, I lean over the sink and stare, slowly, inch by inch, at every crevice and pockmark on my face. Use the 3-time magnification mirror to detect your impurities and imperfections. I can hear Mama's voice even when she's not here. Right. It doesn't hurt to practice some more. Practice makes perfection. I pull out my makeup bag from under the sink. It's black, like my backpack, with a purple impatient patch sewn in the middle. I grab the compact mirror and hold it up to my chin first, clawing away the nasty pimples and blackheads, then move to the rest of the T-zone to finish the job. Next comes the concealer, the most important part, to hide the nasties. That's what she calls them most of the time. My stomach grumbles for sustenance. I'm feeling so good I don't ignore it. A peanut butter sandwich should do the trick, just enough protein and fiber to satisfy me. I quickly prepare my meal in the kitchen and head toward my room. Along the way, I smell Mama's awful cigarettes, even though she's not here. But something else drifts into my nose, something just as wretched. Frowning, I backtrack and glance into the dark hollow of her bedroom doorway. The foul smell drifts unpleasantly somewhere deep inside. I can only imagine what disarray her room is in, and she gives me a hard time. Disgusted, I move down the hall. I slide into my chair at my small workspace, where I keep my laptop. I power it on and sign into my Connections account. I click on Mandy's profile and smile at her picture-perfect image, a starlet waiting to be discovered. I scroll through her latest photos. A shot of her with Tabitha as she tries to balance Mandy's foot in her hands. Another shot of Mandy with Brandon, the two of them entangled in each other's arms. I click on the image to see it at full size. His dark hair tangles into hers, a juxtaposition of blonde and black, contrasting so perfectly. They stare into each other's eyes, their bodies so close as if they are one person. My heart knocks with a burning as I stare at them. I've never seen anything like this, a seamless flow of emotions under the spell of enchantment. True love. I wipe the tear off my face and bite into my sandwich, which is now crunchy and hard. It sits in my stomach like a rock, but I swing my attention to the picture of the couple, the most perfect couple who ever lived. It's enough to make anybody's soul sing. I sign out and look at the half-eaten sandwich on my plate. I shove part of it into my mouth, crushing the stale bread between my teeth and forcing it down. Okay, you're full. You're full, that's right. Keep saying it and it will come true. I look away from the food. Mama will be proud of me. As if on cue, I hear her come in through the front door. You're home early, I call out. No, darling, it's after 8. Really? I answer more to myself. Sure enough, my watch reads 8:30. I guess I sat here daydreaming longer than I thought. I leave my bedroom and set my plate on the kitchen table as I stand silently in the doorframe, my hands on my hips, waiting for Mama to turn from the stove and notice my new look. The smell of ramen noodles fills the air. When she turns, her mouth drops a little. Natalie, what have you done? I grind my teeth. What is that supposed to mean? She waves her hands in the air as she scans me from head to toe. This isn't like you. She shakes her head as if in shock. I know, Mama. I give her a tight smile. You'll be so proud of me, I promise. Wait until you hear what happened to me today. I give her all the details, highlighting the way they all applauded me when I finished my audition. She places a hand on her chest. Oh my. Now I know I've impressed her. Callbacks are next week, and I'm almost positive I will get the part. What wonderful news! No wonder you're so made up. I beam, taking in her pride with a ladle. And you don't have to worry about dinner, because I was good. I show her the rest of my sandwich. A lady never gorgeous, always sure to leave at least a few bites on her plate. She moves towards me and clutches my shoulders. You see, I told you you could do it. It's a matter of self-discipline. When you put your mind to something, you can do anything. She smiles, and I try my best to ignore her yellowed teeth from years of chain smoking. She puts her lips to my ear. The rank stench of cigarettes invades my nose. Anything. Letting go of me, she smiles and nods. She's even crying because she's so happy for me, and she turns back to the stove where she stirs the noodles in the boiling water. Anything, I mouth silently, as I set the plate in the sink. Yes, anything. I can do anything. I go to the living room and pick up the TV remote and turn on a romantic drama. The episode showcases the main couple, and he proposes to her in the mountains at their favorite spot near the lake. I sigh as I lean my head back against the upholstered couch. Just like Mandy and Brandon, the perfect couple, starting their perfect future together. I can see him kneeling in a garden somewhere, and her face of bliss as she accepts his proposal, and then she is walking down the aisle dressed in the most elegant wedding dress ever made, and soon they are kissing and waltzing across the dance floor as we all look on, and the sparkling white lights accentuate the room, and the music enraptures us all as we watch them embracing paradise. I press my hand to my chest. Oh, the music sounds so sweet. I pluck a tissue from the box on the small glass table and wipe my face. The couple in the show are gazing tenderly at one another, like they should be, the way Mandy and Brandon gaze at each other, because they are meant to be. One day, I will get to be at her table, partaking in her life instead of watching from the sidelines or online, getting the invaluable opportunity to share the highlights of her life. "There's always a sign when the time is right," Mama always says. And she's right. Soon there will be a sign. I don't know what it will be, but I'm certain it's very close. My heart twists with exhilaration. Chapter 5. The second week of August. Today, Miss Jones will announce the cast for Candy's Wish. My nerves are cross-firing. Giant bat wings flap against my ribcage. Perspiration seeps through the pores of my body. I'm such a patient person, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to wait. I take in a deep breath, expecting the flowery scent of the air freshener I keep in my room, but instead, I breathe in the bad odor inside my armpits. Grumbling, I snatch the deodorant from the bathroom cabinet and roll it under both pits. In the mirror, my hair looks lopsided, completely scrunched into a knotted mess from my side sleeping position. The straightener has been shoved into one of the sliding drawers. How did that happen? Has Mama been snooping through my things? I swore I'd never do it again. Why won't she just leave me alone? Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if my daddy never left us. Ever since, Mama has become more invasive about my life, as if it's any of her business. The only things that matter to her are her job and me. It's smothering. I can still remember him in bits and pieces, like the way he always smelled of Old Spice, and how his lips would curl up and his eyes would go squinty whenever he made silly faces at me. He taught me how to play frisbee, and how to ride a bike, how to shoot a gun. But he's gone now, and as Mama used to say, there's no sense in remembering someone who stopped caring about you. What she doesn't ever say is how sometimes it's hard to forget. Plugging in the straightener, I grab my round hairbrush and start smoothing out my hair, but the brush snags on one of my stubborn waves. A pair of heavy black-handled scissors hangs off the sink. I snip off the strand, then comb the rest into small sections. Steam rises from the straightener. I carefully glide it down each divided part, ensuring no ugly curl or wave exists. Finished, I glance at my reflection. My face bends and my nose slopes long and wide, like in one of those carnival mirrors. I spend the next half hour fixing my face, until I'm presentable. By the time I'm done, Mama has already left for work, and I have only 2 minutes to make the bus. Grabbing my bag, I race out the front door and up the street, reaching the stop sign seconds before the big yellow bus screeches to a stop. I'm surprised to find Justine sitting in one of the rows. She always drives her BMW to school. She glances at me, then shifts to face the window. None of her movements elicit a single sound. As dead as a mouse. I scoff as I sweep past her, and as stupid as one, too. The boring ride to school comes to a halt moments later. Justine scurries out the door like a timid little rodent. Mandy and Tabitha wait for her near the front of the school. Tabitha high-fives them. "You got the part, you know it," she tells Mandy. Mandy smiles and hugs her. I swallow down the bile. Her trust in them is endangering her with each day that passes. A heavy rock sinks into my chest. Will there ever be a sign? I slap my cheek, feeling ashamed, and quickly look around. No one sees me. I have to get a grip. Reality check, Natalie. Of course there will be a sign. Don't ever lose that conviction. It's meant to be. It has always been meant to be. The shame rapidly transforms into despair. I hang my head. It feels as heavy as my overloaded backpack. I've been waiting forever to be a part of her life. A deep, familiar sorrow overshadows me. The best come to those who wait, dear. My Mama's mantra echoes in my mind. Words she declared ever since I was little. One time, when I was 7, I had to wait my turn to swing at the playground. I started jumping up and down and yelling impatiently. In her croaky voice she told me, "I know it must be hard to wait to play, but it won't be much longer now, dear. If you remember anything I taught you, it's that the best come to those who wait." The urgency faded, and my breathing slowed, and by the time my turn came, I realized she was right. It was the best. When I got on that swing, the wind carried my feet high into the air, and the sense of being weightless carried my whole body toward the sky. There was this other time, shortly after my daddy left, right before my 12th birthday, and I didn't want to wait to get my cake. I was desperate to forget he'd abandoned me, and my mom said it was only a week away, and the best come to those who wait. That birthday cake tasted better than any other cake I'd had. Mandy dances across the lush grass, snapping me out of the past. Her shiny hair winds down her back in cascading waves, not a single lock out of place. "Oh, I hope so, you guys. I would love to play candy," she says. Her head turns my way, the happy smile still playing on her face. There it is again, the thread between us that awaits our true connection. I feel it so strongly it explodes inside my mind. Mandy must feel it too. She turns back to Tabitha and Justine. I wish I knew Mandy's world the way they do, but I can get close. I follow them inside and whip out my phone as I hide in a corner. Connections pulls up right away. Mandy's latest post is dated at 7:31 p.m. last night. A picture of her with Hannah, posing on someone's farm. Another photo showing Emily and Justine feeding chickens? I remember Mandy singing a song and talking about her favorite actress. I post something about Carly Hollins, her favorite star, hoping she'll notice. Seconds later, she hearts the post. I'm beyond thrilled. Of course, she doesn't know it's me, that I am Drama Girl, but I've shared something with her that makes her glad, which further confirms our destiny as best friends. As I scroll through her timeline, my smile of happiness feels warm like the sun. I put away the phone and start walking to Honors English, wiping a stubborn tear off my face as I'm forced to watch them. My happiness and hope never last long. Never. I will never be free until Mandy is free. Tabitha waddles as the other two shake their heads. My heart turns into a glass stone, so hard it feels like it will shatter at any moment. I close my eyes super tight and repeat my faithful mantra until my heart regenerates into something softer. Thankfully, Mr. Shiny starts his lecture right away. I can tune out, erasing the phonies from my mind. I glance discreetly at Mandy. Her fingernails are painted a deep red, almost as shiny as her honey hair. The buttercup glow on her eyelids brings out the shine of her crystal blue eyes. Tabitha leans over to whisper something to her. My teeth clench with annoyance. I drag my gaze away and focus on Mr. Shiny's words. I take meticulous notes, fascinated by the story structure. But as class ends and I head over to the next hallway of classrooms to history, my heart squeezes with disappointment. I bite so hard on my bottom lip, a trail of blood oozes over my chin. Tears blur my vision as I pause at the entrance of the girls' bathroom. It's getting harder to wait for the sign. What if it never comes? I've been waiting forever. I've been extremely patient. But each day that passes by feels like a cruel joke. Like one of those old cartoons where the guy starts running, but his destination continues to stay out of reach no matter how far he goes. I start to hyperventilate. My hands shake violently as I push open the bathroom door. A couple of girls cluster together at the far end of the sinks. I rush inside the first stall and softly shut the door, hoping they don't see me. The best comes to those who wait. The best come to those who wait. The best come to those who wait. I shake my head as tears splatter against my face. Mama's words don't comfort me anymore, they haunt me. One of the girls makes a puffing noise. The smell of cigarette smoke assaults my nostrils, reminding me of Mama again. What a hypocrite she can be, providing healthcare and smoking her life away. I bite my lip with disgust, the coppery taste of blood still fresh. You can't tell her. I mean, ever. If she knew, oh my gosh, can you imagine what she would do? It's Hannah talking, and I'd recognize her husky voice anywhere. She pauses to take another drag of her cigarette, I assume, because a couple seconds later she's blowing out air again. Don't worry. I cross my heart and hope to die. I can't believe Justine is keeping a secret. The little mouse is actually part of Hannah's betrayal? Who is she betraying? Why? I tear off a strip of toilet paper and wipe the blood off my lips. Want a hit? Hannah asks. No way. Justine's voice squeaks. Super excited for Mandy. She was so amazing up there. How dare they talk about her as if they truly care? I grind my teeth and tear off another strip of toilet paper, using it to wipe the tears, fresh tears tracing down my face. Stop it. Stop it. Stop crying like a little baby. The best come to those who wait, dear. The best come to those who wait. Pain courses through my veins, trickles like fire inside my heart, and U-turns into my arms. Stop it. Stop the burning. I grab hold of the steel handlebar, squeezing so hard it sparks more fire inside my arms. I bite harder on my bottom lip, willing the icy cold to fill my body to put out the flames. Oh, Justine, Hannah groans. What am I going to do? Maybe you won't have to do anything. Hannah sighs. There's a long silence. I let go of the bar and slither over to the corner of the stall, peeking through the slim crack. Hannah is hunched over. Her shoulders always slope forward like she has no spine. The frickin' Quasimodo. Hannah puts her butt out in one of the sinks as Justine fluffs her dirty water-string hair, which insists on lying flat. They leave together. Hannah shuffling forward in her usual slanted strut. I kick the stall door open and stand in front of the mirror, my tear-stained face looking back at me with renewed self-confidence. I can hardly contain the excitement boiling within me. Concentrating in history and psychology is practically impossible, yet somehow I make it to lunch. The first thing I see is Jacob and Tabitha sitting together, all cozy. It's nauseating. If her smile gets any bigger, I hope it breaks her face. Mandy and Brandon cuddle together next to them. Kyle shifts a little closer to Emily. I guess they're dating now, too. All of them are clones. As soon as Mandy and Brandon became an item, others followed suit. Pathetic imitators of the real thing, and not even good imitators at that. Poor Mandy. I promise it won't be much longer until you're free of them, Mandy. The rest of the afternoon goes by painstakingly slow. Whenever I glance at the wall clock, I swear the hands haven't moved. At least I know the waiting will have been totally worth it. Finally, it's time for drama class. My knees shake when I get up from my desk and exit Miss Rose's classroom. Something is wrong. The air turns yellow, sickly. It pours into my lungs, and it takes all my willpower not to throw it back up. My heart pounds in my ears as I make my way outside and onward to the auditorium, because what if I misread the auditions? What if Miss Jones was only being nice to me, and today I'll be faced with the truth? I'm not good enough. I can't take such rejection, not now, not when being accepted matters more than ever. Carbon monoxide comes out of my mouth raggedly as I push myself toward the building and swing open the door and shuffle to the back of the room to my usual spot. The heat from my body singes the chair and acts as an insulator against the chill of the classroom. I can practically hear my bones rattling against each other as the rest of the students file in. At long last, Miss Jones takes her spot below the stage, holding a list in her hand. When she looks at us, her smile shines brightly and broadly. But smiles don't always mean all is right. Well, I have been impressed with you all. Making this decision was the hardest one I've had to make in all the years I've been teaching, and that's a lot of years. She laughs, and some of the students chuckle along, but most of the laughter resounds uncomfortably. It's always awkward when a teacher tries to sound funny. It doesn't work. Please, please let me in. I have to get in. I have to protect her. I squeeze my hands between my knees, and all I can feel is a fire blazing across my skin. Okay, wonderful students, now is the time. Miss Jones peers at the paper in her hand. For the role of Candy, we have Mandy Wright. The entire room breaks out in whoops and happy screams. Emily, Hannah, and Tabitha jump up and down as they dance around Mandy, Kyle slaps her a high five, and Brandon swoops in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Mandy's face shines with exhilaration, but it doesn't matter, not until I know I'm in. Miss Jones finishes assigning the rest of the roles, slowly, too leisurely, one by one. Emily gets the role of Candy's friend. Hannah is picked for one of the bullies, perfect for her, and she has the slouch and hobble to match it. I rid my mind of all doubts until I am an empty shell. The thundering of hooves pounds inside my head. I faintly hear the names of students as Miss Jones calls them out one after the other, in slow motion, Until, in what seems like the longest-awaited denouement, I hear my own name. Chapter 6. The last Thursday in August. My head's been swimming with euphoria for the past 2 weeks. I got a part in Candy's Wish. Not only do I get to be one of the town children, I am also an understudy for Emily. This is it, the crucial step to becoming Mandy Wright's best friend. Of course, I'm a realist. I understand it won't happen instantaneously. There's a process that has to be executed. Thankfully, I started it a few weeks ago, in time for senior year, preparing for the day the sign would be made evident when I secured my part in the play. But first, I had to do a lot of work along the way, and none of it was easy. I started with my hair and face and body and clothes. I'm not the shallow type, not at all, but I have to look right if I stand a chance. I mean a real chance. My appearance isn't the most important thing, but it is the first thing that matters. Think of a book. Your eyes are naturally drawn to the cover and how it makes you feel. You react with judgment, though it's more of a subconscious action. The same response applies when you meet someone. We associate a person's looks with how we feel about them and think about them. Remember the monster in Frankenstein? People either ran screaming from him or tried to kill him, all based on his appearance. See how important one's image is? I climb the stairs of the bus and take a seat in the back. I'm smiling so hard it sticks to my face. I'm not used to feeling happy. It's incredible. This must be what the road to justice feels like. A short while later, the bus screeches to a stop outside Bliss High. You ever have one of those moments where you know your life is about to change? Well, that's happening to me right now. My face tingles with an uncontrollable energy, spreading into my chest and dropping to my stomach as I step off the bus. The first thing I see are Tabitha and Mandy playing around in their usual spot. I rub my jaw, fighting off the darkness as I stand off in the distance. Mandy heads inside the school, and Brandon comes from the student parking lot and joins Tabitha. They both glance in the direction where Mandy entered the building, then they look at each other and whisper back and forth. What is going on? They enter the school and are huddled together when I pass them. I scoot around the corner and lean against the wall. Their voices carry loud enough for me to hear. As usual, the phonies are too self-absorbed to pay attention to anyone else around them. I could record their conversations and anonymously write a biography on each of them, and they would never figure out who the author was. It's like witnessing connections in real life. Oh my gosh, seriously? Tabitha guffaws like her horsey self. I know, crazy, right? Brandon answers. But how will we do it? I mean, without her knowing. I peek around the corner. Brandon smiles slyly. They're keeping a secret from Mandy. When I swallow, a fire singes my throat. How could I be so wrong about Brandon? I feel so guilty for missing something, a sign of sorts. Have I been too preoccupied with other things? How did I miss this? How did I not see he was a phony too? Or am I wrong? Suddenly I feel so helpless, like I've been blindsided. No, Natalie, you knew something like this would happen. It's okay. It will be okay. I have to protect Mandy. That's all that matters. Tabitha nods and smiles and squeezes Brandon's hand before they take off in different directions. Unbelievable. They're actually flirting. No, Tabitha is flirting. Here in the open, right behind her back. So sure she will never get caught. Although, if I am honest with myself, I shouldn't be surprised. Tabitha is a big fat liar. A pathetic carbon copy of Mandy. The bell rings for first period. English turns out to be less than endurable. Having to sit here and watch Tabitha talk to Mandy like she wasn't just flirting with her boyfriend? And what about Jacob? How can she do this to her own boyfriend? What secret are she and Brandon keeping? Mandy looks so sweet and pure. She has no idea she's talking to the one who betrayed her. My stomach lurches. I jump up and run out of the classroom. I make it into one of the stalls in time. My stomach is clenched in a gazillion sharp knots, even as it empties itself of the wretched aftertastes. It's awful, but familiar. Comforting. My legs tremble as I stand. One of them wobbles, but I catch myself by letting myself fall against the stall door. My breathing is rapid as my heart knocks violently in my ears. My hand cradles my stomach. I finger the extra rolls of fat and grimace. I kick open the stall and stand in the middle of the bathroom, listening to the hum of the dying light overhead. The sound cremates all thoughts except for Tabitha, the pathetic carbon copy of Mandy. Plato was brilliant when he spoke of art being mimetic, an imperfect reflection of the original. Tabitha is nothing but a pathetic imitation of the real thing, Mandy. When I return to class, no one says anything. I walk calmly, like I didn't just suddenly flee the room. Pretending sometimes makes things better. Mandy and Tabitha are hunched over their textbooks. Mr. Shiny has written a chapter review on the board. I flip to the assigned section and do my best to concentrate on the reading, but sentences blur together. The aftertaste of vomit lingers at the back of my mouth like poison. Discreetly, I pull out a tissue from my bag and spit into it and get up to toss it in the small waste bin near the door. The way I wish I could toss out Tabitha. A smile spreads across my face as I return to my seat. I can picture her being thrown away. Not literally, of course, but in such a way even Mandy will tremble at the thought of ever having been friends with such a big, fat liar. A thrill surges through me as ideas on how to expose her betrayal swirl inside my brain in fragmented pieces. After class, Mr. Shiny calls me to his desk. As the rest of the students file out, he turns to me with a concerned look. "Natalie, may I ask if you're feeling all right? You seem to be a bit out of sorts lately, abruptly leaving class at times." "Oh, Mr. Shinity, I'm fine. I'm sure it's just a little cold, nothing major." "It would make me feel better if you would at least see the nurse." "I'm fine, really, and I promise not to miss any more class." He looks unsure about my response, but finally he nods and dismisses me. I find my seat in history class, seconds before Mr. Bryce makes his announcements, one of them including a major quiz on the first few chapters tomorrow. All the bubbles in my stomach fizzle. Groaning, my shoulders tightening into messy knots, I close my eyes. With my commitment to the play, I've totally forgotten about the quiz. What am I going to do? A familiar voice makes me turn in my seat. Kyle is talking to Brandon. "I can't believe Bryce sprang this on us," Kyle says, fuming. Brandon shakes his head. "He mentioned it a few days ago." "A few days ago? You know my attention isn't that long." Kyle sneers at the teacher. Now, I know what to do next. Tiny butterflies ignite inside my stomach, and I smile as they fly happily about, because more of the plan is coming to light. For one, revealing Tabitha's true colors. But it has to be right, exactly right. It will be, Natalie. She'll be set free because of you. When I find my seat in the theater room, I can only think about how this moment, this being in a play with Mandy, represents the stepping stone into this next chapter of my life. Most of what Miss Jones is going over are schedules and minor stuff anyway. After a long 50 minutes of class, I stop by the library, remembering Kyle and Brandon are meeting here to study. They're at a corner table, both hovering over their textbooks. Slinking along the far side of the room, I take the long way around the back and move into a row of non-fiction titles. "But that's it. I don't think she likes me. I mean, not the way that I like her," Kyle whispers loudly. Oblivious completely, oblivious to anyone else. They all make this so easy, it's almost not fun. Almost. "Dude, if she can't see how awesome you are, it's her loss." Brandon flips a page in his book. Yeah, I know. But maybe it's me. Maybe there's something about me I need to fix." Kyle smacks his hand on the table, causing a few other students to look their way. "Better watch that temper of yours, Kyle." I pull a random book off the shelf and pretend to be consumed by its contents. It's somewhat relieving to know Brandon isn't interested in Tabitha. Surely he'd be opening up about it to Kyle. I'm so glad I was wrong, even for a second, because Brandon and Mandy's relationship is the paradigm of true love. Brandon tries calming him. "Dude, seriously, you don't need to change anything." All right, keep it down." Kyle looks warily about, then resumes his reading of the text. Out of the corner of his mouth, he mumbles, "So, what's going on with this thing with Mandy?" "I don't know." "Well, you and Tabitha are working it out, right?" Brandon glances around them. "Shh, Mandy's supposed to be joining us. We'll talk about it later, okay?" Kyle shrugs. "Suit yourself." I feel so sick. Something is going on between Brandon and Tabitha, and Kyle knows about it too. Why would he do this to her? Brandon obviously doesn't have any intentions of telling her. How horrible for her to live in ignorance. Whoever said ignorance is bliss was an idiot. I refuse to cry, no matter how awful the truth is. Only rage burns in my heart. And it hits me. The most brilliant yet simplistically obvious idea. How I will expose Tabitha and Brandon. I'll be the one to tell Mandy. I slide the book back in its slot, flinching from the needles digging into my smile. I can hardly contain my excitement as I slip out of the library, thankful no one is paying any attention to me. Back in the main building, where only a handful of students mill about, I make my move. A black Sharpie in my hand and a piece of notebook paper in the other, I write the note, fold it twice, and slip it inside the little vent of her locker. When Mandy reads the note tomorrow, she will be shocked. My only regret is not being able to be there for her, but at least she will be freer. I can hardly contain my excitement all the way home on the bus. The needles push deeper inside my cheeks, causing a faint tickle as I cover my mouth with one hand. My smile is too big, too noticeable. I mustn't let anyone see it. How would I explain myself? I almost laugh. Thankfully, I have excellent self-control. At home, I find myself in the bathroom staring at my face in the mirror. It's strange how much I used to hate my reflection, but I can actually bear looking at myself now. My eyes look a little dazed. After all, I'm in a play with Mandy, so that's to be expected. But my makeup is a bit smudged. I'll have to monitor it better. I smile. No, that's wrong. Try again. Curling my top lip up slightly, I redo the smile. No, too coy. Bigger now, I really let my mouth loose, a sugary sweet smile. My eyes widen. Wow, is that me? Amazing how one tiny thing can make such a big difference. Okay, now for the simple grin. My lips inch up. Good, that's perfect. My walk. I have to make sure that's good too. I lift my shoulders, pivot my hips, and twist from side to side. Yes. Cramps in my stomach suddenly flare up. I groan. It's all their fault. Betrayal is one of the most painful emotions a human can experience. I kneel before the toilet and let out my lunch, my abdomen spasming, getting rid of the negative energy from earlier. I must be more aware of the toxins getting inside me. They can easily block a clear view of things. Flushing the toilet, I feel way better now and confident. Thankfully, Mama isn't home for another few hours, which gives me much-needed time alone. She always can tell when something excites me. I won't let her or anyone else take this away from me. Chapter 7. Friday. Test day. I studied some last night. I feel ready, but how am I supposed to focus when Mandy's being betrayed and she doesn't even know it yet? When I have to sit still in my chair and watch Tabitha adjust big fake glasses as she cracks jokes with her, she's the joke. The only way I can remain calm is knowing Mandy will learn that soon. She always goes to her locker before lunch. This time, she'll be in for an awful truth. But the sooner she's free from the lies, the better. That's something else we have in common, the desire to be free. When I get to history class, I feel a bit more confident about the exam. History is my strength. I am a rote learner, exceptional at memorizing information, entirely owed to my photographic memory. I am very good at remembering everything. Mr. Bryce is one of those teachers who grades while you wait, probably so he can spend time with his family for the weekend. I'm the first to finish the test as usual. He scribbles a big fat A at the top and flashes me a smile. Well done. Beaming, I leave the room. Another cool thing about Bryce is once you're done with the test, you're free to go, which gives me time to ponder Mandy's reaction. I'll have to sit through another class before I get to see it. That means another hour or so of painful waiting. I wander the halls as I wring my hands, my heart smacking in my chest like a mallet clanging against a gong. They got it so hot in here, I can hardly stand it. Who's the genius that turns on the heat when it's still 80 degrees outside? I want to complain to the front office, but after Shiny's dismissal of my concern, it seems a waste of time. Psych class with Mr. Holbright comes before I realize the time, and I barely make it to my seat as the bell rings. I hate this class. Who cares what motivates us? If it's biological or self-actualization or cognitive or any number of reasons. To make matters worse, 10 students transferred in today. Apparently, the other psych class got canceled due to low enrollment, so now our class is a little larger than average. Justine and Hannah are a part of the addition. Hannah's in my physiology class too, but having to be near her and Justine at the same time makes me feel claustrophobic. They're worse than Tabitha. I try not to gag as Hannah's apple body spray invades my nose. I hate that smell. The only thing keeping me together is knowing I get to be a part of Mandy's transformation. Be a part of the beginning of her new life. How many people get to say something like that? That they get to be a part of something as priceless and literally life-altering? Staying focused on my opportunity is the only thing anchoring me now. Even Mama's words of comfort, "The best come to those who wait, dear," have lost their power. Instead of concerning me, though, the recognition comforts me. I can't stay with Mama forever. It's time for me to grow. After all, I will be graduating next year, soon to be an adult. Mr. Holbright's scratchy voice, rumor has it he used to scream so much at the students he lost most of his vocal cords, fades into the background, and I anxiously await the moment. A number of scenarios play in my mind. Mandy walking to the locker, stooping to pick up the note, unfolding it, and... She turns around, her eyes wandering the halls in the hopes of spotting the messenger. A look of surprise as the message sinks in, then anger as she realizes someone close to her has broken her trust. Or Mandy, a look of fury in her icy blue eyes, her face turning red in an instant. Or Mandy, a knowing look spreading across her face, as if her subconscious thoughts are finally set free at the realization that... "Natalie?" Holbright's rasp prickles my ear, interrupting my fantasy. He's glancing at my desk. My eyes follow his gaze to find my hand is moving the pen in a circle on the front of my folder. I drop the pen and peer up at him. He places what looks like a quiz on my desk and moves on. A pop quiz? You gotta be kidding me. Can't teachers have at least the courtesy to coordinate their exams? I glance closer. Short answers. Well, at least there's that. Still, teachers think they can surprise you and then wonder why you bomb their stupid little tests. The answers blur together, and something pinches the inside of my brain. I can't stop thinking of the note, of Mandy's possible reaction, how Tabitha's world is about to spin, how Brandon's reputation will be on the line. Oh, but the betrayal feels so strong, too. I wipe my face, keeping the tears away. They were supposed to be the perfect couple. This isn't supposed to be happening. "Natalie!" Holbright stands to my left, a slight frown on his brow. "I need your quiz." I stare at the paper. I haven't circled any answers, but I don't care. A dumb little test won't matter in the long run. Not when even true love can't survive. He looks disappointed as he takes my quiz and returns to his desk. "Okay, class." Holbright hops onto his desk and holds up the answer sheet. "Let's see how you did, shall we?" "Hannah, what kind of psychology do mood disorders fall under?" The questions are this easy? I cannot believe I spaced out instead of taking the quiz. Isn't that experimental psychology? God, what an idiot. No. Anyone else like to take a guess? Abnormal, I say. Holbright looks at me with a mixture of surprise and appreciation. "Yes, that's correct, Natalie." He clears his throat as someone knocks on the door. All heads turn toward the back of the room. He sets the paper down and heads to the door. The smell of sausage and pepperoni pizza wafts through the air as he mumbles something to the person behind the door before closing it and carrying 3 large pizza boxes to his desk. "Dear students, I want to thank you for your participation. Out of all the years I've been teaching this course, you were the first senior class to truly devote yourself to the lessons. We'll continue going over the answers to the quiz after we eat. He puts the boxes on top of a large table reserved for group projects, beside a stack of paper plates I didn't notice before, and opens the top lid. Waving his hand, he says, "Enjoy." The class erupts in chatter and excitement as they dash over to the table. I wait in my seat for the rumble to end. Justine is last to get her food. I rise and pick up a couple of extra cheesy slices and return to my seat. "Thank you so much for the free pizza today. My family is poor and I am starving." Hannah flashes a sunny, annoying smile. What an attention hog. "Okay, Natalie. Focus on your breathing and your special word like he taught you. Deeply in, slowly out. Repeat." I so wish I could take PE, but I have a special medical condition. My doctor says I can't do anything that will significantly increase my heart rate. Hannah places a hand over her chest to emphasize her condition. "Hope you don't ever have to run for your life." I rip off a big piece of the pizza and shove it in my mouth. The hot pepperoni sticks to the roof of my mouth before it jumps down my throat and wedges itself inside my esophagus like a roaring fire. Moaning, I get up and reach for a mini paper cup of water on the long table, something else I didn't notice before. All the cups of water for the students. Hannah and Justine must be getting to me. "Natalie, you can't let anyone get in your way. Remember to breathe. Breathe, breathe, breathe. If I weren't so fat, maybe I could breathe better." I drop the rest of the pizza slice on the paper plate, disgusted with my indulgence. Mama's admonition replays. "You must always take care of your body or it won't take care of you. Don't eat your feelings or they will eat you." The meat and cheese and bread bubble inside my stomach. Their voices scratch inside my ear. I close my eyes and pinch my lips tightly with one finger, preventing words or vomit from coming out. Holbright claps his hands. "Okay, hope you've enjoyed your lunch today. Let's finish going over the quiz, and afterward I will field any questions." I tune out. What's the point if I know the answers? He only cares if I wrote them down, so my knowledge doesn't even count. Anyway, all that matters is what happens between the end of class and the beginning of lunch, and very soon an important turn of events will take place. Out in the hall a short while later, I move along the eastern end of lockers and hide inside the alcove as students come out of the classrooms. My breaths are more like panting now. My excitement has outgrown itself. All the black is churning into gray, and soon it will be yellow and orange, a fireball of light. Mandy strolls the hall alone. She's almost to her locker. Sweat breaks out on my forehead. My heart pumps more blood than usual. I can envision the plasma sliding through my heart's chambers like a twisting roller coaster. She's about to find out the truth. As horrible as it will be, at least she won't be locked inside a lie. Mandy pauses at her locker, spins the dial, and slowly swings the door open. My note falls at her feet. She stoops to retrieve it and unfolds it. I watch her eyes lose a bit of their crystal light as I imagine my written words playing inside her head. "As your friend, I have to tell you the truth. Brandon is cheating on you with Tabitha." Her body stiffens, and she turns away from the open door, her face expressionless as she watches the bustling activity of the student body. But none of the scenarios I imagined play out. Instead of a look of surprise or anger, or the expectation of the betrayal, a solitary tear slips past her cheek. The look of pain. I know it too well. Sorrow, betrayal, the feeling of being alone, it's all plastered across her face. My pain, no matter how much it hurts, is nothing compared to Mandy's. My heart breaks almost in half at the agony so evident in her eyes. I know how she feels, because it's happening to me too. Her pain bleeds into my heart. I can feel it coursing through my veins as though it were my own. Her crystal eyes sweep over mine as she searches down the hall. Seconds later, they land on mine again, only for a split second, but it's enough for me to see her despair and her desperate need for a true friend. The last thing I ever worried about was my own pain in all this, but now it's manifesting itself like a lonely monster, tapping its talons against the tissue and ligaments inside my body. This must be what it's like to truly care for someone so deeply. And we haven't even become friends yet. The depth of our future relationship will be unbelievable, more than anyone has had the fortune of knowing. Surely a connection, even in its infancy, has never before been experienced to this level. After a long moment, Mandy folds my note and tucks it inside her hand purse. Whatever she intended to retrieve from her locker has been forgotten. She slams the door shut, and the metal clang of it reverberates through the hallway, which is practically empty, most students having gone to the cafeteria. Swiftly, Mandy heads away toward the cafeteria, her shoulders bent forward as if she's on a mission. Perhaps the initial shock is wearing off, and the indignance is forming. What will she do with that anger? With that betrayal? I stay back for several seconds before entering the lunch area, my heart pounding so hard it nearly paralyzes me. All the cliques have taken their unofficially assigned tables. The first couple I see are Tabitha and Jacob. She's giggling in his ear, and he's too stupid to see how fake she is. How wretched she is. Flirting behind Jacob's back and pretending to be this loyal girlfriend. Putting on a smile, playing with his heart. She absolutely deserves what's about to come to her. The only thing keeping me from hurling my bag at her head is the satisfaction of her soon-to-be demise as Mandy's friend. I take a seat near the door. I fear my pleasure won't be easy to hide, so I need a quick escape route. Plus, I'm close enough to Mandy to be able to hear any exchange she has with the phonies. Hannah and Justine walk in and get into line. Brandon and Kyle follow soon after. Where is Mandy? Then I spot her, standing alone in a corner of the room, away from the windows, her body covered in shadows. Again, my heart pinches with the pain I know she must feel. I want to tell her it will be okay. Her life isn't over. In fact, she now will be free from Tabitha and Brandon's lies, free to be truly happy. Another giant step until we are friends. Kyle walks out of line, joining Justine and Hannah, but Brandon pauses in the middle of the room, his gaze roaming the tables. He's searching for his girlfriend, acting like he still cares for her. Pathetic jock. So-called king of the school. Soon to be the pariah of Bliss High. He spots Mandy and walks over to her like he's done nothing wrong. I put my nose in a book, since I have no food to occupy myself. Mandy turns, her eyes glossy. What's wrong? Brandon's hand reaches out to wipe a tear from her face. Amazing how his reflexes are instant and ready. Mandy remains silent, handing him the folded-up paper in response. As he reads my note, I evaluate Mandy's sadness. Did she suspect something was happening all along? Was she waiting for this moment even as her heart was breaking? Maybe she was hiding her true feelings, what she feared underneath it all. Just like that day in the bathroom. I understand, Mandy, I understand. But you can get through this. I've already released you from one lie. He looks up from the note. More tears are forming in her eyes. Brandon protests. It's not what you think. Why does he keep up the ruse when she already knows? How can he live with himself just watching what his lie is doing to her? Brandon Rockford is worse than the other phonies. He's soulless. Mandy shakes her head and sniffs. Why would someone leave me this note? I don't know. You two have been so close lately. I shouldn't be surprised. What are you talking about? We don't... Like today in the courtyard. That's not... Or how you two were whispering when I came back with our food in the mall? Like you have a secret. It's not what you think. Brandon pathetically repeats his earlier fib. Mandy suddenly glares at him, her tears of sorrow changing into tears of anger. Righteous anger that I feel too. The worst lie in the dating book, exactly what a guilty party always says. I'm so sorry, Brandon. You and Mandy made such a good couple, but there's not room for you in her life anymore. Not after you chose to be disloyal to her. Look, I don't know who wrote that or why they wrote it, but I can assure you I have been faithful to you. Liar. She sticks her hands on her hips. How? He sighs. It was supposed to be a surprise. What was? Tabitha and I have been planning a surprise party for your birthday. Tears well in her eyes and her lips quiver. The stillness between them is taking shape. There's no way she will believe it. It's a great cover, Brandon. Well done, but don't think... Oh. She sounds surprised. He takes a hold of her and leans closer to her. I would never do something so hideous. I love you. Oh, Brandon. She rests her head on his shoulder, and he kisses the top of her head. No, this isn't supposed to end like this. Either I misread the clues, or he's lying to her for some reason. But Mandy's no fool, and he looks so sincere. Everything feels jarring, confusing. What am I supposed to do? Think, Natalie, think! I stick a fingernail between my teeth and bite down as my mind scrambles for something else. Yes, that's it. A new plan. A better plan. They pull apart. But that still doesn't explain where this note came from. I mean, who would write this? She peers at the note. He shakes his head. I have no idea. He wads up the note and tosses it into the trash bin. Taking her hand, he leads Mandy to their table. There has to be something. The only thing this changes is what happens next, and how it will happen. I pull my hand out of my mouth. The fingernail has come clean off, and a small tear in my skin is bleeding. I stare at the red spot on my finger pad. A bright splotch slowly spreads across my skin as a dark smile pulls apart my lips. Blood. That's the answer. Blood. Chapter 8. Middle of September, wrestling season. Drama rehearsals, Thursday. Wrestling is a big deal at Bliss High. For other high schools, football or basketball reign the sports arena, but not here at Bliss High. Apparently no other sport matters more than wrestling, from September to November, including the Christmas tournament. The only reason I know this is because signs have been plastered all over the school since August. That, and my awareness of Brandon, the wrestling king, and his counterparts Kyle and Jacob, of course. My daddy was a wrestler in high school, and it was practically all he talked about, holding his 10-second pin. In 10 seconds, he pinned the guy to the mat for 3 seconds, like he was some famous god in history or something. From him, I learned what I needed to know about wrestling. I never thought the information would ever mean anything significant to me. Until now. There are 10 then, different weight classes between 95 to 156, for the lightweights, 145 to 160, for middleweights, and over 170 pounds for heavyweights. The season will last until the first week of December. It will be what drives the life force of Bliss High, right up there with homecoming. With spirits high, people won't be suspicious, so exposing them will be virtually trouble-free. I haven't attended a tournament before, but I will this year. Getting swept up in the soul of the sport will enable me to do what I need to do. Yet, I'm making it sound so simple. In actuality, it's more than that. Candy's wish has been ongoing for the past month. Nothing too interesting has happened, unfortunately, in that time. But our rehearsals have opened some double dialogue, and slowly but surely, opportunities. Being an extremely patient person allows me to carefully assess what needs to be done. The longer a person lives a lie, the harder it is for them to be free in the truth, the more pain they must labor hard to undo. Despite the chaos, despite anyone that tries to get in my way, only one thing matters. Mandy needs to be free. Unfortunately, it won't be easy, because they aren't as translucent about their deception as I would like. If they weren't so good at hiding their secrets, my mission wouldn't be so difficult. Entangled by their web of lies, my empathy for her has grown much stronger. If she knew what I already know, she would be absolutely crushed. But I can't tell her, not like this, because she wouldn't believe me. Sadly, I must wait for the moment when everything allows me to reveal the truth to her, when nothing more stands in the way of that. This is why I have to plan so meticulously, watch them so cautiously, ensure I am there for her when the world she trusts comes crashing down. The morning has rushed by. I barely remember anything from class. The couples have gathered together, the boys in their singlets, the girls in their prettiest outfits and best hair. Brandon and Mandy look so happy. Is their love as real as the couple in my favorite show? It still seems to be, despite my previous misunderstanding. Hannah stares secretly at the couples as though longing for a relationship of her own, as though she deserves one. My stomach dips, curling in on itself, twisting my intestines into a tight knot. She doesn't deserve any happiness, not ever again. I run my hand along the soft material of my jogging pants. They have these deep pockets, which will come in handy today. Hannah isn't exactly the most responsible teenager. She already lost her script to Candy's wish the other day. I pat one of the pockets and smile smugly. Feeling pleased with the turn of events soon to take place, I stick a tater tot in my mouth and follow it with a sip of low-fat milk. My stomach curdles, but I don't care. I stuff my face with the rest of the tater tots and finish the milk, muting my cries as tears scurry past my cheeks. Dumping the trash, I set my tray on top of the metal bin and leave the cafeteria. In the bathroom, I wash my face with the icy cold water from the sink, wiping away the tears. At least my hair looks right. My face does too, even after the silent tears. I skip physiology. I have too much planning to do, and I can't do it at home where Mama's nose is constantly sniffing me out. Turns out, I'm not the only one ditching class. Hannah is too. I watch her saunter down the hall where she bumps into Justine, who should be in math class. Hannah suddenly looks serious, her shoulders stiff, her head rigid as Justine bends her ear to hers. She steps back, shrugs her shoulders. Hannah's head dips, her face deadly serious. Whoa, what's going on? I bite on my thumbnail. Wait a minute. The bathrooms, back in August. How could I have forgotten? There's a secret they keep. I bet it's related to whatever they're saying. Their backs are to me and no one else is around. I quietly move in their direction, holding an open textbook in my hand in case the need to do something arises. Justine's voice is low, but loud enough for me to hear. They are looking outside, still faced away from me as if keeping watch for someone. Is this about Mandy? Are they sharing their true feelings, showing their true colors? Ah, and I am here to listen just in time. It's like it's meant to be. I pause at one of the lockers and pretend to read from my book while letting my gaze creep over the top of it. Justine, I know it sounds so stupid, but I can't stop thinking about him. She rubs Hannah's bent shoulder. I know. I believe we're destined to be together. I haven't felt this way about anyone before, she whines. Justine simply nods. Who is she talking about? I continue staring at the page, processing nothing from it, only the mysterious conversation. Oh, Justine, if she ever finds out, she'll never forgive me. Who is she talking about? Forgive her for what? I promise not to tell. I know, but it's getting harder to be around them. It hurts so much. She shakes her head and bites her lip. I feel so stupid. The heart can't help what it feels. Maybe their relationship won't last. Her face scrunches like an accordion, if you can even call it that. What do you mean? Emily doesn't care about him, only about playing with his feelings. Emily and Kyle, of course, self-centered Emily. Well, look at that. Little Mouse actually has a brain. Hannah's too dense to pick up on it as she throws up her hands, straightening her shoulders for once. What if he knew I liked him? Do you think it would cause them to break up? Justine shakes her head. Maybe? She suddenly looks concerned. Hannah is getting suspicious. What? What aren't you saying? You don't want her to turn on you either. Hannah's shoulders slump back down. You're right. I just wish I could tell Kyle how I feel. Just another friend who can't be loyal or honest. I stare at my text, hiding my face and grinning. There's a long pause. I peek over my book. Hannah is taking a drag on a cigarette. Unbelievable, the disrespect she has for our school and its rules. Her voice, prickly as usual, dips to a graver level. She's so bubbly and annoying, and I am so done pretending I like her. She used to be fun to be around, but as soon as we hit junior year, she became this arrogant wench who thinks she could take any guy she wants. I knew Hannah was a traitor, but to actually watch it come out in blatant detail like this is another thing. Oh, but Mousy Justine is just as guilty. Both of them pretending. Always pretending. My teeth clack together as I avoid biting my tongue. She knew how much I liked him. We were getting super close, talking about homecoming. She knew that. She sounds bitter. I'm so sorry. Hannah takes another puff and makes a face. She swooped in and stole him from me. He looked surprised, though, remember? Like he was confused by her proposal to go out with her. Hannah spits on the ground. That's because she's good.
She knows how to trick a man. Just lure him in, then steal him away.
Defeated, she drops the cigarette and grinds it under her boot. Hannah is sniffling now, and Justine is patting her bent shoulder.
Well, it's my turn, Justine. My turn to steal him back.
What are you going to do?
Timid little mouse comes out again. Must be sad to live your life in such fear. I'll think of something. My heart thuds with excitement as my mind bangs with plans.
Those fragmented pieces are starting to come together. They head outside. I whip out my phone and log into Connections, pulling up a private message to Mandy. It's not fair for me to keep this information from her. She has to know the truth. I know no one else will ever tell her. Now is the time to disclose many things. The word drama can sometimes have two meanings. In our class, it's prose presented on stage, but in other contexts, it is the quality of being overly emotional. Well, an interesting thing happened today. But first, I must confess I am not some stranger. I am your friend, someone you can trust, someone who goes to Bliss High. I hesitated to reveal this earlier because I wanted you to trust I was an objective person and worried if you knew I was your friend, you might have trouble accepting what I have to say. There are many terrible things taking place behind your back. I am the author of the note left inside your locker. After that information didn't turn out to be true, I fear you may not accept what I have to share now. But as your friend, you have to know. Until it's safe to reveal myself, my anonymity will have to suffice. What I am about to tell you now and in the future may hurt you, but I know what it's like to feel betrayed, and I don't want you to suffer needlessly, so I feel compelled to let you know. I have long been concerned about some of your friends, Mandy. Some of them pretend. Some of them have dark, ulterior motives. So now for the painful truth. Hannah is not who you think she is. She is not trustworthy. With my own ears, I overheard her speaking to Justine in the hallway. They ditched fourth period today. I know this because I skipped class too. Anyway, she said how much she hates Emily, like really hates her, enough to try and steal Kyle from her as some sort of payback. Again, after the incident with Brandon and Tabitha turned out to not be true, I understand if you have reservations about what I've told you. But I heard Hannah. She can't deny it. Just ask her. I'm not friends with Emily like you are, so I can't go to her. She might not believe me. Plus, I think if you confront Hannah, it will go over better anyway, since it will be harder for her to lie to you. How do I know this? Because Hannah fears you. Not so much as in afraid kind of way, but with a sort of reverence. She'll feel obligated to be honest with you. I hope you will confront Hannah. I don't want Emily to be hurt even worse. The longer Hannah's secret continues, the more damage she will do. Please talk to Hannah as soon as possible and make her tell you what she said. I would never lie to you. Drama girl. My breath tumbles out explosively as my heart thumps faster. I've never been so open with anyone before. Already, I can feel myself drawing closer to her. Satisfied with my message, I click on send and shove my phone back in my bag. The perfect message at the perfect time. The perfect couple, too. Homecoming. I can see it now. Brandon Rockford, not only king of wrestling, but king of homecoming. He'll look so handsome in his suit. Mandy will be right by his side, both of them crowned under the lights, their faces sparkling, their attire royal, too good for Bliss High. She'll look stunning. Even those who envy her will feel nothing but adoration and gratitude to have such a beautiful queen. Dazed, I jerk myself out of the vision. I check my watch. 10 minutes until drama class. The next part of my plan. Poor Emily is too self-involved to pay attention to other people. At least I have that working in my favor. I smile. Let the show begin. Mandy is talking to Miss Jones when I arrive. Has Mandy read my message yet? I can only hope. Emily is deeply studying her lines. You won't need to worry about your part for much longer, I smirk. Miss Jones claps her hands in rapid succession. Okay, everyone, let's not dilly-dally today. Tabitha, Natalie, James, and Henry, the other town kids, get to your places. We will be doing the wishful thinking scene. I drop my bag in one of the chairs and join the boys downstage in a winter outdoor landscape. Tabitha plops into an overstuffed armchair, stage right in the living room set, a few feet behind us. One of those old-fashioned phones sits on a nightstand beside her chair.
She takes the phone off the cradle and calls Candy, but gets no response. Slightly forlorn, Tabitha says, "Oh, please let Candy be okay." Stage left, the boys and I play in the fake snow at a park, making snow angels. Mandy appears downstage to watch us. She looks lonely and confused. "Hi, would you like to play with us?" I ask, rising from the snow. Okay." She joins us, and we throw fake snowballs at each other. But my character notices how sad she seems. Indeed, her eyes glimmer with quivering tears, and her mouth curls downward. She really is sad. "What's wrong? Aren't you excited about Christmas?" I ask. Her sadness, it's just like real life. She saw my message, and it's stirring morose feelings inside of her. "Don't worry. You're safe here, Mandy. I'm here to protect you." She shrugs her shoulders. Henry speaks up. "You do believe in Santa Claus, don't you?" "I'm not sure," she says as she looks back at me. James says, "Why not?" Mandy hesitates. I touch her arm. A beautiful warmth flows through my fingers. I almost forget my line. "Hey, it's okay if you don't want to talk." She smiles at me. "Thank you." She starts to walk away. "Hey, don't you want to make snow angels with us?" James calls after her. She shakes her head. "Maybe some other time." After she leaves, the three of us sing, "Santa Claus is on his way," as the melody plays in the background. The spirit of Christmas floods brightly through the speakers. The landscape turns colorful with red and green strobe lights washing across the snow and sparkling confetti floating to the ground. We dance happily as we continue singing. Then the music abruptly stops. Behind us, Hannah appears as the bully. Oh my gosh, where did she come from? She wasn't even here a moment ago, and for her part she has to come from downstage. But she's come from the shadows. My heart thuds. Does she know? Has Mandy confronted her? Did she find out it was me who told her? I almost forget we're in a play. But then I remember how Miss Jones made last-minute changes to the timing of Hannah's entrance. It's at this point Candy changes her mind and decides to come back to play with us. As she reaches the edge of the park, she stops upon seeing Hannah, who has yet to notice her. Hannah halts and smirks at us as she crosses her arms in front of her chest. "Oh, you are all so pathetic. Believing in Santa? Really?" We look at each other in confusion. "You know he isn't real, right?" Mandy looks surprised, torn between joining us and escaping unnoticed. But there's an obvious glint of concern in her eyes, too, as she stares at Hannah. That's not supposed to be there. Candy is supposed to look scared. Mandy's words come out slowly. "Yes, he is." Hannah turns to her and snickers as she shakes her head with pity. "Oh, little girl, I am so sorry to have to hit you with the truth. He is most certainly not real." She clicks her tongue. "Poor thing, you've been lied to." But something alters Hannah's expression. Mandy approaches her. What is she doing? She isn't supposed to come over here. She's supposed to be cowering before Hannah. Mandy must have confronted her about my message. It's the only explanation. I am trembling. The role calls for me to be visibly upset, but my shaking is real. Hannah knows. Mandy's found out about her scheming against Emily. She's playing her part too realistically, more convincing than usual. Her face contorts into confusion as Mandy continues toward her. Miss Jones claps once, snapping all heads her way. "Okay, let's take a break. You know the drill. Put your scripts down, take a deep breath, walk away for 15 minutes. Hannah heads to her seat where she drops her script, her face twisted in misery. She crosses to the other side of the room, probably to pull herself together. I can always count on Miss Jones and her routine. She also has this pet peeve about irresponsibility. I climb off the stage and make my way to the row of chairs where I drop my own script on the seat beside Hannah's and swipe hers, which is open to the scene Jones wants her to practice, stuffing it quickly down inside my pants pocket. My teeth chatter in anticipation with what's about to take place. The curtains swish shut. Even during practice, she wants to mimic our live performances. "Mandy, Hannah, come see me," Miss Jones calls out. Miss Jones isn't known for whispering or for putting up with problems that interfere with her hard work. "Both of you broke out of character. There seems to be some tension between you. Is there a problem?" Mandy shakes her head. "No, Miss Jones. Everything is fine." Miss Jones glances at Hannah. Hannah? We're okay, Miss Jones. Well, that remains to be seen. I can't have a successful production if reality gets in the way. Now, are you two going to be all right working together, or do I need to consider a recasting? Mandy protests. No, please, we promise. Everything will be fine. She looks over at Hannah, who nods in agreement. All right, girls, don't let me down. She calls Emily over. Emily, Mandy, get in character for the wishful thinking scene. They nod and take off. Hannah, your solo scene will take place just after, so be ready backstage. You missed your cue last time, and we can't have a repeat. Hannah's face reddens. Miss Jones is also not known for tact. Hannah knows she's referring to the first script she misplaced. I want you to spend this time memorizing your lines. Hannah hurries back to her seat and freezes, looking around the chair, under it, her eyes searching the rest of the row. I watch her carefully. This has to work. Hannah is not the sort of student who likes to be made an example of. She's the sort of student who would rather hide her embarrassment than admit she misplaced her script. After all, Miss Jones hates irresponsibility. Once Miss Jones catches wind that Hannah misplaced her script, Hannah will be humiliated. Shaking her head in frustration, Hannah rushes out of the room. Students disperse, some to the bathrooms, others taking this opportunity to eat some snacks, all too busy to notice me. Sometimes it pays to be invisible. I hurry backstage with my trusty backpack. Some students are snoops. I always try to keep my personal belongings with me at all times. You can never be too safe. It's quiet and empty back here. I approach the back of the stage, the hardwood floor dull under the dim lighting. Mama taught me how to clean our hardwood floors last year, her way of helping me prepare for adulthood. My daddy was the one who laid our floors at the old house. He also used to make furniture. I enjoyed watching him sand stuff like bookshelves, smoothing away any frictional material. He was the meticulous sort and took pride in a carefully finished product. It's one of the few traits of his I acquired. I enter the shadowy space of the wardrobe, shuffling past the costumes. I spot Emily's indoor shoes for her upcoming scene. Taking them, I sit crisscross on the hardwood floor, holding the shoes so the bottom of them are face up. I reach inside the small outside zipper of my bag and retrieve a small square piece of sandpaper. I rub it across both soles. Next, I pull out a small capsule of olive oil, squirt a few drops onto a paper towel, and smear it across the soles before tucking it into my back pocket. I glance at my watch. 2 minutes until the play resumes. From inside my bag again, I pull out an unlabeled bottle of wax polish and hurry out of the dimly lit room and onto the stage. I work fast, efficiently, ensuring I cover the entire area where she'll be standing. Satisfied with my work, I tuck the supplies back into the bag, stick the shoes back under her costume, and hurry off stage across the stairs and out the side door. I gasp as I take in deep lungfuls of air. My heart thunders in my ears. I can smell the commotion already. It's going to be unforgettable. I don't have to be on stage for 2 more scenes, but I don't intend to miss this. Heading back in through the hallway, I watch as Emily, wearing her trusty shoes, stands in front of the now open curtain, her face full of worry. Taking my seat, I do my best to look bored like the rest of the cast, who are waiting their turn to get back into their roles and deliver more lines. The living room set looks warm, with a paper mantel and a dimly lit lamp. Oh, God, what can I do? All we do is fight now, ever since the baby. Emily sniffs. Candy is so sad, so lonely. She was always so good at pretending. A noise distracts her. She lifts her head to see Candy outside, her eyes lighting up. Emily starts to dart across the stage, right over the freshly polished spot. She's supposed to open the door and welcome her daughter inside, except her right foot twists underneath her and she is falling fast. She doesn't have time to scream before her legs bend awkwardly beneath her, mouth opening in horror as her face slams into the floor. The thump resounds throughout the auditorium, startling all of us. Miss Jones rushes up the stairs. "Tabitha, call for the nurse," she shouts as she reaches Emily, who is mumbling but still face down. Miss Jones cups a hand around her wrist and slowly rolls her onto her back. Our teacher's gasp doesn't go unnoticed. We all look at each other with concern. "Honey, Emily, don't move.
Help is on the way." Henry makes his way back to the stage, and I follow, this time without my backpack. That would seem suspicious. He stoops next to our teacher while I step behind him. Everyone is bowing over Emily, their backs to me. I reach for the paper towel inside my back pocket and wipe away the polish from the floor. It can't look like someone had time to come up on stage. When they realize someone sabotaged things, the time frame will be harder to place, because all they will find is the evidence on her shoes. Sticking the damp towel back into my jeans, I join the group and express concern over Emily's condition. "Is she going to be okay, Miss Jones?" I insert a lot of worry into my words. "We're doing everything we can." To Emily, she says, "Now you just lie there. We'll get you checked out as soon as possible." Emily moans, her eyelids fluttering. "Is there anything we can do?" I ask. "Yeah, what can we do?" Henry adds. Miss Jones offers a small smile. "Just what you are doing right now." Mandy joins us, but Hannah is still nowhere in sight. Even better. Emily moans. Miss Jones pats her hand. "How did this happen?" Mandy says. Miss Jones shrugs. "Don't know." "We'll have to talk to Emily to see if she remembers anything. Maybe her dress snagged on the chair." Mandy looks over the stage as if searching for clues, like she presumes this wasn't an accident. I put on my concerned face, feeling her anxiety. She sees me and smiles in appreciation at my outward empathy. We are so in sync. How grand our connection will be once everything is made right. The nurse arrives and tests Emily's vitals. James points to the bottom of Emily's shoes. "What's that?" Mandy leans over to inspect them. "Something shiny." She turns to Miss Jones. "Were her shoes always slick like this? I mean, no wonder she slipped." Miss Jones frowns as she scrutinizes the shiny soles. "Of course not. Otherwise she would have been at risk before." She touches the bottom of one shoe and looks intently at the pad of her finger before rubbing it against her thumb. Sniffing it, she turns to the nurse. "This is olive oil." A hushed silence fills the stage at the realization that Emily's fall was definitely not an accident. Chapter 9. Miss Jones fidgets with her hands, attempting to speak but unable to find any words. Mandy's eyes widen as the truth of the incident settles in. Her disbelief and distress touch me, but knowing she'll be free soon sustains me. "Dear students, please go home to your families. Find comfort and rest in each other," Miss Jones manages to say after a moment of shock. There's a slight tremor in her tone as she does her best to remain calm. Murmurs of concern permeate the room as we descend the stage. I stay back, pretending to be searching for something inside my bag, until I am one of the last to leave. Mandy and Tabitha head outside. I follow at a discreet distance. An ambulance is parked at the front of the school. It has garnered a lot of the student body's attention. Surprised faces are pressed against the classroom windows. "Have you seen Hannah?" Mandy asks Tabitha, who has taken off her glasses. She shakes her head. "Not since the break." Their voices carry to me in a straight line, destined for my ears. "Huh. Where do you think she went?" "I have no idea." Mandy leans into Tabitha, her shoulders slumping. "Is she crying?" Tabitha stops and turns to face her. Mandy shrugs and shakes her head. "Are you sure?" Tabitha is practically whispering. I have to strain to hear her. Mandy looks around them as if searching for someone. "I don't know." She wipes her eyes. "She has been crying. But why?" Mandy points ahead. "There she is." They cross the school grounds toward the student parking lot. I amble my way along at a safe distance behind them, careful to keep my head averted in a manner of minding my own business. The final bell of the day has yet to ring, so the only students milling about are Miss Jones's. "What are we doing?" Tabitha's only a few feet away when she suddenly stops. I duck behind a water fountain and dig through my pockets, pretending I'm looking for something. "I got an anonymous message about her, how she was trying to sabotage Emily and Kyle's relationship." She pulls out her phone, and Tabitha leans in to look at my memo. "Mandy, you don't even know who this is. I mean, it could be some bored girl looking for adventure." Mandy shakes her head. "Except, when I confronted Hannah, it turned out to be somewhat true. She confessed she does still want Kyle." Oh, what I would have given to be there when the ball dropped. That's another thing I admire about Mandy. She's more perceptive than most. Tabitha would have written off my message, but not Mandy. Never Mandy. She stops in her tracks and looks back toward the auditorium. I turn my head and unzip my bag, searching for whatever my fingers will come across. Their voices have faded. Cautiously, I shift toward the large classroom window behind me. The fall weather is chilly. I draw my sweater tighter around my arms. In the glass reflection, I see them huddled in a private conversation. The final bell rings. Students pour out of the building. Mandy and Tabitha seem frozen in time as they continue their conversation. I'm swamped by a throng of classmates. I flick my eyes back to Mandy, and they start to walk off again. I turn from the window and push through the crowd, fixing my eyes on Mandy until, at last, I'm just a few feet away from them. It wasn't an accident. Someone doctored Emily's shoes with olive oil. When you were calling for the ambulance, Miss Jones noticed something slick on the floor and on her shoes, Mandy is saying. Tabitha gasps in disbelief. They stare at each other soberly before continuing toward the student parking lot, disappearing around the corner of the building a few seconds later. I can sense something in the air changing, the blackness losing its strength, sort of like when I spit out something nasty like cereal or pizza or a hamburger. "What are you doing?" Mandy demands, her voice farther away. I cautiously poke my head partway around the brick building. Mandy is standing stiffly, her arms on her hips, as she and Tabitha stare down Hannah, who is sitting inside her car. Hannah makes a puffing sound. She's smoking again. Must be something she does when she feels guilty. Huh? She takes another lazy drag off the butt as she gapes up at them. I said, what are you doing? Mandy is getting impatient. Looking for my script, Hannah responds with irritation. Someone swiped mine at break. Again? I doubt that, Tabitha snorts. Hannah sneers. I lost the first one, you know that. Mandy blocks the driver's door with her body. There's nothing but quiet for several seconds. Is this about Emily? I told you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything terrible by it. Hannah is begging them to believe her. The one you need to apologize to is Emily, Tabitha says, and swipes the cigarette from her grip, tossing it to the ground and squashing it with her right foot. Hannah swallows. I know, I will. She coughs. A smoker's cough. I grimace. I hate that raspy sound. Mama makes it all the time. Hannah glances back and forth between them. Why are you guys making such a big deal over this? It's not like I can apologize to her right now. She spreads her hands apart, looking like a helpless fool. Look, whoever sent you that message can't be totally trusted. Very convenient, wouldn't you say? You leaving to avoid the accident? Mandy uses air marks around that last word. Hannah's confusion swiftly transforms into annoyance. What are you talking about? Don't pretend, Hannah. It's just making you look more guilty. Emily's fall wasn't an accident. Jones found olive oil rubbed into the bottom of her shoes, Tabitha says. Oh my gosh, Emily fell? Is she okay? Tabitha scoffs. Like you care! You ran out of there as soon as you could. Hannah is concerned now, but it's too late. I smile. I had no idea she fell. I hurried out of there to hit the bathroom and grab a quick break and my script. You were backstage. Of course you knew. Hannah shakes her head. No, I wasn't. Mandy looks at her in astonishment, like she can't believe she would take a lie this far. Miss Jones even announced it before Emily's scene. Hannah looks away and bites on her lip. Yes, I know. I was supposed to be back there, but I forgot some of my lines, and I couldn't find my script, so I came out here right when we went on break. The last thing I needed was Jones crawling up my butt for screwing up the scene again. I was hoping I could find my other one. She points to the passenger seat. Thankfully, I found it underneath the seat. A likely story, Tabitha snorts. I can't see their faces, since they've turned toward her, but I can only imagine the incredulity there. Hannah's black eyes are popping out. You think I did this to her? Their silence confirms it. I was nowhere near her, for goodness sake. Hannah's becoming desperate. She needs them to believe her.
Good luck with that, Hannah. You've already given them a reason to go after Emily. If you believe I would do something so heinous, maybe we don't need to be friends. Hannah looks at them both. Maybe, comes Mandy's staunch reply. Her jaw drops. I don't believe it. You're going to take some random stranger's message over me? Why should they make any of it up? Whoever it is did hear you talking to Justine. Or should I ask her about that lovely conversation? Hannah's head drops. No. She sounds defeated, as she should. I would never hurt Emily. Yes, I like Kyle, and she knew that, and I still feel like she stole him from me, but I would never hurt her. She lifts her gaze to Mandy, and pulls out another cigarette. What's happening with Emily now? She's being taken to the hospital for observation. Miss Jones had me call an ambulance, Tabitha says, her arms crossed in front of her. Hannah attempts to get out of the car. Mandy puts up a hand to halt her. Where do you think you're going? To check on Emily. She shakes her head. That's not a good idea. Mandy is in charge, as she should be, and Hannah obeys. She sniffs as she sticks the cancer stick between her lips and resigns herself to the driver's seat. I'm going to go now. Mandy and Tabitha step back. The engine starts right up, and she slowly drives out of the parking lot. We should go back in. Mandy lowers her voice. Check on Emily. Yeah. I dart away from the lot and hurry inside, running to the end of the hallway. Soon, Hannah will be no one's friend. I make my way through the maze of people and return to the auditorium. Inside, 2 paramedics tend to Emily. She looks dazed. Carefully, they strap her to a gurney and roll her out the back exit. Miss Jones, what happened to her? Is it serious? I ask. I don't have to fake the sincerity. I really do want to know. We'll have to wait for the doctor's diagnosis, dear. She pats my hand. The joy of Emily's injury swells inside me. This might turn out better than I thought. Miss Jones looks at me. We'll see if Emily can come back later, but you will have to take her part for now, okay? Of course, I smile. Of course. I would do anything for Mandy. She pats my hand again. Excuse me, I need to go speak to the nurse. Tabitha and Mandy appear and gather around Emily. A few seconds later, the paramedics wheel her into the ambulance and drive away. Mandy wipes a tear from her face and shakes her head. Tabitha puts an arm around her, and they head behind the school. I check my watch. The wrestling match is about to start. I swing my backpack over my left shoulder. No one is around me, so the smile on my face nearly crushes my bones. My heart is so happy it twirls and spins in a manic frenzy. I get to be Candy's mom now, which means Mandy and I will be practicing scenes together, just the 2 of us. Which means she will get to know me and quickly trust me, and her chance at a life free from them can start as soon as possible. Mama is so right. The best come to those who wait. That truth comforts me again. I skip to the large heavy doors leading outside and spring toward the football field. Brandon and Kyle are running around the track. Quite a few people are scattered in the stands, chattering amongst themselves. Bliss High's wrestling team has a steady support system. Tabitha and Mandy appear at the left side of the wire fence that divides the field from the bleachers. Jacob is stretching, but he looks up as Tabitha calls out to him. I'm too far away to hear what they are saying, but by Jacob's surprised reaction, it must be about Emily. Kyle and Brandon trek off the field and proceed to do sit-ups far right of the fenced area. Jacob and the girls hurry to the 2 wrestlers. They pause their activities and listen intently. Kyle pops up, and Brandon rises slowly. Kyle looks past Jacob, as if searching for his girlfriend. Jacob shakes his head and gestures with both hands. What? Kyle's voice is loud enough it bounces off the aluminum benches. Jacob places a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to calm him down, saying something inaudible. A moment later, Kyle speaks to the coach and stalks off the field with Tabitha and Mandy in tow. I smile to myself and squeeze my hands tightly together. Hannah's part in Mandy's life is over. It's such a satisfying fix. As for Tabitha, well, she'll soon know what it's like to be popular, for reasons that will make her wish she'd never stepped foot inside this school. Chapter 10. End of September.
When I got up this morning, I could hardly contain all the excitement whirring inside of me. It hummed in my ears like the most beautiful symphony, and vibrated through my body like an electrical current. It's kind of like that feeling you get when your car hesitates at the top of the roller coaster before it drops down a really long slope. Your heart races like crazy, and your palms get all sweaty. Only this is better. I'm whistling a tune from one of those older sitcoms. No one will get me down today. Mama shouts, "Good morning," from the bathroom. The sound of running water nearly drowns out her voice. She's taking a shower or starting a bath. Good. That will give me time to pull myself together, unhinge my smile, ready my stomach. I step to the little mirror next to the key hook. I'm hungry, or at least I have a little appetite. Mama will be pleased. Sniffing something like chimney smoke, I turn around and the coffee table catches my eye. I make a face at all the cigarette butts in the ashtray. And she worries about my health, I huff, and go into the kitchen where I warm up oatmeal. It will help to get her mind off my schooling, or my weight, or if I have made any friends, or anything else she deems necessary to talk about. Over the weekend, Mandy posted on Connections about Emily returning to school, and how she still has some healing to do, and asked for prayers. Amazing how getting hurt can elicit such a strong reaction. There must be a couple hundred responses to Mandy's request, most emojis of praying hands or hearts and get well messages. The microwave dings, and I take out the bowl, dreading dealing with Mama. Today is my day, and I have no intention of letting her spoil it with idle talk. A ball of steam evaporates in the smoky air when she swings open the bathroom door. "Natalie, dear, can you bring me a towel? I forgot to grab one." "Sure, Mama." I set my plate on the dining table and fetch a bright green towel from the hallway closet. She gratefully accepts it. "Yum, is that oatmeal I smell?" She sticks her head through the small crack of the door. "I just warmed some up." I cram a big spoonful in my mouth to show her. "Oh, good! You are looking healthier these days." She smiles, satisfied, and shuts the door as she finishes getting dressed. I roll my eyes and dump the rest of the food in the trash, shoving it under yesterday's newspaper and some empty food wrappers. "See you later," I call out, heading for the door before she has a chance to say anything else. The school atmosphere feels different the instant I arrive. Everyone is anxiously anticipating Emily's return. Mandy and Brandon are near the entrance, probably looking for Emily. A small commotion sounds behind me. Mandy and Brandon's attention is on the student parking lot. Justine pulls her BMW into the first slot and goes around to the passenger side. Emily steps out. She moves slowly, her hair covering her face like a halfway drawn curtain. A delicious shudder ripples along my spine. I don't even realize I'm holding in a breath until she and Justine brush near me. The exhalation flushes out of me with startling force, and just then, as if in sync with my own respiration, a gust of wind tosses Emily's hair back, and I have to suppress a shriek when it reveals a black and blue bruise across her abnormally flattened left cheek. Her left eye, which is supposed to be a light green, appears red now. How colorful she looks, like a Christmas explosion. Kyle will never want to look at her again. I shiver from a sensation I rarely get to experience. Joy. I can't wait to see how the rest of the chapter plays out. Everyone is staring at her. They can't help it. She stands out like a warthog among a field of sheep. Mandy rushes to Emily and gently hugs her. Her face is concerned. Such a good friend. I make my way toward them, opening my ears to catch the conversation in session. "He said it's due to the bruising." Mandy's tone is motherly. "Does it hurt to see?" Emily nods, and she looks down, her shoulders trembling. Justine and Mandy gather closer to her, and Brandon sort of stands guard. "What is it, honey?" Mandy says softly. I walk past them, but hesitate near the doors, still within earshot. This ought to be good. "I can't see all that good out of it," Emily sniffs. "He said it might be permanently damaged." "Oh, honey." Mandy pulls her into her arms and rubs her head like a loving mother would. When Emily pulls back, the sunlight casts a sparkle over her face. Her left eye is completely bloodshot. She places a finger against her chin. He told me I was lucky the fall didn't make a lower impact. If I'd crushed my jaw, I would have had surgery. She shakes her head, her right eye the only one able to see well, making her bloodshot one look like an eyeball of a deformed fiend. Bright tears form in her eyes. What if Kyle never looks at me the same? What if he doesn't want me? Sickening, only thinking of herself as usual. Shh. Mandy grabs her arm. Don't ever believe such things. He loves you for who you are, no matter what. Yeah, a monster. Frankenstein's little experiment. I continue inside and head to English. For the first time, I don't mind seeing Tabitha. My spirits soar too high for her presence to dampen them. Today, Mr. Shiny has us presenting our responses to a short story, and he has me go first. I'm feeling so buoyed, my voice betrays my usual monotone. I think the dynamic of their relationship functions as the catalyst for Jeremy's fall. He never saw them for who they really were, all monstrosities, and when he finally came to the realization of that truth, it was too late. I can't stop myself. My analysis is full as I dissect the characters' motivations, the direction of the plot, how fate ties it all together. Much like the reality that has been dormant for too long. A few students look at me strangely. Even Mr. Shiny seems taken aback. They haven't seen me like this before. I can't help the smile on my face. Who could, on a day like this, with the sun shining, a nice breeze in the air, and retribution taking place? When I return to my seat, a spattering of claps fills the room. I'm grinning so big my ears throb. Now I know what they mean when they say that someone is grinning from ear to ear. Well done, Miss Smith, well done. Mr. Shiny flashes an appreciative smile my way. I smile back in much the same way, because the time has come. Another day of reckoning. Tabitha has to follow my presentation, which obviously makes her nervous, seeing how she fumbles over words and her hands tremble as she tries to steady a sheet of notes. She seemed hesitant, but I didn't understand why. I think the author needed to develop her more? I smother a laugh. For once, Tabitha walks in my footsteps. It definitely won't be the last time, Tabitha dear. Oh, how your life will soon be changing for the worse, you phony. I can hardly pay attention in history, knowing I'm about to see Hannah next period. Finally, psychology arrives. Mr. Holbright, who normally chastises me for missing assignments or dingbat answers, actually ignores my missing work for once. Another bonus to a perfect day. There's poor little Hannah looking miserable. It has been nearly 2 weeks since Mandy accused her. Ever since, they all keep a safe distance from her. Even her so-called best friend, Justine. Justine's attention is strictly on Holbright. Little Miss Perfect student, studious, attentive, eager to learn. She's wearing new earrings, long diamond drop slivers that gently swing whenever she turns her head. Has to drive a BMW and wear expensive things to feel special. I snort softly. All the money in the world won't make a difference for you, Justine. Just you wait and see. Holbright instructs us to break into study sessions for the next quiz. He pairs me with Justine and Hannah. Unbelievable. The day was perfect until now. Scanning the text is such a waste of time. None of it makes any sense. It might as well be written in a foreign language. Well, at least Justine and Hannah always seem to comprehend the material. If I stay quiet, maybe I can soak up their answers. We're supposed to dissect the main contributors of psychology, a sort of history of research. Hannah pokes her nose into the text as she mumbles to us. Justine ignores her. Oh, this is good. Hannah looks up at her. Hello? Didn't you hear me? Justine throws her an annoyed look. I'm not deaf. Hannah looks pained. Yes. It's bad enough the rest of them won't talk to me anymore. Why are you being mean to me too? God, she sounds so whiny. How did I never notice it before? Justine glowers at her. Like you don't know. The tension between them thickens as they glare at each other. We're not going to accomplish anything like this, I say, pushing my laughter deep inside the pit of my stomach, which is feeling queasy from breakfast. Justine glances at me and seems to shake out of her irritation. Right, she mumbles, and scribbles something in her notebook. Hannah shakes her head, biting back tears.
Justine, I didn't hurt Emily. I wasn't even there when it happened. Justine continues to ignore her. Hannah bursts into tears. She jumps up and runs out of the room. Hannah? Holbright calls after her. I shove my face into the book to mask my grin. Justine huffs. I peek over the edge of the book. She looks conflicted, like she regrets what she did to Hannah, but she's not sure what to believe. Are we going to study? I ask, pretending not to notice her turmoil. She blinks at me and nods. Holbright excuses himself, assigning a student in charge as he tracks down Hannah. Justine says, "We have to be sure to cover the Renaissance period. Francis Bacon was one of the pre-scientific thinkers. Page 45. I flip to the appropriate section and jot some notes. My mind is so filled with excitement and anticipation, I don't mind the boring details of psychology for once. My stomach rumbles, no longer churning from breakfast. Good thing lunch is next. I have a huge appetite. I'm the first student to get to the cafeteria. Not a chance I'm going to miss today's show. Hannah is the next person to enter the room, her shoulders rounded, head down. Guess Holbright tracked her down. He never did come back to class by the time the bell rang. Her gaze washes over me, and she hesitates as she scans the room, biting her lip. Finally, she decides on the table next to mine and slumps into the seat. She's brought a sack lunch, and she takes out the items of food one by one. A peach, a sandwich, a pudding cup. How healthy of her. Does it really matter what you do anymore, Hannah? No one cares. Up close, I can see she's been crying, probably shared her sob story with Holbright. Her eyelids look pinkish, and her mouth sags as though she can't find the energy to lift it. She tears off a piece of her sandwich and forces it into her mouth. Grape jelly oozes between her lips as she tries to keep the food inside. She sniffs and wipes fresh tears from her eyes. My chest squeezes with pleasure. You deserve this, Hannah. It took far longer than it should have, but better late than never. I take out my notebook and study my psychology notes. Justine arrives a few seconds later, spots Hannah, and heads over to her. She ignores me, which pisses me off. I mean, we just studied together. Can she at least acknowledge my presence? Oh, wait, that's asking too much from the little mouse-turned-snob. What do you want? Hannah shouts. Justine looks taken aback and halts beside the table. I thought we could talk. Well, I don't feel like talking to you. How dare you suspect me of such a horrible thing? Justine looks around, even though no one else is here yet. Keep it down. Hannah shoots to her feet, clutching the edge of the table. No, I will not calm down. She swipes her lunch into a jumbled ball and shoves it into the bag. Mandy, Tabitha, and their boyfriends waltz in, their attention instantly on the commotion. Emily and Kyle follow them, holding hands. Looks like they've had time to talk. Guess he's not fazed by her looks after all. A whole throng of students fills the cafeteria, bustling to their tables or to the lunch line. But nothing can stamp out Hannah's anger as her shoulders heave. She's not done with her tirade. What a pleasant surprise! Who could have predicted she'd react with such intensity and flair? It's showtime. How dare you! Hannah screams at the clique as they all stand around the table. She's clutching her bag like it's cherished treasure. I can't believe you would do this to me! She drags her eyes to Mandy. No one trusts me, Mandy, and it's all because of you. You need to keep your voice down and talk to us like a civilized human being, Mandy tells her quietly. Even when there's chaos, Mandy remains composed and calm. Everyone has stopped to watch the show. Even the cafeteria workers take a break from food prep to witness the action. A few students take out their phones to shoot videos. Hannah pretends not to hear her and whirls towards Emily. I hate you, she responds shakily, sounding pitiful. Emily opens her mouth to speak, but Justine interrupts. She takes a tentative step towards Hannah. Hannah, please, let's talk somewhere else. This can get worked out. Tears brim in Hannah's eyes. She's standing so close to me, I can see her bottom lip trembling. She's falling apart. It's so undeniably perfect. She glances at Kyle, then Emily again. How could you? You know how I feel about him. Oh, sweet relief. Never did I expect Hannah to go straight for the gullet. She doesn't even care about Emily's accident. Justine grabs Hannah's arm. That's enough.
Hannah drops her bag on the ground and lunges at her, snatching a handful of her hair and yanking hard. Justine screams and swings back, her hands flying but failing to make contact. Hannah grabs another batch of hair, which sends one of Justine's earrings flying to the ground and sliding behind the trash can. In the commotion, no one else notices. Brandon and Kyle jump in, attempting to push the girls away from each other. "Stop it!" Mandy cries. "Enough!" Brandon says, as he and Kyle manage to pry them off each other. Hannah is panting hard. Justine is crying. Emily looks terrified as she huddles next to Tabitha. "I hate you!" Hannah screams at Emily. This time, the room turns completely quiet. As one, we all rotate toward the large double doorways. Principal Thomas, in his long, thin sky-blue tie, looks stern as he motions to Justine and Hannah. "I need to see you two in my office right now." The girls follow him out without a word. Slowly, the quiet of the cafeteria morphs into a soft, nervous humming. Mandy and her clan settle at the table the fighters abandoned. Their voices are so hushed, I only catch snatches of the conversation, but enough to know the show was a success. I stare hard at my notebook. In large loopy letters, all the way down the page, I have written a single statement over and over. I hate her. The blue ink is still fresh, and it smears the side of my hand as I pull it away. Quickly, I tear out the paper and crumble it up and stuff it into the small zipper of my backpack. My heart thuds wildly as I look around. Thankfully, everyone is indisposed. Something catches my eye. The gleaming earring stares at me from behind the trash can. I swipe it and slide it into my bag. I make my way to the cafeteria line and return to the table with 2 big slices of cheesy pizza and a side salad with extra ranch. It's time to start celebrating. The hot cheese rolls deliciously off my tongue, and I swallow it almost without chewing. Life tastes so good today. My ears perk up at something Emily says. Insists on an investigation. My mom says they won't stop until they have answers. That's good, honey. Mandy offers her a compassionate smile. Do you really think Hannah tried to hurt me? Mandy's eyes widen. Emily nods. It's the latest rumor, kind of hard to avoid, so do you believe it? Honey, we don't know yet. Let the police do their investigation, okay? She says, though there's a slight edge to her voice. She still believes Hannah is guilty. She's just trying not to alarm the monstrosity. Emily bites her lip, and her giant chest heaves as she stifles a cry. The tears form like a bloody puddle in her damaged eye. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I take it out. There's a notification from Connections. Someone in the drama group took pictures of the theater stage. Next to it is a picture of Emily looking sugary sweet and innocent. Underneath the photos, the student has posted a caption, "Justice for Emily," along with a note about finding the guilty party. People are already responding with emoji flowers and prayer hands. The dinging of phones permeates the space. An anonymous student has uploaded the fight between Hannah and Justine. So much for the lasting bond of friendship, I muse. Chapter 11. It's Spirit Week, and today is Pajama Monday. I toss another box of junk out of the closet and bump my head against the metal hangers. Where are they? I have to find them. Honey, everything okay in there? Yes, Mama. What are you doing up so early? It's only 6 o'clock, and she hasn't left for work yet. I kick aside some loose binders and a box of broken crayons from my elementary school days. Ah, there you are. Long time no see. After I tear off my old t-shirt, which I typically wear to bed, I snatch the silky pink pajama top and bottoms off the floor and slip into them, my body shuddering with relief. Natalie? Fine, Mama, I assure her. At least I'll look like I belong. Slipping my hand inside the back of the desk drawer, I pull out Daddy's old utility knife and shove it in my backpack. When I step off the bus, I see Tabitha and Mandy are dressed like twins in their purple nighties. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. They look like best friends, and Twin Day isn't until tomorrow. Despite how successful my plans have been thus far, getting closer to Mandy is becoming a bit harder. You see, There's a slight kink that's come up. Breathe in, breathe out, nice and slow, like he said. I close my eyes and pull in a long, deep breath. Slow release 2 times. Wait, is that right? Or is it 3 times? Or short release? Inhale from the lungs or stomach. I squeeze my eyes tightly, blood draining from my face, my pulse galloping. The excitement surrounding the duel between Justine and Hannah floated about Bliss High for a few days, with both girls forced into a 3-day suspension. Everything was playing out so perfectly. That excitement died after a week, replaced with news about Emily's investigation. Police ruled out the possibility of an accident. They've taken prints from the crime scene. I'm not sure what they think they'll find, or how they will tie it to anyone in particular, but it makes me nervous. Did I cover my tracks good enough? Did I do everything I could to make the accident point to Hannah? What if they find something that leads them to me? It has to look like Hannah did it. Emily joins Mandy and Tabitha out in the courtyard. A few random students surround them, asking about Emily. Look at her ugly face glow. She craves being the center of attention so much she'd die for it. Not a bad idea. Ugh, look at my flab! It's so gross! Tabitha complains as the other students walk off. Emily socks her in the shoulder. That's nothing. You should see how big my butt's gotten. That's nothing compared to your breasts, little Miss Perfect, who gets attention by sticking them out. I stare at my own oversized chest, but they're lumpy, not firm and proud like hers. Vomit burns my throat. They know nothing about the real struggle to look good. I reach under my shirt and grab my abdomen and squeeze it. What if everything I worked so hard for implodes? Your eye looks better, Tabitha says. I can see out of it. It's still a little sensitive, but no permanent damage was done. Oh, that's such good news! No, it isn't. But it gives me an idea. Permanent, Emily said. Yes, that's it. Something permanent. Except, I feel like I'm going to be sick. People are supposed to be disgusted just looking at Emily. I head to the nurse's office. Maybe if she lets me lie down a while. Nice pajamas, the nurse says to me. But her friendly smile disappears when she looks at my face. Oh dear, you're pale. Come this way. She guides me to the cot in the back room, and I obey. She takes my temperature and applies a cool cloth to my forehead, giving me some fever-reducing medicine. I have to do something, soon. Permanent. I meditate on the word for several seconds, and I begin to feel better. It's almost lunchtime, honey, the nurse says to me. I sit up too fast and my head spins. How did the morning fly by already? She smiles with empathy. You fell right asleep, out for nearly 4 hours. How are you feeling? Would you like to go home? Maybe you need more rest. The shifting plan echoes to me from a dream. No way am I leaving. There's something important I must do, and today is the only day I can do it. I'm getting better. I flash my best reassuring smile. She feels my forehead, using a scanner thermometer to gauge my fever. Well, it's gone down. The meds are working. Would you like some more water? I nod gratefully. Just little sips, remember? Gratefully, I take in some of the icy liquid. The wrestling schedule has been posted for weeks. Bliss High thinks Pajama Day is the most eventful part of today, but they will soon know otherwise. I'm woozy as I sit alone at my usual lunchroom table, but my ears perk up when I hear Mandy. You're not welcome here. Hannah is frozen, her eyes big and wounded as she looks around the clique. But the police are investigating still. They already questioned me. I didn't do anything. I wasn't even there. Why don't they suspect Hannah? My fingers tighten around the orange. I can feel each bone cracking. I squeeze harder, and juice pours between my fingers. Justine? Hannah swivels toward her. You believe me, don't you? Come on, we've been friends forever. You know me. Justine turns a shade of pink and looks away. Ha! She doesn't trust her anymore. Why should she after what you did to her just last week, Hannah? Wiping tears from her eyes, Hannah glimpses them watching her and wisely chooses to leave the cafeteria. You okay? Mandy asks Emily, who is visibly shaking. I don't know. I want to believe her, I do, but you guys are right. She's been acting funny ever since Kyle and I started dating. Tabitha rubs her shoulder. I know, sweetie, I know. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Justine. I know you two are best friends. Emily places a hand atop Justine's. Justine shakes her head miserably. Were? Tabitha leaps to her feet. Oh, look at us! We're a bunch of sadness. Come on, let's cheer up. Our boys have an important match today. Mandy nods. You're right. Tabitha sticks her hands on her hips, looking around through her fake glasses. I hate those glasses. Hey, where are they, anyway? Mandy says, They left early. Brandon said Coach told them they needed no distractions this afternoon. Emily snorts. Oh, so now we're distractions. Things are getting serious, you guys. Jacob wants to propose. What? Emily gapes. You serious? Justine says. Tabitha's smile is irritatingly big. I wish I could rip it off her fake face. For some reason, Mandy looks sad. He said he'll be working for his dad next summer and becoming his partner in the business. He wants us to get married next year, Tabitha squeals. They all get up to hug her and congratulate her. Tabitha steps back to look at Mandy. Hey, what's wrong? You don't seem happy. Mandy shakes her head. I don't know, Tabs. Something feels off lately. What do you mean? Like, Brandon's keeping something from me. We hardly spend any time together lately. It's probably just wrestling practice, Justine suggests. Mandy manages a faint smile. You're probably right. I tune them out, licking the sticky orange from my fingers before I bite into my tuna melt. Best I concentrate on finishing lunch. I don't have much time. With only minutes to spare, I gather my things and head up the empty hallway to my locker, where I spot Emily's big chest a mile away. She's busy crying to Kyle. I still can't believe he can stand looking at her. But that will change soon. That will change. I hum happily at the reminder. As I pass them, Emily's voice distracts me. I glance back. That's not Kyle who's grabbing her around the waist. It's Brandon. How can you stand looking at me? She whines. How can anyone? You're beautiful no matter what, Emily. He touches her face. This will heal in no time. His loss. I lean flat against the wall, my heart racing. He really isn't faithful. I was wrong about Tabitha, but my eyes aren't fooling me now. How could Brandon do this to us? What we had was true love. Air. I need air. I can hear my heart cracking. What about homecoming? We're supposed to be crowned king and queen. Just one breath. Oh, it hurts so bad. I feel like someone swung a hammer at my heart and shattered it into 1,000 little pieces. I stifle a cry. How will we get through this? Their voices fade as they leave the area. I must ignore the pain for now before I lose them. I won't let them get away with this. I hurry after them, my footsteps quiet on the newly waxed floor. They're leaning against a pillar, completely absorbed in each other, oblivious to me. Thank you for being here for me. I mean, I thought you would have sided with Kyle, Emily says. Dumping you was a jerk move on his part. Brandon sounds bitter. He tried. He thought it wouldn't bother him. Brandon shakes his head. I'm glad we found out how superficial he really is. He bends down to hug her. Emily's face is just visible as she peers over his shoulder, right at me. A sly, sultry look as she licks her lips. The laughter again, the buzzing bees. They're so loud. She smiles at me as she nestles her chin into the crook of his neck. The whirring grinds deep down inside my eardrums until it feels like they will explode. I turn and run until I am all the way outside, down to the football field, my insides screaming. I gulp in wide breaths of the late summer air, but end up coughing up the dryness of it. I sit on one of the lower bleachers to catch my breath. How could he betray Mandy? Me? The perfect couple completely destroyed. And her. Miss Big Breasts. I hate her. She already took from me, and now she has to have it all, no matter the cost, no matter who she burns. The tears break free, burning my eyes and singeing my soul. An hour passes. I miss physiology, and nearly all my tears are spent. At least I've been able to grieve alone. This isn't over, Natalie. Remember, there's something you have to do that can't be undone. I sit up, feeling something cracking through my pain as I recall an announcement from earlier. Bliss High's wrestling match was canceled last Friday, so their makeup session is today. Now I know what I need to do. With a renewed sense of confidence and cheerful spirit, I rub the final messy tears flying off my cheeks and swipe the snot from my nose with my sleeve. With only moments to spare, I jump up and run back inside and past the empty cafeteria and into the empty gym where I get right to work. My heart is hammering, my knuckles soaked in sweat. This will all be another game changer. I chuckle, cleansed from the crying. A peep through one of the windows shows me the wrestling team running around the track. Soon, they will be coming back inside. I dig into my bag and pull out the sharp utility knife, quickly making a slit on the underside of the mat and tearing out the foam before using a seam-free tape matching the color of the mat to cover the incision. The tape has been used on another mat only last week, a quick-fix solution that gave me the idea. When I place the mat back to its correct position, I'm impressed by how solid it still appears. Dropping the knife back into my bag, I take the strips of foam and hurry outside to the dumpster where I deposit them, squashing them underneath a mound of trash before I make my way to drama. We run through the play one last time. Opening night is tomorrow. Emily hasn't had to sit out any of the rehearsals, which pisses me off. Clearly, I needed to cause her a harsher injury, to make a bigger impact. At least now, her cheating on Kyle gives me more ammunition. Fortunately, Tabitha, Emily, and Mandy completely ignore Hannah. No doubt she's been forever castrated from the group. But it's not Hannah who fills my mind any longer. I'm practically giddy by the time the bell rings. I manage to get to the gym before the first match starts. Nothing can stop me from missing this performance. Mandy and Emily are sitting together. How long does Emily plan to keep up the charade? She sickens me. My hatred for her pours through me like a slick, dark liquid. The coach shouts, "Wrestle him!" As expected, Brandon the King has taken his spot on the right mat. He's facing off with Blackmore's most challenging wrestler. The guy's invincible. Shortly into the match, they're both hunched in the neutral position when his opponent suddenly charges. Brandon counters the takedown, but instead of righting himself, his leg bends backwards. Brandon's foot slips, and he drops to the edge of the mat, his right ankle twisting beneath him. He cries out as he grabs his knee. Mandy jumps up, frozen in the stands, her eyes drawn with worry. She grips Emily's arm to stabilize herself. Tabitha touches Mandy's shoulder, looking down at the scene. Oh, Mandy. He's nothing, exactly like the others. It will be okay, I promise. I'll make sure of it. I'll take care of Emily, too. For good this time. The coach rushes over, and with assistance helps him up. Brandon grunts as he attempts to put pressure on his right foot. "It's too painful." "It's too painful," I cry out to Mama the day it happens. "If I just listen to Mr. Sims," she says, "everything will be better." "What's it feel like?" The attendant gestures up Brandon's leg. Brandon's face is marked by worry. "It feels loose, like there's no strength in it." He tries setting his foot down again, and ends up crying out once more. "I can't walk on it, Coach." I've never heard the king of the school sound scared before. What a beautiful symphony to my ears. Whispers of concern drift across the stands as the coach and his attendants carry Brandon across the gym. The pain in my arm is fresh. She only wants good news ever since that day, so I don't say a word, because no news is good news. Brandon is squirming in agony, a helpless little worm, as they carry him through the doors. I sigh with relief. My broken heart is already on the mend. I get up and make my way out. The show's over as far as I'm concerned. Don't you know, Brandon? Cheaters never prosper. 2 down, a few more to go. Chapter 12. We're doing only 2 scenes for Candy's Wish, the ones with Emily and Mandy, which gives the rest of us time to practice our lines. Twig, the gangly kid, who plays one of the bullies, slides into the seat next to mine. "So, how do you feel about your part?" I feel like Miss Jones totally miscast me. I mean, come on. Me? A bully? I swivel my head toward him. What's your name? He looks confused for a second, like I should know. Or care. I'm Dwight. What kind of parents humiliated their kid with a name like that? Feeling a little sorry for him, I say, well, I think you're doing a good job as a bully. I'm definitely happy with my part as one of the town children. Or any role that lets me get closer to Mandy. Dwight smiles like I made his world complete. I open my script and flip to my favorite scene with Mandy, where I get to talk to her several times. The dialogue flows smoothly and naturally, exactly as I know it will when we become real friends in real life. We've already been through so much, but once everything is right, we'll be able to share moments together. Justine and Tabitha sit a few chairs away. Hannah isn't here. A tiny smile colors my soul. Dwight looks over at me and smiles. What's funny? I blink at him. What the heck is he talking about? He gestures to my script. It's that one scene, huh? At the mall? Yeah. I bob my head up and down for his amusement. He actually laughs. I set down the script and stand to stretch. If I have to endure this guy's presence for another second, I'll burst. Tabitha and Justine are feeding each other their lines. Pretending to be thirsty, I head over to the concessions table and snag a can of soda. I take a few sips, so I can glean any vital information to help me execute the next part of the plan. I have so much to practice, Tabitha whines, pushing the glasses to the top of her nose. I'll never get these down. Why don't we go to my house after school and go over our scenes together? I could use some help with memorizing some lines myself. I chuck down the rest and nearly choke. I know exactly what I must do. Tabitha smacks on a big piece of bubble gum, like a flippin' cow. She'll be chewing on cud soon. I snicker. Tabitha sighs with relief. Glad I'm not the only one. Thanks, Justine. Gasping over a coughing fit, I practically lose my balance when the girls turn to look in my direction. Are you okay? Justine asks in her mousy voice. As if she cares. I want to wring her neck right now. Instead, I nod and wander to the back of the room, where I deposit the empty can in a recycle bin. I stare at the blank white wall. I can see it all play out. Each second flashes before me in a shuttered scene, like frames of a cartoon drawing coming together. I can still hear it, too. You are, and always will be, a nothing. My mind goes back to the animated sketch as the word nothing thunders in my ears. My body is shaking with electricity. Natalie, you coming back to join us? The dark well stares back at me. I stiffen, blink the tears out of my eyes. No, not a well, just the black trash bag lining the recycle can. Natalie? Miss Jones's voice. My body slackens. It's only Miss Jones. I turn away from the wall and hurry back to the rest of the actors, who are holding hands in a circular chain link. Dwight breaks the chain, eagerly ushering me in with his sweaty palm face up. Is this guy perpetually sweaty? I lightly take it, not lacing my fingers all the way through his. I want to take a moment to thank you all for your continued devotion to Candy's Wish. I couldn't have asked for a better cast. Miss Jones is infamous for getting all sappy with her performers. You are all working hard, and I'm here to tell you keep up the good work. You are strong, you are talented, you are worthy. She turns to her right. Mandy and Emily shined today. They've come together in ways which makes us all believe they are truly related. Let's give them the applause they deserve. Thankfully, we all let go of each other's hands. Dwight is sweating profusely now, and clap for them. Of course, only Mandy is worthy of such praise. Pink tinges Mandy's cheeks as she does a little bow. She's wearing pink gloss, and the blush perfectly complements her lips. Sweeping her hair behind her shoulder, she says, "Thank you, everyone," as Emily mimics her, such a pale shadow of the real thing, and our applause grows a little louder. Miss Jones dismisses us. I walk to the bus, ecstatic about tonight. One of the guys in my psychology class sits next to me. "Oh, hey, you've been hanging around with Hannah lately, right?" He turns in his seat and gives me an open smile, his braces shining. Yeah. Well, how is she? I mean, she seems Sad. His smile drops. Her so-called friends have accused her of terrible things, he huffs. Yeah, I shake my head as if it's such terrible news. So, do you guys hang out after school? Oh no, we're not that close. I nod and lean back in my seat. After I finish my English and history homework, which consists of 2 3-page essays, the brutes, I set my binders aside and check my watch. The sun is starting to set. I glance out the window of my bedroom. A gust of wind sifts through the trees in the backyard. Temperatures will drop considerably tonight. Mama's at work, so I don't have to deal with her. I change into black jeans and a black shirt, and pull on the black hoodie as I go into the bathroom. From the cabinet, I retrieve the small bottle and squirt the apple body spray all over my body. Twice. I welcome in a long, profound breath, and the apple scent overwhelms my senses. Perfect. I stuff the bottle into my pocket and lean over the sink to study my face under the hood. From a small turquoise makeup bag I keep stowed under the sink, I pull out the black grease makeup from last Halloween that Mama never let me use and smear it all over my nose and forehead, being sure to cover my entire face and neck, even my hands. I run my fingers through the various shades of eyeliner. There. Snapping up a dark black shade, I pencil in a smattering over my cheekbones, dot a few across my nose. Leaning back, I turn my head at all angles. There is one thing Hannah and I have in common. The same body frame. Tonight, that coincidence will come in handy. Justine's farm isn't too far from my house. My body temperature gets overheated from the walk, but the cool evening air feels nice on my face. By the time I get there, the sun has already dipped behind the row of houses. Most homes in her neighborhood are massive ranch homes with a lot of acreage, and they are paced out several yards from each other to enable privacy. Justine's house sits on the end of the street in a cul-de-sac. Pausing briefly, I dig into my back pocket and pull out the gloves, sliding them over my clammy hands. I sneak behind a large bush and peer around it. The whole first floor is lit up. Shadowy figures move back and forth in the front room. A cow moos in the distance. I rise and glance off to the side of the house, where a large farm squats behind the property. My eyes dart back to the long, narrow driveway. The only parked car is Justine's, which means her parents aren't home. This will make things go much smoother. The front door suddenly opens and I nearly fall backward off the curb. I steady myself and squat behind the bush again. I peek through the leaves. Justine and Tabitha stand on the porch, engaged in conversation. What are they doing out there? Hopefully they aren't planning to leave. That would put a nick in my plans. Tabitha goes back inside, and Justine steps off the porch and rounds the corner of the house. I keep my eyes on Tabitha. She's moving around near the front window. Then she plops on a couch or chair, her head bent over as though reading something. I bring my attention back to Justine, but she's gone. What the? I leap out from behind the bush and half walk, half slink along the edge of the property, careful to stay in the shadows, away from the path of light the street lamps cast across the rising yard. There she is, making her way to the barn. I let out a huge breath. Butterflies flap inside my veins as I run on tiptoe up the property. I don't make a single sound, thankful her parents, or Justine, keep up the lawn, raking any leftover leaves. My stomach sours. Why is she going to tend to the animals now, of all times? Shouldn't she be inside, studying her lines with Tabitha? Justine doesn't head into the barn. She brushes past it. I push myself faster, until I am only a few feet away from her. It's much darker over here, so far from any streetlights. Even the moon is shrouded by clouds. It's like the universe is rooting for me. Quacking snaps my attention to what appears to be a pond. Yes, the pond. Oh, it's all so perfect. Justine stoops as a team of ducks waddles over to her. She is holding her hand out and scatters something on the ground. Eagerly they close in, nibbling at it. Her laughter rings in my ears. Nothing. You're nothing. I pull the strings of the hoodie tighter, securing my face. I can only see a little bit in front of me, but that's all I need. I stalk toward her. Only a few more steps. Almost there. She's turned away, distracted by the ducks. She doesn't see me as I near her, mere inches away, creeping through the crunchy grass. Justine's shoulders tense, and she stands, slowly turning in my direction. I'm hunched over, shambling toward her, right up to her, so she is sure to catch a whiff of that apple scent. She screeches and takes off, running parallel to the pond. I chase after her. She's fast, but not as fast as I am. I lunge at her, snaking my arms around her throat. She cries out, and I pinch it harder. Something wet drips over my fingers. You are crying? I scoff. Yanking her backward, I drag her closer to the water. The ducks go crazy, flapping their feathers and wandering about like, well, chickens with their heads cut off. Justine bites my hand. I react too soon and let go of her neck, but it only takes me a second to come back to my senses. How dare you? I snarl as we face each other. Who are you? She shudders. Recognition crosses her face as I lean in closer. Her mouth drops open in fear, and she shakes her head, her eyes growing wide. Unbelievably, she takes off again. I chase after her, my adrenaline rocketing through me, the butterflies in a dizzying craze, the land a dark blur beneath my feet. Keep running, little mouse, but I'll catch you, I taunt her. I'm closing the distance fast. Just another few inches. I tackle her to the ground, and she opens her mouth to scream, but I clamp my gloved hand over it. I sit on top of her legs to keep her still. Her eyes go wide. Her body shakes under my grip. More tears seep from her frightened eyes. You'll never amount to anything, Justine. You're nothing. She recoils, trying to see my face. Searching so hard, but not sure who she sees, because all that is visible is the dark of the night and the dark hoodie shrouding my face. I look at the starry night and turn my head back to her. Now, you promise not to scream? She nods anxiously, her eyes bright under the crescent moon that floats between two clouds. I release my hand from her mouth, stand and jerk her to her feet. Clutching her arm tightly, I walk her to the pond. A perfect ending to your story. I grin at the tickling inside my gut. I let go of her arm and kick her to the muddy edge as a lone duck scrambles out of the way. Justine's legs wobble as she tries to balance herself. I push her hard, and she falls onto her butt. Just one more shove, and... Stop! Tabitha screams. I pivot, grinding my teeth. Tabitha stands only a short distance off. I can see the fear and anger in her face. Who is it? She shouts to Justine. Justine trembles. I can smell and the way she walks, I think it's Hannah. Poor thing sounds so disturbed. Tabitha's anger deepens, outweighing her timidity. Too bad she doesn't realize who she's dealing with. So daring. Tabitha comes towards us, her gaze locked on me. I'm standing with my shoulders rounded, my body stiff, my head low. Tabitha reaches me and abruptly stops, her hand instinctively going to her mouth. It's you, she says in a knowing manner, as though confirming Justine was right all along. The moon glints off the rounded frames of her stupid phony glasses. Phony, that's all she is, which makes what I'm about to do to her justifiable. I pull off my glove and swat the glasses right off her face, raking my nails across her cheek. Tabitha cries out. I stomp on the fake glasses with both feet, giggling with glee. Her face of horror renews my rage. I slap her so hard my hand stings. She yelps. Her head wags back and forth atop her neck like one of those bobblehead dolls. A trail of blood runs down her face like a little river. Why are you doing this? Stop! She screams as she stumbles away from me, clutching at the side of her face. Nothing. Nothing. You'll never amount to anything. You're nothing. The buzzing in my ears turns to blood, drowning out the words. I shut my eyes, but it doesn't block the vibrations. I purge all feelings until there is nothing inside of me but a darkness. It's like being inside an empty, silent room filled with ice, but it's so cold it feels like a burning. My frozen heart pulsates in my head violently until I can't take it any longer. My eyes snap open. Two dark shapes under the dull moonlight. I advance towards the closer shape. When I get within inches of it, I pounce, wrapping my hand around its throat, and I squeeze. "Stop!" Tabitha manages to squeak out, the blood running down her face like a crimson tear. My head pounds with a frantic energy as her pulse thumps erratically beneath the pads of my thumbs. There is only one thing in Tabitha's eyes: terror. "No!" Justine is dashing towards us, her hands flying in front of her, pulling Tabitha out of my grip. "You are and always will be a nothing," I growl. Justine shrieks, and she tugs on Tabitha's hand, pulling her in haste down the hill toward the house. The pressure in my chest is building even as the butterflies die. "It's almost over, Natalie. You can count on it." And then, Mandy and I will be best friends forever. Chapter 13. I don't leave right away. Tabitha and Justine see me head west off the property. I make sure they do, but I don't leave. I prowl the premises once more. In the dark, it's hard to see, but the whole house is lit up, making my vision sharper. I'm careful to dip behind shrubbery and cars until I reach a safe point. From behind a thick tree, I have a clear view of the front of the house. Justine's shadow dances frantically in front of the window as she scurries around inside like a frightened mouse, phone in hand. Is she calling the police? Maybe I should go. A few seconds later, she ends the call and pulls on her coat, Tabitha wrapping an arm around her as they move to the front door. No, if the police are coming, they wouldn't leave, would they? I leave my position and dart north, pressing my back to the side of the house. They hurry to Justine's BMW. Justine shouts breathlessly, "We have to hurry!" Where could they possibly be going? They have no idea how lucky they are that they don't need a hospital bed tonight. I take the opportunity to wash my face in the pond, wiping off all the grease. With black bile lurching in my esophagus, I wait until the soft screech of tires echo in the night. Huffing, I sprint across the lawn and dash to the next residence, panting as I accelerate, staying in the shadows of trees, running in near proximity to the houses, keeping out of sight. Her car stops at the end of the street, the brake lights gleaming like the eyes of a demon who's mocking me. I pause to catch my breath. They can't get away. I won't let them. Natalie, this isn't over. Remember, this is meant to be. Nobody can do anything about it. Let the air in and out. Once, twice, 3 times. Justine turns right at the stop sign. I sprint ahead until I reach the corner. She's pulling out into the intersection, moving straight through the light. A draft of carbon monoxide flushes out of me, searing hot, my heart battering faster than I can run. I see the brake lights once again, and the car making a sharp right. There's only one establishment they could be going to. Annie's Diner. The heat in my oxygen pumps through my blood. I'm on fire. I need reprieve, and only ensuring they get what's due to them will cool me down. I spot Justine's BMW in the small parking lot. Only a handful of cars are at the diner tonight. I pull off the hoodie and toss it in the dumpster. I hop onto the bottom ledge and peer inside the bin. Shredded papers, empty cartons, and a bunch of smelly trash fill it. What's that red thing? Ah, perfect. A half-empty bottle of ketchup. I snatch it and dump some of the condiment on my arms and throat, smearing it under my shirt. I inhale deeply. The apple body spray smell is completely masked. I touch the back of my neck. It feels tight from carrying myself like Hannah Quasimodo. Massaging my shoulders relieves some of the pressure. Peeling off the gloves, I stuff them into my back pocket. I tuck my hair into a tight bun with a ponytail holder and yank the beanie from my pocket over my head. Even if they recognize me, it won't mean anything. I'm just Natalie Smith from school. More than likely, they won't even notice me there. They will all be too consumed with what's just transpired. Poor Justine. Poor Tabitha. The world is coming to an end for you both. Inside, most of the customers are kids from school, the usual clientele. Justine and Tabitha sit in the back at a red foamy circular booth, their expressions drawn. There's a grim feeling in the air. I pretend not to notice them, and slide into the next booth up against the wall, my back to them and my face in a menu. They're speaking in whispers, their voices shaky. No, wait until they're here. I snap my head up. Who? The police? Maybe they did call, and they're meeting them here. My palms feel sweaty, my face flushed. Calm down, Natalie. They don't know a thing. Instead of the police, it's Kyle, Jacob, Mandy, and Emily who join them. Such fools. Of course they don't think to call the police, the logical thing to do. A waitress comes by to take their orders. They ask for waters all around. Miss? The waitress is at my table now. Something to drink? Huh? Oh, yes, a lemonade. She jots it on her notepad and takes off. Oh my God, what is happening? Emily's voice sounds almost shrill. Who's doing this? Who's after us? The rest of the table hushes her. She's crying now. I'm so scared. It's okay. We'll figure this out. Justine is talking. Tell us what happened. Every detail you can remember, Jacob urges. Why aren't we calling the cops? Justine squeaks. Not yet. Jacob sounds calm, collected. Emily sniffs and cries some more. Why doesn't someone knock her out for being so self-centered? Where are your glasses? Emily asks. What happened to your face? Jacob says. She broke them, and she scratched my face with her fingers. Tabitha's voice sounds shaky. Emily gasps. I roll my eyes. Drama queen. Let's get you some ointment, Jacob says. The waitress returns with their drinks, and they ask for a first aid kit, which she hastily brings back. Here, hold still. Jacob's voice sounds gentle for such a sordid soul. After a long moment, he urges Justine to replay the incident. I couldn't tell who it was, Justine says, but I could smell... What? Smell what? Mandy encourages her to go on. The apple body spray Hannah always wears, Justine squeaks again. She moved like Hannah. I mean, the way she usually walks, all hunched over, that slow walk of hers, Tabitha adds. They're all quiet for so long, I turn my head to see if they're still there. Tell us what happened. Jacob's voice finally comes out, low and solemn. Justine sniffs. It felt like someone was hiding in the shadows, watching me at first, and then, right as I was feeding the ducks, someone grabbed me around the neck and dragged me to the water. She chokes on a sob. I could smell her. Hannah! She wanted to kill me! In a flash, they are surrounding her, hugging her, crying, kissing her cheek. Green bile works its way up my esophagus. She tried to choke Tabitha, too! Soft moans and cries erupted the table. Do you know who it is? I mean, are you sure it's Hannah? Anyone could wear the same perfume, Kyle says. Body spray, Mandy gently corrects him. But no one we know wears it. She buys it special order from an out-of-state store. If it's her, if it's really Hannah, why would she do this? Kyle says, growing upset. Does anyone know where Hannah is? Emily asks. Muttered no's scatter around the table. Justine's mouth quivers. She said something. What? What did she say? Mandy asks. Justine sounds frozen with fear as she attempts to talk again, which must be quite challenging for a squeaky mouse. She said something horrible. Oh, honey, you're okay. We're all here to protect you. Justine sniffles. She said, you'll never amount to anything, Justine. You're nothing. That's a lie. You're wonderful. You're something. Mandy is obviously upset, but Justine's words drill a hole inside my stomach, and my heart begins to flutter with a slick ball of dread. It's okay, Mandy says. We're here with you. We will call the cops and report this, and they'll investigate Hannah. No, it's not okay. You don't understand. Caroline said that to me. Back when we were friends, she used to tell me I was a nothing, that my parents were right. I was a nothing. What does Caroline have to do with any of this, I wonder? As if echoing my thoughts, Mandy says, What does Caroline have to do with what happened to you and Tabitha tonight? She sounds puzzled. I mean, Hannah's name is all over everything. I don't know. I'm so confused, Justine moans in misery.
Lost little mouse in a maze. I'd heard enough. I toss a dollar bill on the table and hurry out the back door. Outside, the temperature must have dropped another 10 degrees. It's freezing. The cold, crisp air wraps around me like a comforting blanket. I pull on my gloves and peek through the large window. They're all there, huddled together, comforting Justine. My stomach clenches. There's still so much to do. I rush over to the dumpster and empty all the sickness inside me. I don't sleep well that night. The nightmares come at me relentlessly. Mr. Sims stares at me. You know what you need to do. Breathe in nice and slow, then out. Oh, you're so pretty, Mama says as she eyes my new dress the next morning. It's something I snagged from a shop the other day. Instead of taking the bus, I walk the 3 miles to the mall. It reminds me of something Mandy wears. I feel like I'm honoring her as the time gets closer. My mom is still gushing as I finish brushing through my hair. Oh, I wish you'd wear your hair down more often. You'd look so much prettier. You'd make all the boys drool. I glare at her. Thanks, Mama. You know how to make your daughter's self-confidence sail. I've never dared to speak to her like this before, but I am tired of pretending. Her mouth hangs open as she stares at me. Good. Stay speechless. I brush past her, wishing she were at work. Wishing Daddy were still here so she'd have someone else to obsess over. Oh, she'll call herself loving and concerned. I'm looking out for you, Natalie. But really, what she's doing is controlling me. She's not satisfied with who I am. I'm only trying to help you, Natalie. I hate her. She will never, ever let me be. Biting my tongue until it bleeds, I snatch the straightener from the bathroom and take it to my bedroom, where I plug it in. Mandy's hair is long and smooth and straight. The least I can do is honor that. We'll be like twins, more special than she and Tabitha could ever be. After the straightener heats up, I run it through my stubborn locks, working through one side of my head. The steam sputters, and the heat suddenly goes out. It's died. Unbelievable! I yank the cord from the outlet and throw the device across the room where it slams against the wall. My nostrils flare as I scowl at my ugly reflection, the left side of my head tangled and frizzy, and the right side a smooth wave. I gather it all together and stuff it into a tight bun at the back of my head as I grind my teeth together. Mama heads into the living room to start her lazy day of channel surfing. As she passes my room, I see a full cigarette hanging out of her mouth. Disgusted, I grab my bag off the floor and quietly slide open the closet door. I push aside a bunch of clothes dangling from hangers and reach across to a tiny nightstand where I pull open the bottom drawer. The Ziploc bag is still there. The white crystals are hypnotic. I remember seeing them before, seeing what they can do to someone. I slip the bag inside the little pocket of my backpack. The hallways of Bliss High are bustling with a range of emotions, from talk over Brandon's injury to homecoming on Friday. It feels good knowing I started some of the excitement, even if I can't take any credit publicly. Of course, Tabitha and Mandy are dressed like twins in blue jean jumpsuits. Again. Sneaky doing it yesterday with their PJs. I'm sure that was Tabitha's doing, always mimicking her, no brain of her own. They both look frazzled as they speak in whispers. Flames of vengeance fill my heart. The heat is unbearable. I shove some geeky kid sporting a bow tie out of my way. Hey! He cries as his books slip out of his hands and smack the floor. They're heading to the bathroom now. I manage to creep inside without them hearing me and hide inside the first stall, squatting on the toilet seat before they even have a chance to look around. Through the sliver of the door, I see them hunched over the sinks. Mandy's face is tear-streaked. Don't cry, we'll get through this. She'll be here any minute and we can get to the bottom of this. Tabitha strokes Mandy's hair. Who is she? I know, Tabs, but after last night, what happened to you and Justine? Tabitha isn't listening. She reaches to push her fake glasses up the bridge of her nose, but jerks her hand away when she realizes they're gone. You know what else disturbs me about this situation? What? Mandy's voice is nasally, and when she tilts her head up, she looks so miserable. I want to go over there and hug her. The door swings open and Hannah walks in. She stops when she sees them at the sinks. Why did you text me? Why are we meeting in the bathroom? Why is she here? There's nothing left to say. Tabitha's voice is full of vinegar. Privacy. Hannah gasps as she looks at Tabitha. What happened to your face? Tabitha's shoulders tense as she stares her down. Mandy taps her arm. It's okay. She faces Hannah. We need to talk. I agree, but me first. It's about Emily. She sucks in a tight breath. She played on Kyle's emotions. What do you mean? Mandy frowns. They broke up. Emily knew Kyle and I were getting close before, and she only went to Kyle to make me jealous. She broke up with him because she's done playing that game. Jealous. The word makes me grind my teeth so hard, a tiny chip comes off the top of one of them. I slide it between my fingers and quietly dump it into the mini trash can next to me. Tabitha folds her arms in front of her chest. Unbelievable how low you'll stoop to save face. She shakes her head, her mouth a vivid line of fury. Hannah looks shocked. What do you mean? Anything to keep the focus off you. The investigation is still open, and after what happened last night... I didn't hurt Emily, she screams, not understanding Tabitha's meaning. Dropping her voice, she adds, even if somehow I had been there to do something to her, why would I try to make her look bad? Wouldn't that make me look more guilty? She stops, a new realization filling her face. Wait, what do you mean after what happened last night? They stare at her, as if waiting for her to confess. What happened last night? Hannah demands again. Tabitha flashes her a dirty look. Are you too busy being jealous to get over him? Tabitha says. Jealous. The words spin inside my head like a cyclone. I freeze and bite down so hard my teeth snap and the pain comes fast, pouring into my gums. The snake uncoils. My stomach curls upon itself, twisting like a venomous snake as it wraps itself around a tree branch, ready to spit out their poison. Rage for them all fills the holes of my heart. I can feel it pumping through my veins, boiling my blood, filling the syringe with poison. Mandy says, we know they broke up. Emily won't talk about it. But that's not why we're here, she adds quietly. Hannah looks at her, clearly puzzled. How could you do that to us? Justine breaks the silence. She must have just come in. Do what? You scared Tabitha and me. You attacked us last night. Justine starts crying uncontrollably. Hannah's puzzled expression floats between Justine and Tabitha and over to Mandy as she seeks an explanation. I have no idea what you are talking about, she says slowly. She looks back at Tabitha's face. Someone hurt you. She says this matter-of-factly, but there's no shred of self-blame. Do they believe her? Mandy's voice is soft. Hannah, you're the only person we know who uses that apple body spray. Hannah's nose scrunches in confusion, her freckles disappearing. What is going on? She searches their faces for an answer. In answer, they all file out of the bathroom, Hannah trudging after them. I hop to the ground and walk to the mirror, opening my mouth wide. About a third of my cap is gone. It doesn't matter, it's nothing. I have to get rid of the filth Tabitha and Justine and Hannah left behind. The door swings open. They're back, minus Mandy. No. Why? The sound of pigs shrieking thunders in my ears. I shut my eyes and slam my hands against my ears to block out the sound. I dare open my eyes. They point at me and pull up their noses. The screeching roars inside my head. Oink! Oink! Stop it! I scream. Hannah throws a piece of rubbery bacon at me. It lands on my shoulder. They start squealing. The thundering plugs up my ears. My heart lurches, threatening to tear through my chest. I scream and throw the piece of meat to the floor. The door swings shut and I am alone again. The sounds fade, but I can hear their echo. The smell of bacon clings to me. I can't breathe. I can't. I pull my hands away from my ears. There's only silence. I clutch the sink and wait for my heartbeat to slow. I wash my hands, scrubbing them so hard with soap they turn raw and dark pink. I tug my bun out of the ponytail holder, and my hair falls around me, a fuzzy cloud on one side and straight and smooth on the other. My eyes twitch, and my cheeks flame with fury. They've taken a part of me. A single crack zigzags down the mirror, splitting my face in half. But which part? I wipe the back of my hand across my face, smearing snot across it. It doesn't matter, not now. The left side of my face transforms, my lips changing into a confident grin. It's your turn, Kyle. The right side of my face pulls down, tears shining in my eye, my lip trembling. But how? Natalie, a man says. I suck in a breath and turn from the mirror. Daddy? I don't see him. I haven't seen him in over 10 years. Honey, just listen. I close my eyes and listen. And everything he tells me makes sense. Pull yourself together, Natalie. Do it for her. My heart steadies. The roaring long gone. My daddy slips out, and the smell of the offensive meat is purged from my skin.
Chapter 14. The news has been all over the school and on Connections. Someone called the police after the farm incident, and out of concern for what seems to be a pattern forming against Bliss High students, we have security all over campus. The mood of Bliss High is darker, heavily concerned, terrified. I lick my lips. It tastes delicious. And the orchestra starts up, the vibrating strings and the low moan of the drum marking their steps. Jacob is assisting with Brandon's crutches. Apparently, his little fall did more damage than I anticipated. The word about his injury has spread like wildfire. The whole school is chatting about how he hyperextended his knee while countering a takedown. He heard a loud pop or snap on the mat. He'll have to have surgery so his knee stabilizes. And the best part? He won't be back this wrestling season. Emily sidles up to Brandon's other side, lightly touching his leg. Darkness overshadows me. Homecoming is Friday. Obviously, they will be going together, but they won't be leaving together. I'll make sure of that. They're going to wish they never cheated on Mandy and Kyle. By the end of that night, they'll know a horror they never thought possible. It's too hard to concentrate in class. Mr. Shiny might as well be teaching French, and Mr. Bryce's lecture sounds like a hollow echo. The itching starts in my fingertips. At first, it's bearable, but when I get to psychology, my whole arm feels like it's on fire. No matter how hard I scratch, the blaze won't go away. Red slash marks line the curve of my elbow. Mr. Holbright says, "Violent," and I pull my hand away to see little streams of blood running along the inside of my arm. Blood. There's so much blood, I can hear it thundering in my veins. My body shakes, but only slightly. My heart throbs wildly. So much blood. Breathe in. Slowly. Again. You are in control, Mr. Sims told me. Only you. Deep breaths. Slowly let them out. They're gawking at me. Someone tisks as he looks my way. How dare they stare? I want to shout at them to stop, but my mouth is locked shut. More breaths. Long and deep. I feel the blood running like a cool stream into the nook of my elbow. I love the bitter cold, the way it settles into the bones and hibernates inside your heart. It feels like home. Like last night. Holbright's grainy voice pokes at me. Groupthink. I glance up. The blood stops flowing. The last vocabulary word on the test is groupthink. I shudder. No, not that. I cup my ears and look around me. They're both there. Hannah and Justine, only inches away. Groupthink. They did it. They did it. Their faces twist into beastly scowls as they look over at me. The buzzing in my ears grows louder. Hannah leans over at the same time Justine does, chanting something incoherent. I clamp down harder on my ears, but I can't make their sounds go away. Natalie? Holbright's voice cuts through the noise. You okay? My hands fall away, and I look at Justine, whose rapt attention is on the teacher. Where's Hannah? Do you need to go to the nurse? I shake my head, and he resumes the test overview. Control, Natalie, control. You have the control. Use it. Breathe. In. Out. The snake curls inside my stomach, emitting poison into my bloodstream. Black tar claws its way up my throat. Mandy has to understand. She has to. She must know what they all are. I grab my bag and make a beeline for the door, running down the hall and into the bathroom. It all comes out in their vile selves, all deception, everything they claim to be. Their disease tastes bitter and hollow on my tongue. Using several strips of toilet paper, I wipe my mouth and dump the wad into the toilet and flush. Inside my bag is a tiny tin of mints. I pop one of the mints into my mouth, savoring the fresh taste, relishing the fresh coolness. When I emerge from the bathroom, Kyle and another wrestler are heading toward me. "I'm gonna kick him to the ground." Kyle's face is enraged. "The gall! Pretending to be my buddy, my teammate, and he thinks he'll be homecoming king." He laughs bitterly. He's got nothing but trouble coming for him. What a jerk. Your own girl. Kyle pounds one of the lockers, and the metal caves in. A few students cross their path, their worried gazes flicking his way. They've seen him lose it before, and it isn't pretty. He's been suspended in the past. Brandon awkwardly rounds the corner on his crutches, the backpack on his shoulder slightly weighing him down to the right. Kyle freezes. "How could you?" Brandon hobbles short of his old friend. "What are you talking about, man?" "I dump Emily so you move in on her?" "Kyle, you have no idea what you're talking about. Where did you hear that?" "I saw you earlier, comforting her, because mean old me broke up with her." Brandon shakes his head like he can't believe what he's hearing. "Of course I did. She's my friend. She was upset." The bell rings, and students pour out of the doorways, filling the hall. Kyle drops his bag, and it makes a loud, dull echo. A few students scurry out of the way, sensing trouble. "You expect me to believe that?" Brandon shuffles closer to him. "You're my best friend. I would never do that to you or Mandy." Kyle curls his fists. "What did Emily say to you?" Brandon glances down at Kyle's ready stance. "She's heartbroken. Says you don't want to look at her face." "You got something to say to my face?" Brandon drops his bag, a low thud, and more students scamper away as he limps toward Kyle. "How could you do that to her? She already feels insecure enough." Kyle glances at his watch like he has somewhere to go, and looks back at Brandon. "We're finishing this tomorrow." I turn from the scene and smile, moving alongside classmates, feeling the filth fade from my mouth, knowing now what I must do. Black and gold colors are splashed all over the walls of Bliss High for Spirit Wednesday. Homecoming banners rich in our school colors, streamers dangling from the ceiling. Tabitha is dressed like a bee. I roll my eyes. How original. She and Justine flank Mandy, whose black leggings and long-sleeve shirts sparkle with gold flecks. Soon, I will show her the way to the truth. It's the only thing that keeps me from falling back into the darkness, the only thing that keeps the buzzing at bay. So many people flood the hallways when we break for lunch, I feel claustrophobic. The energy levels are too high, like they're trying to convince themselves the most popular boy in school and his tragedy can be overcome by their school spirit. "Hey, you!" As if one person, everyone stops when they hear Kyle's bellow. He's arching a finger in Brandon's direction. Brandon halts, the crutches tucked under his armpits as he swivels his head in Kyle's direction. Kyle's face is dark and menacing. Brandon's upper lip goes stiff. "Man, I don't know what your problem is." Kyle throws out his arms. "So what? I couldn't bear looking at her. Does that make me the bad guy now?" "I never said that." Kyle breaks away from his wrestling mates and charges at Brandon. Before he can even respond, Kyle knocks him to the ground, the crutches crashing into the lockers. Kyle swings his fist, just once, into the side of his face. "Stop it!" Emily shrieks, rushing to her lover's side. Justine and Tabitha huddle near Mandy, whose face is stunned and crushed all at once, like she's not sure what to believe. "I know he betrayed you, but he's just bacteria. He means nothing. He can't hurt you anymore, Mandy. Soon we'll be free of the pain." Kyle kicks Brandon right in the shin. Brandon moans as he grabs his leg. "I guess you can keep a good man down. Righteous revenge." Brandon is heated. He glares at his ex-friend. "I'll be coming for you. You better watch your back." A wave of murmurs echoes through the hall. Jacob comes running. "Back off, Kyle!" Kyle shoves him back into the lockers, the metal reverberating like a rumble of thunder. Justine covers her mouth and shakes her head in disbelief. Why is this happening? Why are so many bad things happening to us? She sniffles, and Mandy hugs her. Poor little mouse. The best hasn't even come yet. Jacob clenches his jaw, his arm tensing as he glowers at Kyle, who stands there with his fists up, ready to knock him down if he dares touch him. Jacob wraps one arm around his neck, a wrestling move, and tightens his grip. Kyle's pasty skin turns red as if he's being choked. As if realizing what he's done, Jacob quickly releases him. Kyle backs away from him, looking up and down the hallway as if seeking assistance. Jacob leans over to Brandon, asking him something. He examines his knee and shouts to a student to get the nurse. The girl hurries off. Jacob twists his head toward Kyle. "You're dead, man," he shouts, not caring who hears. "I'll come for you. That's his injured leg. You aggravated his injury. It was you, wasn't it? Couldn't take the fact he's better than you. Now you're trying to make it look like he stole your girl." A hush falls over the school. It's so easy to make someone look guilty, and so easy for everyone to believe in a lie. We all watch the unraveling between two ex-friends. Justified chaos is so beautiful. Something shifts in Kyle's expression. As if realizing what he's done, he takes off. "You can run, Kyle, but you can't hide." One of the teachers comes hurrying through the crowd and crouches by Brandon's side. "Let's get you to the nurse's office." Nurse's office. Yes, just what the doctor ordered. I unzip the little pocket inside my backpack and feel around for the baggie. I sigh with relief. It's still there. Sometimes Mama goes through my things when she loses something, but she has grown forgetful, misplacing stuff lately, and she doesn't suspect me like she used to. Which means I can put my plan into place soon. Chapter 15. Spirit Friday. Wrestling match. Return to drama. I'm failing psychology. Mr. Holbright told me after class. Mama has to sign the report card, but if she knows about it, she'll ground me. That won't do. It will interfere with my plans. At least there are distractions. Today's school spirit is to dress in something related to space. A few kids take the scientific approach and dress as atoms and molecules, while others use the day to abuse a Star Wars theme, dressing like Vader, Han Solo, even the galaxy. Some students have taken the liberty of pasting screenshots from the Star Wars franchise all over the school. I wear all black, to represent space itself. Of course, no one else is original enough to consider that. Mandy is dressed like Princess Leia, her blonde bun sparkling with gold glitter, a vision of true royalty. Justine and Tabitha are dressed like Ewoks, and I want to tell them how uncute they are. But I can't draw attention to myself, or my plan won't work. Patting my coat pocket, I'm reassured. I only had a few minutes to get the hammer out of Daddy's toolbox before the bus came. I reach into my pocket for my phone and click on connections. My post is alive and well, and getting a lot of approval from the drama group. With my permission, they have shared the post to other boards. Most people express concern. A few think it's a joke. Either way, they will all be satisfied when they see the outcome. I'm worried for Kyle. I think Jacob might take revenge for what Kyle did to him and Brandon. After they threatened him, I heard him talking about his plans for getting back at Kyle. It's not an empty threat. I don't know what he intends to do or when, and I can't reveal myself in the event he comes after me too for being a snitch. I know he will think I betrayed him, but I can't not say anything and risk watching someone get hurt again. My post works. Of course it does. I've never given anyone any reason not to trust what I say. After all, I've been posting for months, and aside from the one incident with Tabitha and Brandon, all of it has turned out to be true. People start steering clear of Jacob. Even Tabitha keeps her distance, as though she's worried he's about to blow. It's unexpected, but satisfying. Half of them think Brandon and Emily are dating, the other half don't know what to think. Some are wary of Kyle, others of Jacob. No one is quite sure what's happening at Bliss High. It splits them. They're a bunch of puppets. Gullible, useless things, like putty in my hands. Tabitha's been posting on Connections too. Apparently, they reopened the case with Emily and are looking into who might have attacked Tabitha and Justine. A lot of students are responding, many of them sure it must be Hannah. It doesn't help Hannah's case. No one has heard from her outside of school since Wednesday, and her whereabouts during that horrible moment on the farm is still suspect. Or that her friends don't seem to want to have anything to do with her. I sigh as warm syrup flushes through me. I'm surprised when Mandy responds to my private message. Who are you? My heart thumps with a rush of blood that sends a thrill through me. I feel connected to her. She's reaching out to me. My heart aches, though, because I can't tell her who I am. Not yet. Regretfully, I put my phone away. You'll know soon, Mandy. At least I can find comfort in that. After physiology, Miss Rose lets us out a little early. I make my way to the closest bathroom and check it's empty before I hide in one of the stalls. There's a little silver metal table sticking out of the toilet paper dispenser. I lay the baggie there, lightly tracing my fingers over the beautiful shards, almost reluctant to smash them into smithereens. Almost. Taking the hammer, I raise the weapon above my head and swiftly bring it down, pulverizing the glorious crystals over and over until they are nothing but white particles of dust. In a plastic water bottle, I mix in a quarter of Jacob's favorite berry juice powder, watching its beauty dissolve. Jacob needs a friend. I can be that for him, starting with fixing his ex-girlfriend. I finished my physiology test early, so I head to drama. Miss Jones is busy talking to the stagehands and gives me a distracted wave as I stroll in. Someone has set up one of those foldable card tables, and on it is a variety of snacks and bottles of lemonade. Who are you? Mandy's question replays in my head, causing a pleasant sensation in my heart, because soon she will know. Down the hall, I can hear Tabitha's high-pitched chatter. It makes me clench my jaw and my blood turn cold. The cold feels so good, so inviting. I can hardly contain the need inside of me. With Miss Jones now behind the curtain, with the volunteer students, I dig into my bag and pull out one of several mini packets I always keep with me. I uncap one of the lemonades and dump several grams of my trusty taste-free laxatives inside, shaking it up enough to do the trick. I know how much is too much. Taking the bottle, I screw the lid back on and take a seat. A few minutes later, the rest of the cast arrives. Miss Jones rehashes the first part of the story. Out of respect for Emily's recovery, we haven't rehearsed for 2 weeks. Miss Jones waves at a long table filled with drinks and snacks. To celebrate our homecoming game, some of the parents donated snacks. Before we begin, let's all take a few minutes to enjoy them. I follow right behind Tabitha as she nears the table. She reaches for one of the bottles and opens it. I bump into her, knocking the bottle out of her hand. "So sorry," I say, with as much breathless sincerity as I can muster, stooping to retrieve the bottle. "Here, have mine." Tabitha sends me a small smile and takes my lemonade. "Thank you." I feel so bad. I reach over to grab a bag of chips and hand it to her. "Thank you, Natalie." She says my name in a way that suggests she does have some kind of awareness of others. I smile and pluck one of the lemonades off the table before returning to my seat. I think about physiology class, how we learned about the metabolic processes of the body, the way it breaks down liquids, how delightful Tabitha's experience will be. I have to smother a giggle just thinking about it. Miss Jones asks us to take our scripts. Light chatter spreads across the cast, but a hush fills the room when Hannah walks in. She looks miserable, her shoulders bent more than usual. Nobody misses the way Mandy and Tabitha flinch as she nears them. "Hannah," Miss Jones says, "you sure you feel up to participating?" "Yeah, they're done questioning me." She looks at Tabitha, although everyone can hear her. "It wasn't me." Tabitha clasps her hands together, clearly uncomfortable. "Come, have a seat." Miss Jones urges Hannah. Innocent until proven guilty, apparently. "Since it's been a while, I want to give you all a quick recap and where we're going to start off. Candy's sister has recently died. Her parents aren't talking to each other. All Candy wants is peace in their home again. Tabitha, you and Mandy are playing together when they start bullying you two."
After she hassles you, Tabitha, we see Natalie, who was there watching. Everybody there? Miss Jones prompts us all to flip to the appropriate scene. A wave of murmur circles the room. Okay, Miss Jones continues. Hannah, I need you to intimidate Tabitha. You push her hard enough to send her to the ground, okay? She nods. The tension is salient. The play might as well be reality. Tabitha doesn't fully trust Hannah anymore, but Miss Jones basically says if they can't get along, they can forget about being in the play. She has a production to run, not a child care center. Tabitha's fear of Hannah looks more real than acted. Miss Jones couldn't have directed the play any better. The script might as well belong to me. After their scene ends, Mandy's big scene takes over. Oh, Santa, please tell me you're real. You must be. It can't all have been a lie. My parents left me. Don't you leave me too. Mandy shuts her eyes for several seconds, as though making a wish. Suddenly, the lights come up, big and bright as they wash over a Christmas tree that suddenly appears. It's wrapped in silver tinsel and shiny red ornaments. Mandy opens her eyes with surprise and delight. Her parents come into the room and see the tree and stare at it in amazement. Emily, Candy's mom, carries a happy smile as she takes Candy's hand and places it over her stomach. Honey, Daddy and I have big news. You're gonna have a little baby sister. The three of them hug each other. Lights out. I have to wipe a bunch of tears off with my sleeve. Mandy's performance is so incredible, so believable. Wishes can come true. That's what the play is about. Don't stop believing that. My heart sings with tears of joy as we all come off the stage because my wish is coming true too. The soft melody rings in the air. The cast bustles about the snack table before we head over to the gym where they're about to select the homecoming court and get us pumped for the game. Everything seems to be happening so fast now, it sends a rush of thrill through me. As expected, the two boys chosen are Jacob and Kyle, with Tabitha and Emily as the girls. Should make for some interesting couple time. We file out so the wrestling team can get ready, but I stay back. Jacob always carries around his trusty metal water bottle. He fills it with water from the fountain and pours in a packet of his favorite berry juice powder. This is something the whole school knows about Jacob. He doesn't like the taste of plain water, so he flavors it. He drinks about half of it, saving the other half for after later. Another predictable move. It's too bad he doesn't realize how his predictability is going to cost him. He also tends to leave his drink next to his backpack during practice, just inside the back door of the gym. I watch him enter the gym as PE students exit. Sure enough, he sets the bottle and the bag next to the end of the bleachers and heads to the locker room to change. The rest of the team are already getting ready. I can hear the coach shouting at them, giving them a pep talk. Crouching, I unscrew the lid, dumping out what's left into the trash can, then pour his favorite juice mix into the bottle and swish it around, setting it back down exactly as he left it. I stop by one of the vending machines, remembering the wrestler's diet from having watched them during the lunch hour. I pay for a box of beef jerky and a power bar. I return to the gym. Jacob has taken his stuff. It's easy to find Jacob. He goes to the only place where no one is, behind the theater. He's kicking the gravel, his shapely jaw sharp, anger in his eyes. I clear my throat. Hey, I say. He's standing stone still as he looks over at me. What do you want? He says it in a slightly confused way. I know you don't know me, but I see how people are treating you like some kind of pariah. I don't think that's fair to you. He grumbles. It's all over social media, like I'm on a vengeful rampage. Yes, it is. I edge closer to him and set down my backpack, giving him my full attention. Brandon's still your friend. He's loyal, not like the others. A sense of betrayal shows in his eyes. His jaw tightens. My own girlfriend is afraid of me. I haven't seen him look hurt before. It's kind of nice. I don't know what came over me with Kyle. I've never lost my cool, never said stuff like that before. You've definitely given yourself over to a new reputation. I swallow past some mucus buildup. That's not fair to you. I draw closer to him until we are inches apart and hold out the snacks. I brought these for you. to keep up your agility and strength for your match today." He looks pleasantly surprised as he takes them. "Thank you. How did you know?" I clear my throat and take in a slow breath. "You guys aren't exactly recluses. I mean," I glance at his oversized biceps. "You're kind of hard to miss." His eyes follow mine, and he actually blushes, coloring his dark brown skin to a deep rosy hue. I can see why Tabitha is attracted to him. It's too bad those good looks are wasted on somebody so worthless. We stand there quietly, me watching him eat. "Why are you being so nice to me?" he asks after he finishes the power bar. My voice comes out deeper and darker than ever. "I don't care what anyone says. Kyle deserves to get payback for what he did to Brandon. To you." I look around. "How's Brandon doing?" He shakes his head, and his face turns dark. "Kyle's lucky he didn't do any more damage to Brandon's leg. You know he has to get surgery this month?" He fumes, and I swear I can see smoke billowing out of his nostrils. I put as much sympathy into my tone as I can. "I know." "If they don't expel Kyle for what he did—" He shakes his head, and his hardened gaze drifts off into the distance. When he turns back to me, his gaze softens. "Thanks. I'm sorry, I don't know your name." "Natalie." "Natalie. Oh, hey, aren't you in Candy's Wish with Tabitha?" "With Mandy." I nod. "How's that going?" "Good." Jacob nods and reaches over to take his water bottle. He tilts his head back, taking one long drink until there's nothing left. He examines the bottle for a second. Oh no. Does he sense something odd about the flavor? "What is that?" I ask, as though I care. "Berry, my favorite. Have you tried it?" I'm more of a lemonade girl. I step over to my backpack and sling it over my shoulder. "Well, it looks like you need to get ready for your match. Good luck." His bicep involuntarily flexes. "Thanks." The noise of the crowd feels different. There's a stir of worried mutters, excitement, and disorder. I have the best seat in the house, front row, mere feet from the wrestling mat. The two teams enter the makeshift arena, and Jacob is paired with one of the opponents. Jacob glances around the stands, probably searching for Tabitha, but she's not here. His jaw clenches when he sees Kyle prepping for his match in the corner. The coach calls out, "Wrestle him!" Jacob turns into a bear, his thick quads sharp and toned as he crouches, arms arched at his sides. His face turns so red, a large vein is pushing against his throat. He pins the guy in 5 seconds. It won't be long now. I cradle my hands in my lap, exhilaration rushing through me. Concerned chatter starts in the crowd. What's wrong with Jacob? I've never seen him like this. Did he mean what he said? It looks like he could really kill Kyle. I take in a sweet breath. It's like watching a story you wrote play across on the big screen. What a pleasure to see them perform their parts so well. Kyle's next. He isn't himself. His form is slightly off. The opponent takes him down before Kyle can even blink. The murmurs of concern turn into moans of disappointment as a dazed silence washes over the audience. Morale is low as we all make our way through to the exits. Except for our wrestling team, everyone heads to the front of the school to wait for their rides of the bus or to take their own vehicle. I wait outside the other end of the gym, where the Bliss High wrestlers change back into their clothes before heading home. I smile with pride. I've become quite patient, having to wait so long for things to go right. At last Kyle comes out, a little unsteady, a bundle of nerves. It's rather amusing. Jacob is behind him, and Kyle turns once they reach the outdoors. I trudge after them and head to the bathroom, which is thankfully empty. I crack open the door wide enough to see them standing a few feet away. On the backside of the school, the other wrestlers have dispersed. The usual support system, Justine, Hannah, Mandy, and Tabitha, are absent. The morale of our team is down too. Jacob drops his bag, and it makes a heavy thump as it scrapes against the gravel. More veins bulge in his neck, which is thick like a tree stump. He's unusually alert as he flexes his fingers, his dark eyes like a shark's, fiercely glued to Kyle's. Kyle's usual casual attitude is replaced by a heightened sense of fear. His eyes dart around him, but there's no one there. It's time to pay, Kyle. He holds up his hands. Look, man, we've been friends for years. I said some stupid stuff the other day, stuff I didn't mean. He looks so pathetic and weak, with his baby boy freckles and arms as thin as railroad tracks. Jacob says nothing, which only intensifies Kyle's dread. Even at this distance, I can see he is visibly shaking. Jacob growls. He actually growls! One step toward Kyle. Another. Kyle backs away slowly, his face frozen, eyes locked on his ex-friend's every move. Jacob rears up like a grizzly. Oh, if I didn't have such impressive self-control, I'd give myself away doing a happy dance. Jacob stalks towards Kyle, who is backing up faster. He collides into the bleachers, his pale face covered with fear. "You've turned them all against me," Jacob roars. In one swift move, he's tackled Kyle to the ground, his face a beet red image of fire, his strong hands pummeling Kyle's pretty boy face. I dash out of the bathroom and run to the principal's office, good concerned student that I am, to report it. Staff rush to the back of the building. I head out to the bus. I've seen enough. The deed has accomplished what it needed to. Brandon won't be back. Jacob will be kicked off the team when they see how out of control he is. He'll be tested positive for drugs, his wrestling career over. 2 more dirty snakes. Only a few more to go. Chapter 16. The Homecoming Dance. School spirit floods the building as the last bell rings, as if to deny any potential threat that may be coming our way, though the school spirit is not at its usual peak. A real sense of concern filters through it. The ever-present security doesn't help soothe anyone, only heightening their fears. I forged Mama's signature for psychology, pretending she came by at lunch to sign it, so all is well and plans will still go as they should. Mandy and Tabitha and Justine are engaged in a serious conversation 3 lockers over. A bunch of students fill the hallway, trying hard to put the strangeness of what's happened to their classmates behind them. Mandy's voice quivers. Whoever this is, whoever is sending me messages knows the truth. My heart skips. Yes, Mandy, that's right. I am here so you can be free of their lives. I can't believe they still haven't solved the case with Emily. And now this. Tabitha chews on a piece of gum like some stable horse. What worries me is they know someone is behind it. As much as Emily hurt me, the fact remains someone did try to hurt her. Mandy tightens her hair, which she is wearing in a high ponytail. It reveals even more of her natural beauty, a look no one else can pull off. She stares at Tabitha and Justine. And both of you. That scares me. But there's something other than worry in her voice, like she's holding back. Tabitha touches her arm. What is it? Mandy looks down the long hallway filled with students milling out in a high-pitched whirlwind of chatter and excitement. Anticipation of tonight's homecoming dance has been high all day. Honestly, I don't understand why Mandy should care what happened to Emily, especially after her betrayal. Of course, she doesn't have a friend like me to make her see how unworthy Emily is, how they are all no good. It has to be such a nightmare to try and see the truth when so many lies get in the way. Soon, the liars will all be out of the way, Mandy. I promise. Then everything will be perfect. My locker door is open, shielding me. I keep my eyes locked on the inside of my locker, rifling mindlessly through scraps of paper, squashed folders, and textbooks. Tabs, whoever did all this did it with malice. Don't you see? There's something terrible and deliberate happening. It wasn't just Emily. You and Justine? Now Jacob? That can't all be a coincidence. The hallway turns quiet. More students linger in the hall than usual, as if they will find comfort in large crowds. A lot of them have formed their own small groups, their fears about Bliss High's reputation loud and clear. A student moves between me and Mandy, busying herself at her locker. I have to extend my neck a bit farther to see them now. The 3 of them are so engrossed in their conversation, they don't notice anything else around them. A strange silence settles around them and no one speaks for several seconds. Mandy's voice comes out softly. I almost don't hear what she says. I'll be next. Justine and Tabitha huddle around her, muttering something I can't make out. If only I could reach out to her right now and reassure her she will be safe. After a moment, they release each other. Mandy's forehead crinkles. Who do you think it is? Who? Mandy pulls out her phone and points to the screen. Drama girl. How does she know so much? Tabitha shakes her head. I don't know. Wait. She peeks over Mandy's shoulder. Maybe it's Hannah. Hannah? Why? I mean, Hannah has her own profile. This is Drama Girl. We were already wrong about her before. The random girl slams her locker door shut and leaves. Their heads tilt. If they turn another inch in my direction, they'll look right at me. I quickly duck my head back inside the locker. Tabitha chomps on a piece of gum. Yeah, but that was assault. This is totally different. Hannah could easily create a fake profile. Think about it. She would do something like this. She's desperate now since we won't talk to her anymore. Maybe she believes this will win us over. Mandy sounds surprised. You think she would be that desperate? Desperate enough to do something like this? Oh, Mandy, so innocent, so different from them. They are all guilty of something, Mandy. You'll be able to see that soon, very soon. We were besties for years, and now she's not part of us anymore. Tabitha blows a bubble, snapping the gum and making my skin crawl. Oh my gosh! Her voice intensifies. I have to look. I peer around the door. What? What is it? Mandy flinches, startled. Let me see that! Tabitha grabs Mandy's phone and starts scrolling. She narrows a finger at the screen and reads out loud part of the message I know so well. I'm not friends with Emily like you are, so I can't go to her. She might not believe me. Plus, I think if you confront Hannah, it will go over better anyway, since it will be harder for her to lie to you. Her mouth drops open as she looks back at Mandy. It's Emily. Emily was sending these as a warning, pretending to be someone else. She knew Hannah hated her. She knew something was going to happen. She was desperate to let you know. I glance over. Mandy hugs herself, shaking her head in denial. No, that's taking things too far. Emily wouldn't do that. But she doesn't sound like she believes it. Tabitha squints at the message once more, thinking hard. Not too hard, or your little brain might splatter into pieces. I don't know what to believe anymore. She glances at Mandy. Sorry. Another unsettling silence occupies them. Maybe you're right, Tabs. It does make perfect sense for Emily to send these. She makes Hannah look like she wants Kyle and will do anything to get him, which turns out to be true. Hannah did admit she hated her. Justine confirmed it for us. And Hannah doesn't act like she cares Emily got hurt, Justine says. Exactly. She looks back to Tabitha. Emily isn't trustworthy either. If this is her, she tried to make me think it was you cheating with Brandon with that note she left in my locker. Tabitha frowns. True. But it makes sense for her to leave Kyle. It does? Hannah scared her away from him. As much as Emily hurt me, maybe she was afraid of what might happen to her next if she stayed with Kyle. So she went to Brandon. Mandy nods. Emily didn't care about Hannah's feelings either when she went after Kyle. She's scum. Brandon's scum. She hugs Mandy. Justine says, It feels like we can't trust hardly anyone anymore. Mandy stares at her phone. It's got to be someone from our drama class. Drama Girl has been a part of the group for a long time. Mandy purses her lips. Tabs, if Drama Girl is Emily, like you said, then she tried to make it look like someone else wrote these messages so she would look innocent. I mean, this week she tried to play like she was my friend, even after Brandon broke up with me, until I confronted her during the match. What are you saying? Justine says. She wanted my sympathy. She thought she had it until I found her out. What tipped you off? Tabitha asks. Like I said, I sensed Brandon was keeping something from me, and when Emily started acting funny around the same time he did, I figured it out. They both tried talking to me. She sounds choked up. I don't want to hear anything they have to say. I'm so sorry. Justine grabs her hand and stifles a cry. I know, she sighs, but I don't think we're asking the right questions. Huh? Tabitha says. The most important questions, which is who targeted our group. Someone deliberately sabotaged the play. Mandy chews on her lip, contemplating. Emily told me she left Kyle because Hannah's jealousy was growing. It scared her, but Kyle also didn't look at her in the same way. Tabitha huffs. We all know how vain Emily can be. Hannah kept throwing Emily nasty looks, even called her to tell her to back off, how Kyle was hers to begin with. Are you kidding? I wish I was. It sounded hokey to me too, and for sure no excuse to go after my boyfriend. Mandy picks at a fingernail as if trying to make sense of the puzzle. But she was telling the truth. I talked to Hannah myself. You should have seen how bitter she looked. She faces Tabitha full on, a dark shadow crossing her face. I talked to Jacob after he was arrested. Tabitha finally stops chewing the blasted gum. They found crystal meth in his system, which explains why he was acting so crazy with Kyle. He's sure someone slipped it into his drink. He swore up and down he doesn't do drugs. In fact, the cops let him go last night. Darn. Hannah used to have a drug problem. Crystal meth, Justine says. That's right. Good thinking. There's another chill in the air as they stare at one another. She knows all about crystal meth, Tabitha says. Mandy frowns. But that was such a long time ago. They're quiet for several seconds. Why would she attack our boyfriends? Mandy shudders. Emily's investigation never got solved, but they know someone was behind it. That's why they reopened it. Whoever it is still out there. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe the police got it wrong. Maybe Hannah is behind everything. A group of cheerleaders shout as they skip by with their pom-poms. The football game's about to start. I don't plan on going. As much as I would love to hear the rest of the conversation, I have much planning to do before the big dance. My face heats, and my heart pounds with the way it's all about to fall. I walk home, having missed the school bus, but their conversation affirms what I must do and gives me the fire to do it. I won't see Mama until the morning, since she's still working her night shift. No distractions, no suspicions. Daddy used to take me out shooting when I was 10. Mama hated it, but he did it anyway. I only used a BB gun. It wasn't like they were real bullets, but I didn't stop practicing when he left. Mama doesn't know this, but he left behind a whole arsenal of firearms right next to his furniture polish and Old Spice in the old shed, tucked in the back of one of the toolbox drawers. Mama let me keep his toolbox, but only after I screamed and hollered for days after he left. It's out in our backyard now, in a newer workshop that came with the property. I call it my daddy's workshop. With everything in it once belonging to him, it's like he's still here with me. Every once in a while, especially with what happened back in middle school, I go target practicing about 30 miles from here. I always take the city bus on Mama's day off, returning home before she does. I yank open the drawer of his tool chest, mesmerized by the collection of artillery. Decisions, decisions. Finally, I select a handgun, 9mm, with a 10-round capacity. It feels like a trusted friend as I cradle it in my right palm and lovingly caress the top of it with my other hand. Back inside the house, I shove all my clothes aside in the closet and yank down a hanger that holds the black dress. In the bathroom, I set the weapon on the rim of the bathtub and step inside the gown. I put my hair in a loose bun and some wisps fly out at the top, but I don't care. Tonight is not about me. It's about ending more lies. I pull on the feathery soft black sweater. With the gun in my purse, I'm ready. I've accumulated a nice little allowance from over the years, and I treat myself to a cab ride. By the time I get to Bliss High, the music is pounding from inside the gym. Most students get dropped off or take their own vehicles, but there is one group who arrives in a shiny white limousine. Mandy, Tabitha, and Justine. Hannah won't show, of course. Not if she knows what's best for her. Nobody wants her around anymore, especially since they all suspect she's behind all the things that have been happening, despite the police report. She's likely at home, sulking to herself. Down from 8 to 3. Only 2 more to go. I happily pay the cab driver and step out into the fresh, cool night, my trusty purse, black velvet to match my dress, at my side. It feels good to be so close to the end. Mama's right. The best come to those who wait, and I have waited a very long time. I watch Mandy, wearing a gorgeous sapphire-studded gown, and her 2 followers head inside. After a few other groups of students scurry in, I proceed inside too. Hip-hop music bounces off the walls, the colorful lights dazzling everyone's fancy attire. I can already feel the moisture from the bodies of people dancing. The heat is high, the smell of sweat and perfume and cologne is intoxicating, the music swells, but the pounding of my heart is louder and stronger than all of it. Emily and Brandon stand off in the sidelines together. She's wearing a bright red satin dress with a plunging neckline, in case no one realized how chesty she is. He's standing there looking glum as he leans on his crutches. Nobody wants to have anything to do with them. Except for maybe Jacob, but he and Kyle are nowhere in sight. I tap some red-headed guy on the shoulder. Hey, anybody know what happened to those 2 wrestlers that got into it this week?
Yeah, Principal Thomas suspended them for a week.
Ah, thanks. Wonderful news. Tabitha struts her dance moves with Mandy, making herself look like an incompetent fool. Her elbows protrude like a duck as she shakes her hips. Suddenly, she comes to a halt and Mandy stops too, reaching a hand toward her as Tabitha bends over, clutching her stomach. Mandy assists her out into the hall, probably to the bathroom. She's going to be in there a while. I snicker as the water bottle incident during drama earlier today replays in my mind. I enjoy some crackers and cheese, washing them down with the bottled water. I get kind of tired watching the spinning couples on the dance floor after a while, and the music is pounding so hard it gives me a headache. Finally, the music stops. We turn our attention to the front of the room. The red-headed guy gets up on stage and takes the microphone in his grip.
I hope you're having as much fun as I am, but let's pause to make an important, not-so-little announcement.
A petite girl walks over to him with a small aluminum-wrapped box. He dips his hand inside and pulls out 2 slips of paper.
It's time to announce 2 very special anointings.
Oh my gosh, could this guy be any lamer? Brushing a hand through his thick mop of hair, he blows into the microphone as he continues.
Our homecoming king is...
He pauses a few seconds for effect.
Brandon Rockford!
A deafening sound of cheers echoes across the room. Handling the second slip of paper, Redhead breathes too heavily into the microphone again, sending out screeching feedback. We all cringe and moan. He laughs nervously.
And our homecoming queen is Mandy Wright!
Redhead claps his hands together as he congratulates them. Unsure murmurs flood the gym. They ascend the stage, Redhead assisting Brandon up. The petite girl sets the crowns upon their heads.
And now, it's time for your king and queen dance!
A few scattered claps ensue and some nervous laughter. Who can celebrate this? Emily stands off by herself, watching them together, her arms at her side. Pathetic. Alone. Like she should be. Like she will be forever and ever. The blue of Mandy's dress makes her blue eyes dazzle as she tentatively joins Brandon on the dance floor. Some stupid slow song plays as they sway clumsily back and forth, the gap between their bodies about a foot wide, the crutches making their motions asynchronous. I turn my head in Emily's direction. She looks disinterested in the ex-couple and is pouring herself some punch. Speaking of punch, I could punch her right now. Damage that pathetic face of hers for good. But I have better plans for her. Restraining my need to hit her will be so worth it in the end. After the song's over, Brandon heads over to his new girlfriend, and Mandy dashes out of the room, no doubt to check on Tabitha, who still hasn't returned from her bathroom break. Mandy's response to Tabitha getting sick is predictable and in my favor. She doesn't need to be a part of this. I'll do anything to protect her. The music resumes, building quickly into its chaotic rhythm. I ignore the pounding in my head. Emily and Brandon are locked in each other's arms. Well, arms and crutches. I don't even feel any of the heartbreak now, just righteous revenge. The song finally finishes, and Emily excuses herself. Where is she going? I watch her like a dragon as she makes her way out of the gymnasium through the back door. No one else pays attention. Now's as good a time as any, I suppose. I slide out into the empty hallway and run as fast as I can, not stopping until I reach the other end of the hall and make my way outside. The football field stretches out in the distance, the stadium seating gleaming under the moonlight. I sneak across the vacant grounds until I finally reach the back of the benches. Emily is sitting on the lower bleachers, near the edge of the bottom row, kicking at a loose rock with the heel of her shiny red sandal. The lights of the field are high and send out a soft, faint glow. Her shoulders shake as she hunches over. She's crying. Her sobbing grows louder against the heavy bass of the music from inside, the dance giving me the opportunity to dig into my purse and ready the 9mm. I move silently behind the stands until I reach the row behind her. Her head is in her hands. Her cries grow scratchy and pathetic. It's time for your comeuppance. I stick the muzzle against the back of her skull. She flinches and tries to turn her head.
Uh-oh. Keep your gaze forward.
Natalie?
Boy, is she bold, as if she has any right to speak to me. Shut up and listen. She stiffens, and the crying starts again. I press the gun deeper. I said shut up! A moment ticks by, the only noise stemming from the low hum of faraway dance music. I release the weapon from her head and step around the bench until I am standing in front of her. Emily slowly lifts her head until her eyes meet mine. She sniffs and opens her mouth, as if she wants to say something. I tap her knee with the top of the gun. Go on. I'm sure you have questions. We're in drama together, she manages to squeak out, as if that's supposed to mean something. And physiology, I remind her. She sucks in a shaky breath, her hands splayed out in her lap. What are you doing? Her wet eyes flick to the weapon in my hand. Is that real? I snarl. Wouldn't you like to know? Snot runs past her lips as she gasps. I don't understand. What's going on? Leaning closer to her, I tap the butt of the gun against her forehead. Think, Emily, think. You can still remember what you did, can't you? She blinks at me like an idiot. It's time to pay the piper, you little thief. She looks totally confused. I didn't steal anything. You're right. You didn't steal anything. I make my voice deadly. But you stole someone. What? It wasn't enough, was it? Taking them from me? What are you talking about? You think you're better than everyone else, so you take and take and take some more, people who don't belong to you. You mean Brandon? I glare at her. She sputters. But that's not... He's not... We're just friends. She frowns and sniffs. People like you think they can get away with things. Well, you're done hurting us. Wait, what? She looks at me, desperate to understand. Her chest heaves as her breathing accelerates. I didn't do anything to you. I hardly know you. You're right. In fact, you don't know me at all. I lift the gun away and pull up one sleeve of my sweater. Her eyes roll downward and she gasps in shock. You broke up my heart. I slowly lower the gun, leveling it at her chest. Now it's time for me to break yours. I press it against her heart and pull the trigger. Emily has no time to react as her body jerks backward and flops over the edge of the metal seat. Blood spatters on my bare arm. I quickly yank down the sleeve of my sweater. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, a rush of fresh autumn air pleasantly chilling my lungs. Emily's arms are slumped over the rim, her fingertips resting along the dirt floor. Bright blood dribbles down her arm, camouflaging with the color of her dress. There's so much blood. It's everywhere. A sacrifice for new life. My heart is thrumming with the bass of the homecoming music. I reach inside the purse and pull on a single black glove before sliding out the folded piece of notebook paper. I unfold the note. The large flowy letters pop in inky blue. I hate her. Again and again, all the way down the page. I practice Hannah's signature over and over until I perfected it. I stuff the piece of paper under Emily's lifeless hand. I slip the gun inside the purse, peel off the glove, and drop it beside the weapon, and head back to the dance. Chapter 17. The pop music has faded. A slow dance song plays. Couples float under the purple and green strobe lights, while others hunt for snacks on the long plastic tables the teachers have set up at the back of the room. My heart is still skipping, my breath is hot, my hands are shaking. I have to keep them gripping my purse so no one can see the tremors. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing here to see. Except a dead little queen bee. I chuckle to myself as I navigate the drink table. I gulp back a cupful of fruit punch. This will be one homecoming dance to remember. I laugh, choke on some of the drink. Thankfully, no one hears. I survey the large room. Brandon is talking to Mandy, who looks annoyed and confused. They're outside the perimeter of the dance area where Tabitha and Justine are sitting in a couple of chairs. Mandy sticks her hands on her hips and shakes her head at Brandon. The slow rhythm of the song accentuates her frustration so beautifully. It's like watching a soap opera unfold, where the cheater is found out but comes scrounging for forgiveness. Mandy turns away from him, arms crossed in front of her chest. Brandon slowly turns her back to face him before he leans his crutches against the wall and folds her in his arms. No. Don't let him back in, Mandy. You know you can't trust him. I crush the plastic cup in my hand and head to the entrance, feeling nothing but guilt. It's my fault she's even listening to him. I should have ensured I cut him off from her forever. I turn around, watching them. They pull apart and stare at each other, their body language reminiscent of their former bond. What you had isn't real, Mandy. I toss the squished cup into a trash bin. I have to do something now. I dart over to Brandon, making myself gasp and sputter as though I'm out of breath. I grasp his arm, forcing him to grab onto Mandy so he doesn't fall. Oh my gosh, I'm so freaked out! I turn toward the back doors, pointing erratically. I was just outside, and I ran into Kyle. He said I had to come get you or there would be hell to pay. Brandon's face transforms into one of fury. Is he alone? Yes! I pant some more and release his arm. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I was trying to make a phone call in the hall. I have no idea how he even got in. I work up some tears. Mandy looks concerned and touches my shoulder. It's like the touch of an angel. I've never been close to her like this. I can smell her lily perfume, feel the warmth of her hand. Now I can really cry, because my tears are real. I'm so happy. Natalie, she says. The way she speaks my name brings more tears. We've never had a personal moment before. There were always other people in the way. It's almost like there's no one here but the two of us. I'm afraid I might explode from happiness, but I summon fear in my cries, and they both look at me with concern. What is it? Brandon asks. What did he say? Mandy says, her voice compassionate. I glance at the wall clock and turn to Brandon. He wants you to meet him by the football field at 8:45. That's less than 5 minutes from now. Brandon's eyes flash with anger as he looks behind him. Are you sure Jacob's not out there too? No. Well, I didn't see him. I sniffle and pretend to struggle for air, and Mandy pats my arm, and I almost fall to the floor from the perfect instance. He did say he wanted you to calm down first, which is why he said 5 minutes. Brandon huffs. Mandy says, maybe we should alert the teachers instead. I wipe my nose with my sleeve. Mandy's right. But he's already made up his mind. No reason to cause a stir among the staff. I'll take care of this. Clearly he wants to talk. I'm gonna call the cops, I say. That will give you enough time alone with him and ensure we all stay safe. Brandon nods. That sounds like a good idea. I head back to the hall. When the door slams shut, I rush to the bleachers where a dim sodium vapor light casts a sharp shadow over the silver stands. Emily's body has slumped a little more, so her feet point at a peculiar angle, her arms bent over one another. She looks like a broken doll. I giggle as I stare at her crumpled form. Who got the last laugh? Her hand covers the note now. What a perfect little gesture to capture the reveal. Soon, everyone will know. I scurry to the far end of the stands and duck behind the dumpster. Brandon emerges seconds later, his footsteps crunching over dead leaves. Whipping out my phone, I make a call to the police, alerting them to the crime scene. They'll be here in 3 to 4 minutes. I hang up at exactly 8:45 and peek around the edge of the bin to see Brandon halting beside Emily. He props the crutches against the bleachers and leans closer to her, as if he's squinting, probably trying to determine what he's seeing, who he's seeing. He slides onto the bench in front of her and lifts her head, and I am running fast down the backside of the bleachers, my feet soft against the newly mowed earth. The gun feels hot in my hand, my hair is flying behind me, the adrenaline rushing through me as I slam into him so hard he falls forward, knocking Emily's body partway off down the bench, one of her legs half suspended in the air. The impact is so comical, I explode into a fit of giggles. Brandon struggles to untangle himself from Emily. Somehow, he's managed to get his arms wrapped around her torso. It looks like they're twirling to the tune of a dead dance. Oh, what a way to go, I chortle. Brandon jerks free of Emily's corpse and whirls toward me. His dark eyes grow huge, full of alert and fear. His gaze flicks to my hand, which grips the gun. It's only inches from his ribcage. What are you doing? He cries in pain, groping at his leg. As if you don't already know. Tsk, tsk. You honestly thought you could get away with this? He shakes his head in confusion and looks all around him as though searching for an escape. Or maybe for Kyle. I can't help it. My throat tickles so badly, the giggling escapes me once more. I don't have time to toy with him as much as I want to. Cops will be here any minute. The wail of sirens blares in the distance. Brandon freezes. His look of fear intensifies. His face appears shy under the dim lighting. When his eyes meet mine, they enlarge as if he's seen a ghost. Getting my laughter under control, I pin him with the gun, ramming it into his ribcage. For betraying me. I squeeze the trigger. His body whips back, his legs banging into the bench. He looks up, dazed, his useless arm waving as if trying to take the gun from me. He's groaning as his gaze meets mine. I raise the firearm, point it inches away from his chest. He's breathing heavily, fighting for more air. What are you doing? I snarl. Liar! The gun pauses over his heart. I pull back the trigger, and he rockets back, his head whacking the metal as he splays across his back. Blood arches in the air like a rainbow, a smattering of red droplets lining the hem of my dress. A small bloody puddle forms in the corner of his chest, ruining his white button-up shirt. Sirens shriek at the front of the school. I bolt inside and make my way into the bathroom. With gloved hands, I wipe the firearm from muzzle to grip before shoving it under a bunch of paper towels in the trash can. I almost don't recognize myself in the mirror. No wonder Brandon looked so terrified. No one notices me slipping inside the gym. They're all too busy dashing out into the hall and hurrying to the football field like a bunch of stupid sheep. I follow behind one of the last students to reach Brandon and Emily. A police officer is ordering students back. Another is dragging yellow caution tape across the metal stands. Permanence. That was where I screwed up before. Temporary injuries work only for a time, but no one can do a thing about finality. About death. It's an official crime scene now. I never thought the noise of a crowd could sound so melodic. Murmurs spread among my classmates, and the lovely crescendo of surprise and horror and cries of sorrow builds. My heart whooshes with pleasure and wonder at the perfect scene I directed. Real life is better than any play. Mandy pushes her way through the crowd, stopping short of the police tape only a foot away from me. She stiffens, her face frozen in a mixture of fear and disbelief. They were only hurting us, Mandy. They had nothing but horrible things to offer. You would have been worse off if I didn't get rid of them. Tabitha and Justine crowd around her like a barrier. We all watch as an officer stoops to retrieve the note under Emily's dead hand. His flashlight glints off the crutches, their corpses, the notebook paper. A wave of astonishment flutters through everyone as my words shine beneath the spotlight. Mandy covers her mouth as her eyes glimmer in the moonlight. The officer folds the paper and stuffs it into a baggie. All right, back up. Head back inside and let us do our job. The chief of police waves his arm at us, motioning to the building. Teachers start guiding students away from the sight of the dead lovers. I would recognize that handwriting anywhere, Mandy says, her voice shaky. Why would Hannah do such a horrible thing? Mandy sobs. Oh gosh, I have to tell the police. They have to know who left the note. Do you think she... She shakes her head as if Hannah's capability of murdering someone is impossible. I knew it. Tabitha sounds bitter. I knew she was the one who hurt Emily, and now she made sure to kill her for good. Justine gasps in disbelief. No, Hannah couldn't have done that. It's her note. Everyone knew how much she hated her. Everything points to her. Mandy believes it. That's what matters. We shuffle forward into the silent gym. Teachers mill throughout the room, consoling students. The entire tone has changed from lively and excited to devastated and saddened. I couldn't have asked for a better audience reaction. The only regret I have is not being able to reveal myself as creator and get accolades for it. But that doesn't matter anyway, because once Mandy and I are friends, everything will be right as rain. The sound of crying permeates the room as they process the moment. It's incredible, watching the drama unfold. The taste of victory is finally mine. The tips of my fingers burn, a fire rages in my heart. I feel like Stephen King's Carrie during the prom scene when she starts killing off the attendees minus the telekinetic powers. Mr. Bryce is wiping his forehead with a handkerchief as he talks with Principal Thomas near the entrance. I make my way over to them. They look away from each other and turn toward me as I approach. What can we do for you, Natalie? Mr. Bryce's voice is kind, gentle. He probably thinks I need counseling. I look around the room, as if I'm afraid of seeing something or someone.
I clear my throat and flick my gaze back and forth between them. Did you see the note the police found?
We're aware of the note, yes. Principal Thomas sounds compassionate. You seem troubled. What's troubling you?
I make my lip quiver and wring my hands. I think I know that handwriting, and I'm not the only one.
Who, Natalie? Mr. Bryce says, and his eyes wander across the room, as if searching for this unnamed person.
Mandy Wright and her friends recognized it, too. I heard them talking. I got a good look at the note myself. Hannah Walters did it. The principal peers closely at me and lightly touches my shoulder.
Are you sure?
I have 3 classes with her. I've worked in groups with her. I've seen her handwriting on multiple occasions. So have others. And a lot of us knew how much she hated Emily. I'm sure. I swallow, as if I'm sorely affected. Principal Thomas gently squeezes my shoulder. Mr. Bryce glances around.
Has she been in attendance at the dance?
I shake my head, doing my best to look worried, even a little frightened.
I'm sure the police would like to speak with you and the other students. He pats my back. We'll be back to speak with you once we've had a word with the officers.
He smiles with reassurance, and they head out into the hall. A stir of wonder and fear fills the claustrophobic space of the dance. Whispers of, "Who's next?" swirl in the gloomy night. It isn't long before Bryce and Thomas return. Sticking to his professional role as principal, Thomas adjusts his long skinny tie and approaches the stage, where the DJ hands over the microphone.
Dear students, Thomas begins, tonight we've experienced horrible tragedies. There are not enough words to express the sorrow and disbelief we have all gone through.
He takes in a soft breath.
The police are hard at work to ensure that this situation is resolved quickly and as painlessly as possible. With that being said, I need everyone to stay inside this room until they have had a chance to secure the crime scene.
A despairing hush overwhelms the room.
In the meantime, get something to drink, comfort one another, and come to me or one of the teachers if you need to talk. We are all here for you.
When can we go home? A male student shouts. Normally, the principal would chastise the student for being disrespectful, but excuses can be made for such behavior right now. It's hysterical how solemn everyone is when someone dies.
The police will be questioning some of the students. Those not being questioned will be free to go home once they have alerted us.
Groans and cries mix. My heart patters with glee. This will be one dance to cherish. After I am questioned, giving them helpful answers to reinforce Hannah's guilt, I head home. Mama is still up, curled up on the couch watching some old rerun. She smiles brightly when she sees me.
How was the dance?
2 of my fellow classmates were found murdered. The police think they know who did it, so they're already heading to the house to search for her. Mama drops the remote on the floor and jumps up. She dashes over to me and pulls me into a tight hug, sobbing, "Oh, baby, I'm so glad you're okay!" All I can smell is the nasty odor of her cigarettes. I jerk her off me. "I'm fine." She looks aghast. "How can you treat me like this? I care about you. I love you." She's sobbing uncontrollably. Disgusted, I take off to my room and slam the door, slam her out of my mind, so I can enjoy those precious memories of the aftermath. I won't let anyone take this away from me, not even Mama. I fall back onto my bed and close my eyes, pushing Mama out of my head until all I can see is tonight. The bleachers, their dead dance, until all I can feel is the thrill. I will always remember the fear in their faces, the bewilderment that someone they thought they knew could harm people, could kill people. And the best part of tonight is I am moments away from becoming Mandy's friend. Chapter 18. I can smell it. Like when the rich aroma of hot chocolate and the sweetness of the marshmallows fill your nose, and you can practically taste the sweetness. It's Halloween Eve. The remnants of Brandon's and Emily's death still linger, but the tone of Bliss High has slightly shifted. Shockwaves crisscrossed all of us when Principal Thomas made the announcement that the Monday following homecoming, Hannah had been taken into custody. No one wants to believe someone they knew so well could do such horrible things. Now, a renewed hope permeates the classrooms. Something else has changed, too. I'm Emily's understudy, which means Mandy and I will be even closer. We're on stage for the first time in days, but instead of Halloween decorations like across the rest of the school, the stage is decorated with Christmas for Candy's wish. The large fake Christmas tree stretches halfway up the curtains, colorful strands of blinking lights and shiny glass ornaments adorning it. Empty wrapped presents are scattered underneath the tree. Blankets of snow reach across the front of the stage, and a snowman, complete with carrot nose and black button eyes, stands next to a giant plastic candy cane. "Okay, places, everyone!" Miss Jones sounds more chipper today, lifting the spirit of some students. Happily, I make my way to the snowy ground where Mandy sits, looking sullen. "Hi, Candy!" I skip over to her, and she doesn't respond like she is supposed to. I try again. "Hi!" But Mandy's head dips farther, and she remains silent. "Okay, let's be done for now. Come on down." Miss Jones smiles empathetically and draws Mandy over to her. Her shoulders tremble. Is she crying? Oh, if only I could be there for her, let her know she's almost safe from them all. I could be by now, if it weren't for them. It's their fault Mandy is suffering so. Jacob walks in, his eyes searching for Tabitha. Why does he look so serious? She tears her attention away from Mandy and walks over to him. They disappear into the hall. Justine joins Mandy and Miss Jones. It's too quiet in here, as if nobody can go on. I shrug and go out into the hallway, passing Tabitha and Jacob as if I don't even notice them there. But I notice something that unsettles me. The way they talk in hushed voices, the words police and investigation and Hannah has to be innocent echoing in my ears. The water fountain is a few feet away. My heart knocks against my throat. My body is on fire. I dip my face into the stream of water, desperate for its coolness, desperate for this to all come to an end. Still, my stomach gurgles. Something feels off. I dash into the bathroom and let it out. Rubbing my arms afterward, I cringe at the stubborn fat folds. I must do better. By the time I get home, I feel sick to my empty stomach. But there's nothing left to get rid of. A row of uncarved pumpkins line the stairwell. Dark orange and black streamers frame the doorway. I smile, knowing tomorrow will be the most perfect Halloween. The answering machine is blinking. There are 2 messages. The first one is from Principal Thomas. "Miss Smith, this is Principal Thomas at Bliss High. I'm afraid we have a situation regarding Natalie's report card. If you could please contact me." I erase the message. I have to get her to tell them she let me sign it on her behalf because she's been sick. The second message comes from Miss Rose, who is alarmed by the number of classes I've missed. Huffing, I press delete again. "Mama?" Where is she, anyway? Normally she's lounging on the sofa, sucking on a cigarette. I move through the rest of the house, calling out to her. She has to do this for me, this one thing, so it doesn't stop me from... I freeze outside her bedroom door. "Mama?" I haven't been to her room in months. It's her private area, where she keeps things she doesn't want me to know about. Like the crystal meth I found there in middle school. But something compels me to step inside. Her bed is unmade, and in the center of it, there's a lumpy shape hidden beneath the mint green comforter. I slowly make my way to her bedside, my hand shaking as I pull back the blanket. "No!" I jerk my hand back and squeeze my eyes shut. When I open my eyes, this will be a dream. I dare to look at the bed again. It's still there. It's not a nightmare. My mind isn't playing any tricks. I am not hallucinating. No! It can't be! I cover my nose, the smell of decay overwhelming. I shut my eyes again, but I can't erase the image from my mind. Emily's and Brandon's twisted bodies blend together. Blood. So much blood. So much blood. I look again, hoping, believing it can't be true. But it remains, defiantly reminding me of that hot summer night. Mama's corpse is positioned the way I remembered it from the beginning of summer, right after our big fight. "Mr. Sims highly recommends you go back to see him," she said. "No, I don't need his help. I'm worried about you, honey. We both are. You can still go to school, just not Bliss High. It's not good for you to be around them." I shook my head. "You can't keep me from her." "Who?" She searched my face for answers, but I refused to cave in. "Natalie, honey, you have to listen to me." Her plea screams in my ear. The blood roars inside my head.
I smash my fists against it over and over, willing it all to go away. It has to go away, all of it. But that hot summer night rushes at me, refusing to let me forget. You need help, Natalie. I know it's been hard for you. You have worked so hard all these years, doing so well with your schoolwork at home, but you're not ready to go back out there. My face was boiling, my hand clenching and releasing behind my back. Mr. Sims, stop seeing me. I am ready. Her face softened. She was desperate to change my mind. I saw the messages you sent on that social media site. How dare you invade my privacy? I roared. She shook her head, biting back tears. You've been so distant since Mr. Sims, and you wouldn't talk to me. You've been so secretive, I had to do something. Now you know why. Because I knew I couldn't trust you to stay away. Ever since Daddy left, you can't take anyone leaving you. She gasps, her eyes rapidly blinking. No! I won't let you ruin this for me! I shouted at her. She opened her mouth to respond, but her lips froze in the shape of an O as her eyes flitted to my hand. I clutched the large knife tighter, swinging it in front of me, raising it above my head, her bright eyes full of fear, lifting to follow it. Down, down, down it came. I plunged it into her abdomen, deeper and deeper. She didn't even scream. The shock overtaking her as she fell back against her bed. Her head wobbled and her eyes rolled back as the blood pooled across her stomach in thin streams of bright red. Now, something is pulling my eyelids open, forcing me to see her body, forcing the smell of death inside my nostrils. The bedroom spins around me until I can't stand any longer. I fall into the wall and scream into it, pounding my fists against it, against my head, pounding until I don't feel the pain. Until I don't feel anything at all. I sag to the carpet, catching my breath. The only thing pounding now is my heart. The scent of blood mixes with Mama's cigarettes. Cigarettes. I pull up my sleeves, pressing my fingers into the pocked skin on my forearms. Justine clings to Emily's sleeve. A cigarette dangles from Hannah's mouth as she glares at me. You're the one who's nothing. The oinking follows as Hannah stuffs her face into mine, poking my belly. The world tilts. Emily's laughing face sailing close to mine. Justine's unspoken, fearful expression swings in, their faces askew. Then there's only Hannah. She slides the cigarette from her lips, her hand dangling near my bare arm. I scream. She jumps back and runs off. You okay, honey? Mama's concerned voice snaps me away from them. I look over at Mama and smile. Oh, yes, Mama, I am. I pat her hand. She smiles back at me.
Chapter 19. It's the perfect morning. Halloween. Snowflakes are floating slowly to the ground, bleeding into the orange, red, and burnt brown dead leaves. The news says there should be several inches of snow by the end of the day. In my long-sleeved shirt and thick wool coat, I step outside and make my way to the shed. The bitter cold pours fresh air inside my lungs and fills my bones, so lovely like turning water into ice. I shudder with pleasure and anticipation as the chill crawls through me. The icy ground tickles my bare feet, making me laugh as I step inside the unlit shed. Cracks in the wooden slats reveal dim light from the early sun. Daddy's workshop never looked so enticing with its gleaming tool chest. I lovingly open each drawer, admiring his arsenal, not having to worry about looking over my shoulder to see if Mama is snooping around. After I select what should be my final weapon, I close all the drawers and walk across the side of the house into the front yard, crossing the street and heading up the sidewalk until I reach the stop sign. Never before did I pause to admire each nuance of my journey, how all the elements come together to play a vital role. Because this is what it must be like to be close to freedom. Mandy. I close my eyes and inhale the cold air as tiny snowflakes swirl into a frenzy around me, sweeping leaves down the middle of the street as it sprinkles goosebumps across my arm. I button up my wool coat as the bus pulls to the curb outside Bliss High. Excitement trills inside me like a bird frantic to escape its cage. In the bathroom, I check my face. It looks brighter than before. It occurs to me how I haven't had to purge, not once in several days now. I'm about to become Mandy's best friend. I start to cry, real tears of happiness. The door swings open and a girl from my English class steps in. She stops short of me and frowns in the mirror. Your eyes. I glance at her. Huh? One of your eyes. She gestures to her left eye, and I look back at my reflection and my heart leaps. Thank you. I lost one of my contacts. She nods in confusion and glances at me one more time before disappearing into one of the stalls. I search the sink and spot it, dipping my finger into the sheer film and popping it back over my eye. Now I look acceptable again. The blare of sirens rips me away from my contentment. Now what? Along with a handful of students, I'm running down the hallway, and I burst through the front doors in time to see several cop cars outside. Everyone's looking at each other confused. There's a strange stir in the air. I enter Mr. Shiny's classroom. Mandy and Tabitha are sitting in their desks, worried expressions pasted to their faces. Tabitha turns and frowns at me as I slip into my seat, then quickly turns back to Mandy, whispering something in her ear. Whatever. I don't care about her little secrets anymore. Her end is coming. I dip my hand into my coat pocket and run my finger over the blade of the knife. Mr. Shiny waltzes in. Good morning, girls. His smile looks fake. He's trying to cheer up the gloominess the school can't seem to entirely shake. Mr. Shinity, can we be excused? We're not feeling too well, Mandy says. He sets his briefcase on the desk and nods approvingly. Why don't you see the counselor again? Again? I'm sure she'd be more helpful for you today, given what's transpired with your friend. He shakes his head sadly. I'm so sorry for what you all have been through. He blows his nose into a tissue. Thank you, Mr. Shinity, Mandy says, and leaves with Tabitha. May I go too? I ask him, sick from worry, because I still don't know how to navigate this sudden shift in plans. He smiles sympathetically. Of course, Natalie. Please do. I exit the room, a tornado of thoughts crashing around my brain. I resume my stroll down the hall, twisting my head to the windows through which a heavier snow is now in progress. Delighted, I smile as the nurse's office comes into view. I get into line behind Mandy and Tabitha, anxiously awaiting my turn. There's not much room in here for students to wait, just 3 chairs which are occupied by concerned parents. What can we do about our kids if they can't be safe from harm at their own school? One of the mothers says quietly. The woman beside her shakes her head as she whispers, I'm happy they caught the criminal, but now? She faces the window where a cop car is in plain view. What's going on? The secretary speaks slowly and with compassion as Mandy and Tabitha step up to the desk. Her tone comes across as mournful and sympathetic. Amazing how you have to kill people until they finally start to pay attention to other people. The secretary checks them in, and as they depart, she offers me her kindest smile, pointing to the clipboard for me to sign. Just wait out in the hall until your names are called. When I exit the office, Mandy and Tabitha are nowhere in sight. They couldn't have gone far, since they have to be able to hear the secretary. I make my way south, checking classrooms, but they're all empty. I turn around and make my way to the first classroom past the office. Their voices sound muffled through the door. I slowly crack at a sliver and lean into the gap. Sent away for some kind of mood disorder or something, right? Tabitha says, more like some kind of psychotic illness. Word was her mom kept her out of school, fearing she was responding to the bullying in unhealthy ways. They're speaking of the swine. No one else matches that profile, but why are they talking about Caroline again? What does she have to do with anything? Mandy shakes her head. I didn't know it was so bad. Tabitha puts her hand over Mandy's. We all wanted to forget about her. It was too horrible to remember. No, you wanted to make sure Mandy never had a chance to find out the truth about what you did. My fingers curl tightly around the door, burning into the wood. What is Tabitha up to, bringing that girl up? What happened? I mean, is she still in a hospital after all these years? Mandy asks. I don't know. Nobody ever heard about her again. I frown as I turn away, leaning the back of my head against the wall. Caroline, what connection am I missing? Mandy Wright! The secretary steps into the hall. Natalie, get out of here! I pretend to lose the grip on my bag as the woman looks my way. I hurry to right it and shuffle past her until I'm directly across from the health office. The halls of Bliss High feel more narrow than usual. The laughter closes in on me, trying to confuse me, forcing the airways of my throat shut, forcing me to stop. I lean heavily against the wall. Caroline the swine. The name echoes like a headache. Vomit threatens to rip my throat out. No, I must keep going. It isn't over yet. I practically stumble as I enter the lunchroom. The usual volume of clatter has been turned way down. After I go through the line and get a tray of macaroni and cheese and fries with a lukewarm can of soda, I spot them. Breathe in, out. Air flushes through my lungs. Their laughter fades alongside the turmoil. The chill of autumn reassures me. I smile as I watch it all unfold inside my mind. The execution of it is sure to be memorable, and the denouement will be like a beautiful concerto. Tabitha and Mandy are leaning towards each other, absorbed in a conversation. They don't notice as I start to slip into the seat directly behind them. Oink, oink! Pretty fat piggy! You'll never amount to anything. I nearly drop my tray, the soda can clinking as it rolls off and hits the zipper of my bag. My heart thuds uncontrollably. The swine again. Why now? Why? You know why Hannah did it. Caroline was jealous because she became friends with Emily. Tabitha's voice is hushed, fearful. Why does she sound afraid of Caroline? That doesn't make any sense at all. Justine rushes in. Remember how the police found my missing earring on the farm? Oh no. It must have been stuck inside my gloves when I stuffed them in my pocket before I got there. I meant to plant them in Hannah's bag, but I never got the chance. I feel the blood draining from my face. Mandy and Tabitha break away, shifting in their seats to look at Justine. It couldn't have been Hannah that night. She gestures outside. That's why they're here. Hannah's been released. They have new evidence. Why couldn't it be Hannah? I mean, everything pointed to her, Tabitha says. Justine shakes her head impatiently. I started thinking about that day in the lunchroom. Principal Thomas came for Hannah and me. I hurried back here after he was done talking to us, and they were gone. They stare at each other, and the air around them turns deathly still. Mandy says, Someone worked hard to make Hannah look guilty. But if it isn't Hannah, then who is it? And why have they been trying to blame her? They all look at each other. Later, I make my way across the shiny tiled hallway, my head swimming with pleasure. Yes, Mama, everything is fine. Everything is just fine. I smile as the butterflies flutter in my chest. Caroline! The female voice echoes alongside the walls to either side of me, as if pulling me backwards. I press headlong towards the corner, willing my feet to hurry. Caroline! She shouts again, her voice reeling me in like a fish line. I can't resist. I turn around. Tabitha is standing there with Justine and Mandy. Are you looking for someone, I ask? My name is Natalie. The three of them are just a few feet behind me. I want to turn, keep walking, but something cements me to the ground. Now they're inches away, and they stop as one. Tabitha crosses her arms, locking her gaze on mine. No, you're not. I shake my head, bewildered. What are you talking about? My hand slides into my coat pocket, rubbing the blade of the butcher knife. Justine says, We figured it out. You were the only one close enough to take my earring that day, and Sammy Jensen told us she saw you in the bathroom, and your eyes were different colors. We've been watching you. You are always around us. Tabitha watches me cautiously. At first we felt sorry for you, but then we noticed familiar things. No, they didn't. I know I was there. They couldn't have known. We just didn't believe it could be true. But then you said something to me on my farm, something only Caroline said to me, that I was nothing. Justine backs away, her face wary. You were always making yourself sick, hiding yourself in those baggy sweaters, changing your voice. You tricked us all. Where were you all this time? We know you were sent away years ago. Why did you come back? Why now? Tabitha says, her glare as hot and sharp as an icicle. Think, Natalie, think. Don't let them do this to you. I stroke the knife again, and the sharp tip pricks the pad of my finger. Warm blood runs down my finger. Blood. So much blood. I grab the tarnished handle and lift the knife out of my coat, pushing it toward Tabitha's scratched-up face. Tabitha screams and leaps back, just missing the point of the knife. I lower it. Do it! Mandy shouts in desperation. I nod and bring the blade closer to Tabitha. Kyle comes out of nowhere and knocks the knife out of my grip. As it clatters against the floor, Justine swiftly pins one of my arms behind me, and the other two yank up my sleeve. No, stop! I scream. They all gasp as they stare in horror at the burns on my skin. Mandy gasps and looks at me as if seeing me for the first time. It is you. My heart floats in a warm bath. She remembers me. Yes, it's me, I gush, ever so grateful she remembers. Her recognition makes my soul sing. I matter now more than anything. I am someone. You are just like me. You understand what it's like to be the new girl. From the moment we met, I knew we were destined to be friends. I fling a hand to the rest, but they tried to stop it. Mandy stares at me in wonder. You changed your appearance. I smile, flattered. Yes, for you. I take a step closer to her, our arms brushing. The butterflies inside me flutter, but their wings move about peacefully, not in a tangled chaos like back at the lake. Slowly, like in one of those soap operas, dramatic moment long awaited, I move my arms around Mandy into the softest, sweetest hug. But cruel hands squeeze my arms, yanking me away from her. Tears squish through the corners of my eyes as I rip away from Tabitha's grip. Hannah did this to me! I throw out my arms. Mandy shakes her head. No, she didn't. The police let her go. We talked to her an hour ago over the phone. The only thing she ever did was tease you about being a pig. She never laid a hand on you. She never took those pictures. You made her burn her cigarette into your skin. Mandy doesn't know what she's saying. She doesn't understand. Caroline, the police found the gun you stashed in the bathroom homecoming night. They were able to trace it to your father. I'm not Caroline, I scream. Stop calling me that. Mandy looks sad as she shakes her head at me. I spin to my left. Mama, it was Hannah. She did this to me. You have to do something, Mama. I hate myself for crying, but I can't stop. I rub at the hot tears, but they won't go away. Do the breathing. Yes. Yes. In. Out. In. Out. I know how you feel, Mandy. I let my voice come out naturally, regaining self-control. How they all expect you to be happy all the time? It's exhausting having to pretend. I know that. I did this for you so you would never have to feel alone again. So you would be free from the phonies. I smile at her. We don't have to pretend anymore. Mandy looks at me, her eyes shining with fear. Why is she afraid? It's okay, Mandy. We don't have to be scared anymore. I reach out to take her hand, but she jumps back, her body trembling. Jacob appears, and he and Kyle are pushing themselves between Mandy and me. Kyle looks grim as his gaze locks onto mine. Mandy told me you sent Brandon to look for me at the dance, but I was never there. I knew something wasn't right about you, I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Jacob closes in on me. Natalie is your middle name. You took your dad's last name. My mom's an attorney. She worked on your dad's case years ago. She remembered you were a little girl when he laundered all that money. Only you were Caroline Natalie Riley, not Natalie Smith. But Smith was your daddy's last name. My daddy didn't launder money. He left my mama for another woman because mama drove him away. I hate her for what she did. She took my daddy from me. But they don't care about the truth. Even now, they use lies to keep Mandy and me apart. Kyle says, You won't get away with this, Caroline. We have been in touch with the police. They traced your account. He turns to the group. She's drama girl. She spread all those lies, turned us on each other. I shift to my left. Mandy, don't you see? I had to protect us from them. What Brandon and Emily did to you and me. You weren't there to see what happened. You tried to be my friend, but they wouldn't let you. Tabitha shakes her head at me like she pities me. That was middle school, Caroline. We protected Mandy from you. Your mama sent you away. I can hear Mandy retching and crying all at once. I'm crying too, for us, and my nose is running, snot and tears smothering my breath. Nobody moves. They watch me carefully. The hallway has turned so silent you can slash it with a machete. Mandy turns pale and stumbles backward. I leap forward to keep her from falling, shoving past Kyle and Jacob before they have a chance to respond. Mandy shakes me away, fear rising in her crystal blue eyes. Everything that happened was because of you. You killed Emily and Brandon. You hurt people. She bends over, and Tabitha and Justine rush to her side. No, Mandy, you can't do this to me. Not you. You don't know what you're saying. I feel your pain, your happiness. No one else knows you like I do. I swallow hard. I have to make her understand. They wouldn't let you be my friend because I was fat. I look down at my body. I still am, but I'm working so hard on it, I promise. They all frown at me, shaking their heads. Mandy shudders as she takes another step back.
Get away from me!
No, Mandy! I reach for her. You're my best friend. You're not like them. You need me. I'm here to save you from them. Mandy jumps back, her face full of fright. I snarl at the others, leaping toward them one by one, my arms outstretched. Rough hands grab me from behind.
Come with us,
a deep voice says. Everyone blurs before me as I'm pulled away, dragged backwards down the hall, past confused students, the row of lockers fuzzy. They pull me through the doors outside. I'm being shoved towards a police car. My body jerks. I have to get free. I have to free Mandy, but their grip is too strong, and they're pulling my hands behind my back and pushing me into the back seat. Mama, help me! I scream. Chapter 20. Mandy Wright. Several months later. After they arrested Caroline Riley, the news report said that no school had ever experienced such shocking events. Some of the headlines read, "Unstable girl fools whole school." High school senior injures several students and kills 2 of her fellow classmates. Delusional teen on trial for first-degree murder. But the one that stands out the most is the one that has garnered the most online presence. Young girl insists her dead mama will save her. Bliss High will never be the same. So many of us still look over our shoulder, wondering if we're sharing the halls with another dangerous person. We were all at the trial, the ones who survived. Tabitha, Justin, Jacob, Kyle, Hannah, and me. We all testified. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. Whenever Caroline looked at me, she didn't truly see me. She sort of looked right through me. No, that's not exactly right. It was more like she looked past me, searching for a faraway place where her mama still existed. She killed her own mother. That fact is probably the most disturbing part of the case. They found her body in her bedroom. The coroner said it happened months ago. He could hardly breathe when he went into that house. Mrs. Riley was employed at Springton Hospital and retired last summer. It was around that time police confirmed Caroline must have murdered her. The news described Mrs. Riley as a wonderful contributor of society, a kind-hearted woman, a loving mother, a devoted citizen to charity. But I didn't need to hear it from the reports, because I remembered her back in 7th grade. She was on the parental advisory group. She donated money to our school library. She volunteered many hours to our various school functions. She even came to our job fairs and shared what it was like to be in the nursing field. She was a giving soul. Which is why, when I learned what my new friends had done, I wanted to be there for Caroline. I thought, way back then, she must be like her mother, a generous and nice person. My friends warned me away, especially Hannah and Justine, who both had a good idea of how unstable she was. It wasn't long before we found out the truth. Caroline greatly exaggerated the bullying. She forced Hannah to burn her. She took all those pictures of herself and scattered them all over school to make it look like Hannah was behind it. When Hannah came back to school, she explained to us why she called her Caroline the swine. It wasn't so much because she was fat, which she once was, which she still thought she was, but because she was trying to keep her away. You see, Hannah was Caroline's best friend, but only in Caroline's eyes. The truth is, Hannah wasn't really close to Caroline. In fact, she'd only spoken to her a handful of times during class. But the truth didn't matter. Not to Caroline. When the undiagnosed psychosis began, Caroline felt threatened when Hannah became friends with Emily, believing Hannah had betrayed her. Caroline went crazy, stalking Hannah everywhere she went. Hannah told her to stop, then begged her to stop. But not only did she keep pursuing her, she made Justine her new best friend, her next target. When the stalking didn't stop, Hannah grew afraid, and she did the one thing she thought for sure would keep Caroline away, the name-calling, the oinking noises. She convinced the rest of the group, before I started at the school and before Justine became part of the group, to join in, tossing bacon at her, not out of cruelty, but out of desperation to keep her away. They agreed to it, hoping it would scare her off. Except, Caroline didn't cower under the bullying. She was fueled by it. It wasn't until she tormented Justine, who she knew was quiet, even timid, because she had a fear of being judged, when we all realized something more had to be done, that Caroline needed serious help. Before that, though, Justine, who at the time was a loner, made the mistake of trusting Caroline and confiding in her. You see, Like me, Justine felt bad for Caroline, and she didn't want her to be upset over what Hannah had done. Justine's parents were cruel, telling her she'd never amount to anything. The one thing they always said to her was she would always be a nothing. Caroline, enraged by Hannah's actions and betrayal for becoming Emily's friend, took it out on poor Justine by reiterating her parents' cold, abusive words. Justine barely spoke for the longest time. I remember meeting her after what Caroline did to both Hannah and her. That's when Justine became a part of our group. It took her years to find her self-confidence after what Caroline had done to her. Hannah was suspended for a month for starting the bullying and assigned a therapist for the cigarette burns she left on her arms. The rest of our friends got 2 weeks of after-school suspension. After Caroline was diagnosed with delusional disorder with psychosis, she underwent treatment for years, and her mother stayed on top of her medication. Mrs. Riley had her do online school, out of concern she'd be subjected to the bullying all over again if she continued at school in person. Doctors' reports confirmed, through Mrs. Riley's attesting, Caroline showed significant improvement when she started online high school. Freshman year is also when she created the fake profile Drama Girl, convincing us all that we could trust her, that she was one of us. Then senior year hit. Her return to in-person instruction, Bliss High. All those years where Caroline's twisted beliefs grew would now come to their full fruition. In Caroline's mind, all of my friends were toxic, because of what they did to her back then, because they warned me about her, and she had to get them out of the way by making them pay. Because I wasn't part of Hannah's organized plan, because I tried to talk to Caroline out of concern, she believed I was somehow perfect, better than the rest of my friends. She became obsessed with the idea that she and I were meant to be friends, that we were the same person, which is why she believed she really could feel what I felt. She believed, eventually, according to the report, that she was me. Last Halloween, shortly after the lake incident, Justine recalled the unknown stalker repeating those words to her. "You're nothing." But it didn't add up. How could it be Caroline? Her walk, her weight, the way she sounded, none of it matched the Caroline we all remembered. At first, we figured it must be Hannah, because all the red herrings Caroline left behind pointed to her. Plus, when she and Justine became friends, Justine told her about her parents, too. It made sense she could be the one. Until, of course, Justine was on her way to feeding the chickens and tripped over her missing earring. During the trial, we learned 7th grade was merely the start of Caroline's rage. When Hannah left her for Emily, and eventually for the rest of us, we all formed the beginning of our friendship, and awful hate began to simmer. It spread to our group. Well, everyone but me. I came into the situation too late to see the danger, shortly before her mother took her out of school. Her mental illnesses ruled her beliefs about the world she lived in. In Caroline's mind, nobody was trustworthy. She waited patiently for years, making herself sick all that time to lose weight, so no one could ever call her a pig again. Once she got her mother out of the way, she worked on altering her appearance the best she could, until she didn't look anything like the old Caroline, according to Mr. Sims' documentation, until we wouldn't be able to recognize her. Caroline wore baggy clothes at school that hid how thin she actually was. When we saw the burn marks on her arms, her bones were actually protruding. But she couldn't see what she really looked like. She wore oversized clothes because in her mind they hid her fat. The only way she functioned was if everything was built on a lie. So she pretended her dad left her mom for another woman, which aided her theory her mother was to blame for him leaving. That Emily and Brandon were cheating, that Hannah was hurting everyone all so she could be closer to me. Months after she killed her own mother, Caroline convinced herself she was still alive. Another lie. A way for her to submerge reality. Caroline, in her twisted thinking, probably accused her mother of keeping her under her control, which eventually led her to murdering her own mother. In actuality, Mr. Riley was a controlling man who emotionally and mentally abused his wife and lived a double life, laundering money for which he received a few years of jail time and a hefty fine. Photographs show he was close to Caroline. Snapshots of her as a preteen going shooting with him. Pictures of them fishing testify to that closeness, and perhaps explain to some degree why the start of middle school marked a significant mental shift in Caroline. Her attachment to her father, a man who despised his wife, imparted a hatred for her own mother. In her eyes, her mother was to blame for everything. Because Jacob's mom worked as the DA on Mr. Riley's case, we also learned once he was released from jail, he never returned home. In fact, he divorced his wife just before he left the family, not too long before he was charged with money laundering. Despite his close past with his daughter, he apparently wanted a fresh start and never made contact with her again. As we now know, that story wouldn't work to maintain Caroline's hate for her mother or her ability to blame her for him leaving. The evidence in her case was overwhelming. They found other things too. A bag of crystal meth in her house, which she stole from Hannah back in middle school, the gun she used to kill, her prints on Justine's earrings. How when she turned 18, right before senior year, she had her name legally changed to her daddy's last name, replacing her first name with her middle name, Natalie. The school didn't have any need to question her proof of residency either, since it differed from her previous address for middle school. The two residencies were not tied in together. It was hard for me, for all of us, to sit there in the courtroom and listen to a part of our past we never knew would matter so much. How this person would one day come after us for the things we never did, and take people we loved from us forever. Because of her psychosis, Caroline has been out of touch with reality for some time now. The medication made her better for a while, until she stopped taking it, until her need for vengeance for imagined wrongs and her belief she and I were destined to be friends overtook her entirely. I'm sure I'll never forget how Caroline's lies became our lies, too. We turned on each other. We believed in the world she set up. It's scary how much power one person can have, a power based solely on lies. Caroline Riley was convicted of physical assault, first-degree murder, double homicide, and worse, desecration of a human corpse. My family said I wouldn't be free of the horrible things she did to my friends, to me, until I forgave her. So I did forgive her. Not for her, but for me. Now I can breathe freer. Her grip on me has loosened. I will never forget the world I once had, one we all had, and how she stripped it from us. I will never forget. The first thing I did back in November was apologize to Hannah. We all did. It was horrific how Caroline set her up for the sick things Caroline herself did. Some good things have happened since the trial. Jacob and Kyle are back to being best friends now that the truth is out. Kyle and Hannah started dating. They are finally happy together, without any drama or meddling from others. Jacob proposed to Tabitha. We are all in the wedding party. In fact, our little group is stronger than ever. All of us are closer than before. I think what scares me the most is how none of us knew Caroline was among us last fall. We shared classes with her, lunch, the halls, and we never realized it. She lost all that piggy fat, as Hannah once called it. She changed the color of her hair, the style of it, wore contacts, hid the scars on her arms, altered her voice, her walk. She changed herself so much, she forgot she was Caroline. My classmates aren't the only ones wandering about in fear, wondering if something so monstrous and terrifying will happen again at our school. Sometimes I find myself coming to a sudden halt, my heart racing as I look around, wondering if I really know the people around me, if they are in disguise, waiting to hurt someone, or perhaps even waiting to kill someone. Author's note: what is delusional disorder? Delusional disorder, previously called paranoid disorder, is a type of serious mental illness, called a psychosis, in which a person cannot tell what is real from what is imagined. The main feature of this disorder is the presence of delusions, which are unshakable beliefs in something untrue. People with delusional disorder experience non-bizarre delusions, which involve situations that could occur in real life, such as being followed, poisoned, deceived, conspired against, or loved from a distance. These delusions usually involve the misinterpretation of perceptions or experiences. In reality, however, the situations are either not true at all or highly exaggerated. Signs of early or first episode psychosis. Determining exactly when the first episode of psychosis begins can be hard, but these signs and symptoms strongly indicate an episode of psychosis. Hearing, seeing, tasting, or believing things that others don't. Persistent, unusual thoughts or beliefs that can't be set aside regardless of what others believe. strong and inappropriate emotions, or no emotions at all, withdrawing from family or friends, a sudden decline in self-care, trouble thinking clearly or concentrating. Such warning signs often point to a person's deteriorating health, and a physical and neurological evaluation can help find the problem. A mental health professional performing a psychological evaluation can determine if a mental health condition is involved and discuss next steps. If the psychosis is a symptom of a mental health condition, early action helps to keep lives on track. Psychosis. Psychosis includes a range of symptoms, but typically involves one of these two major experiences. Hallucinations. Hallucinations are seeing, hearing, or feeling things that aren't there, such as the following: hearing voices, auditory hallucinations, strange sensations or unexplainable feelings, seeing glimpses of objects or people that are not there, or distortions. Delusions are strong beliefs that are not consistent with the person's culture, are unlikely to be true, and may seem irrational to others, such as the following: believing external forces are controlling thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Believing that trivial remarks, events, or objects have personal meaning or significance. Thinking you have special powers, are on a special mission, or even that you are God. If you enjoyed I Can Be Your Friend, please spread the word. Thank you. About the author. Jessica Blade writes young adult twisted psycho-thrillers with a sprinkling of horror. Her stories are clean of foul language and sexual situations. She wrote her first complete novel when she was a young adult, and has been writing ever since. Suspense novels and suspense-filled movies have always been Jessica's favorite genres. Her novels are meant to evoke intrigue and a memorable sense of thrill. This has been I Can Be Your Friend, a YA twisted psycho-thriller, Bliss High Horror Book 1. Written by Jessica Blade, narrated by Arielle Morisseau. Copyright 2023 by Jessica Blade. Production copyright by Jessica Blade.